Yugiki jumped in the air and performed a double hand sign. A demonic face appeared, twisted in malice and pain. Hell Valley's profound ranked martial art, demonic face seal. Jian Suifeng shouted. This martial art is focused on striking at one's soul. It is undefendable. Even radiant stage cultivators will find it hard to cope with such an attack. The lightest injury is dizziness, while the worst would be death. His words traveled to Zhuofan's ears as a clear warning. Yugiki noticed this but laughed instead. Damn runt. If you dodge, the demonic face seal will kill the girl. If you try to take her, you won't make it. Big brother Zhuo, forget about me and leave. I can die in peace knowing you will save my family. Xianxia urged. Zhuofan looked back with a smile, then spoke coldly at Yugiki. She is mine. As long as I'm here, you can't harm her. Then I will kill you, ha 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 ha. Yugiki pointed and the demonic face wailed on its way towards Zhuofan. Xianxia was nervous and was about to jump in front, but Zhuofan stopped her with his wing. Boom! The demonic face smashed on Zhuofan and thousands of gray tendrils of energy wrapped around him. The cries of lamentation, similar to that of a being starved for centuries and finally finding food, were heard all around. Xia Tianyang turned towards Jian Suifeng in anxiety, but the latter only sighed. Even a profound heaven expert was powerless in the face of such an attack, least of all a bone-tempering cultivator. Xianxia couldn't hold back her tears. Hi, damn runt. Lust is your downfall. A demonic cultivator should be ruthless. Yet you let emotion cloud your judgment and make you weak. Yugiki cackled as he turned to Xianxia. Wench, his death is on you. Xianxia watched Zhuofan become gray and her cries became heartrending. If not for saving her, he could have lived. Big brother Zhuo, forgive me, it's all my fault. Xianxia sobbed. Ha ha ha, foolish girl. Don't let that old goat see you cry. You're only bringing him satisfaction. Suddenly, Zhuofan's voice came from within the ball of gray tendrils. The crowd was shocked. Wasn't Zhuofan reeked with pain inside there? How is he so calm? Yugiki cried in fear. This isn't possible. His soul should have been swallowed whole. Ha ha ha, you want to kill me with a parlor trick? Aren't you a tad bit naive, insidious demon? An azure flame flashed from within the gray tendrils. The gray energy retreated every time the flame moved. As the gray energy withdrew, Zhuofan was soon revealed before the crowd, with an azure light coming from his forehead. Zhuofan muttered, Demon transformation art. Suddenly, the gray energy wailed as they were devoured by the azure flame, and Zhuofan felt his soul growing stronger as a result. Demon transformation art was originally used to absorb everything to promote one's cultivation. The reason he couldn't absorb souls so far was because his own wasn't strong enough. It would only be a detriment if the result would have harmed him instead. But since he refined his soul, it grew in power, akin to radiant stage cultivator's level. And having the strange azure flame as a protector, this measly amount of vengeful ghosts were nothing more than a snack after the flame removed the waste. Eyeing Yugiki in the air, Zhuofan mocked. Is that it? If you have no trick up your sleeve, guess I'll have to get serious. Get serious? Stop showing off. Are you saying you've been playing around all this time? Yugiki was both angry and startled. Startled that Zhuofan could dismiss such a strong attack and angry from his contempt. But that was how Zhuofan treated him, with naked contempt. Wasn't he insidious demon of Hell Valley, their number one sage? Despite all that, fear grew inside him. This was a foreign feeling to him since he always grasped his opponent's weakness before striking them down. But when he looked at Zhuofan, he only felt powerless despite everything he threw at the kid. Furthermore, he had a nagging feeling that all his moves were within Zhuofan's calculations. Zhuofan played him like a fiddle, leaving him without a shred of dignity. This fear he had was the worst he ever felt. Chuckling, Zhuofan mocked again. Seventh Elder. I wonder, do you remember what you told me a few months back in the All-Beast Mountain Range? Against true power, all schemes are moot. Yugiki's eyes dilated. His heart sped up, and a bad feeling crept its way down his spine. Today, I throw this line right back at you. Grinning, Shuofan pointed at the sky. In just one move, I will have your head. Bullshit. Yugiki could no longer take it and snapped. He now realized Shuofan's end goal this time was revenge against him while he was only saving Xianxia in passing. From the moment Shuofan showed up, he smacked the old man's face at every corner, to show him how useless his insidious demon moniker was before true power. My intelligence is laughable when it comes face to face with raw power. My cunningness falls short to his. Shuofan wanted to crush his pride as an insidious person, to die in pain. What a dreadful kid. Far worse than even Yugiki. Jian Suifeng felt overwhelmed with shock. He is even more terrifying than Zhuge Changfeng. This thought helped Jian Suifeng understand Shuofan's actions so far. It is unknown if he will one day be friend or foe. Observing him now is for the best. Ignoring the gazes around him, Shuofan stared down Yugiki with delight in his eyes. Perhaps all demonic cultivators were at their happiest in the throes of slaughter. Shuofan laughed. Yugiki, ready? It's time you see what real power looks like. He jumped the next moment. Bam! He shot for Yugiki like a rocket. Yugiki attacked with his yin-yang chains. But with a flap of his wings, Shuofan slipped right past them. Yin-yang chains couldn't even touch him and he was already punching at Yugiki. Ha ha ha! Got you! Yugiki laughed and a black and white chain flew at Shuofan's chest. But Shuofan only said, "Oh, so you had another set of chains besides those two. But so what? With my power, all your plans are moot, including all you've hidden so far." Shuofan's eyes flashed and a golden light flew from his body. It was the blood infant after being refined with diamond sand. The blood infant, which was comparable to a 5th-grade demonic treasure, charged at the black and white chain. The chains couldn't last even a second as blood infant tore through it along with Yugiki's arm. Yugiki was shocked to find that the golden light, which passed by his ear, had taken away not only the chain but also his arm. He only now woke up to the validity of Shuofan's previous words, so much so that blood infant's power scared Yugiki. He had no time to feel the loss of his arm when Shuofan's punch was right at his face. Damn runt! You think you can kill me in one move? He knew his death was sealed, but he wasn't about to let Shuofan determine how he died, or he really would never rest in the afterlife. The only reason he still fought was for his honor. Whoosh! 3rd-grade demonic treasure Twisted Needle flew from his sleeve towards Shuofan's fist. As long as he stopped the fist, he wouldn't die in one blow. Such was the glorious mind of the number 1 sage in Hell Valley reduced to after fighting with an equally insidious demon. Shuofan was here to make sure he would be left without a scrap of honor. The punch still moved without hesitation, meeting with the Twisted Needle, to the joy and hope of Yugiki. But the crisp sound that resulted from the contact revealed that the Twisted Needle broke in two. The fist was unaffected in the slightest as it bore into Yugiki's chest. Yugiki watched in horror and muttered, What kind of damn monster are you? Humph, I don't mind telling you. My body is as strong as a 5th-grade demonic treasure. Yours was only a 3rd-grade demonic treasure. And as for why I'm such a freak, Shuofan's eyes flashed as he recalled the endless anguish and torment he had to live through. Isn't it all your fault? Roaring, Shuofan threw his fist and flung Yugiki into the ground, smashing a few buildings. Blood flew from Yugiki's mouth as he watched Shuofan in the air with shock and loss. How does your freakish change have anything to do with me? With this final thought, Yugiki's head sagged and breathed his last. His eyes were wide open, never to find peace. Yugiki jumped in the air and performed a double hand sign. A demonic face appeared, twisted in malice and pain. Hell Valley's profound ranked martial art, demonic face seal. Jian Suifeng shouted. This martial art is focused on striking at one's soul. It is undefendable. Even radiant stage cultivators will find it hard to cope with such an attack. The lightest injury is dizziness, while the worst would be death. His words traveled to Shuofan's ears as a clear warning. Yugiki noticed this but laughed instead. Damn runt. If you dodge, the demonic face seal will kill the girl. If you try to take her, you won't make it. Big brother Zhua, forget about me and leave. I can die in peace knowing you will save my family. Xianxia urged. Zhuofan looked back with a smile, then spoke coldly at Yugiki. She is mine. As long as I'm here, you can't harm her. Then I will kill you, ha 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 ha. Yugiki pointed and the demonic face wailed on its way towards Zhuofan. Xianxia was nervous and was about to jump in front, but Zhuofan stopped her with his wing. Boom! The demonic face smashed on Zhuofan and thousands of gray tendrils of energy wrapped around him. The cries of lamentation, similar to that of a being starved for centuries and finally finding food, were heard all around. Xianxia turned towards Jian Suifeng in anxiety, but the latter only sighed. Even a profound heaven expert was powerless in the face of such an attack, least of all a bone-tempering cultivator. Xianxia couldn't hold back her tears. Hi, damn runt. Lust is your downfall. A demonic cultivator should be ruthless, yet you let emotion cloud your judgment and make you weak. Yugiki cackled as he turned to Xianxia. Wench, his death is on you. Xianxia watched Zhuofan become gray and her cries became heartrending. If not for saving her, he could have lived. Big brother Zhua, forgive me, it's all my fault. Xianxia sobbed. Ha ha ha, foolish girl. Don't let that old goat see you cry. You're only bringing him satisfaction. Suddenly, Zhuofan's voice came from within the ball of gray tendrils. The crowd was shocked. Wasn't Zhuofan reeked with pain inside there? How is he so calm? Yugiki cried in fear. This isn't possible. His soul should have been swallowed whole. Ha ha ha, you want to kill me with a parlor trick? Aren't you a tad bit naive, insidious demon? An azure flame flashed from within the gray tendrils. The gray energy retreated every time the flame moved. As the gray energy withdrew, Zhuofan was soon revealed before the crowd, with an azure light coming from his forehead. Zhuofan muttered, "Demon transformation art." Suddenly, the gray energy wailed as they were devoured by the azure flame, and Zhuofan felt his soul growing stronger as a result. Demon transformation art was originally used to absorb everything to promote one's cultivation. The reason he couldn't absorb souls so far was because his own wasn't strong enough. It would only be a detriment if the result would have harmed him instead. But since he refined his soul, it grew in power, akin to radiant stage cultivator's level. And having the strange azure flame as a protector, this measly amount of vengeful ghosts were nothing more than a snack after the flame removed the waste. Eyeing Yugiki in the air, Zhuofan mocked. Is that it? If you have no trick up your sleeve, guess I'll have to get serious. Get serious? Stop showing off. Are you saying you've been playing around all this time? Yugiki was both angry and startled. Startled that Zhuofan could dismiss such a strong attack and angry from his contempt. But that was how Zhuofan treated him, with naked contempt. Wasn't he insidious demon of Hell Valley, their #1 sage? Despite all that, fear grew inside him. This was a foreign feeling to him since he always grasped his opponent's weakness before striking them down. But when he looked at Zhuofan, he only felt powerless despite everything he threw at the kid. Furthermore, he had a nagging feeling that all his moves were within Zhuofan's calculations. Zhuofan played him like a fiddle, leaving him without a shred of dignity. This fear he had was the worst he ever felt. Chuckling, Zhuofan mocked again. Seventh Elder, I wonder, do you remember what you told me a few months back in the All-Beast Mountain Range? Against true power, all schemes are moot. Yugiki's eyes dilated, his heart sped up, and a bad feeling crept its way down his spine. Today, I throw this line right back at you. Grinning, Zhuofan pointed at the sky. In just one move, I will have your head. Bullshit. Yugiki could no longer take it and snapped. He now realized, Zhuofan's end goal this time was revenge against him while he was only saving Xianxia in passing. From the moment Zhuofan showed up, he smacked the old man's face at every corner, to show him how useless his insidious demon moniker was before true power. My intelligence is laughable when it comes face to face with raw power. My cunningness falls short to his. Zhuofan wanted to crush his pride as an insidious person, to die in pain. What a dreadful kid. Far worse than even Yu Giki. Jian Suifeng felt overwhelmed with shock. He is even more terrifying than Zhuge Changfeng. This thought helped Jian Suifeng understand Zhuofan's actions so far. It is unknown if he will one day be friend or foe. Observing him now is for the best. Ignoring the gazes around him, Zhuofan stared down Yu Giki with delight in his eyes. Perhaps all demonic cultivators were at their happiest in the throes of slaughter. Zhuofan laughed. Yu Giki, ready? It's time you see what real power looks like. He jumped the next moment. Bam! He shot for Yu Giki like a rocket. Yu Giki attacked with his yin-yang chains. But with a flap of his wings, Zhuofan slipped right past them. Yin-yang chains couldn't even touch him and he was already punching at Yu Giki. Ha ha ha! Got you! Yu Giki laughed and a black and white chain flew at Zhuofan's chest. But Zhuofan only said, "Oh, so you had another set of chains besides those two. But so what? With my power, all your plans are moot, including all you've hidden so far." Zhuofan's eyes flashed and a golden light flew from his body. It was the blood infant after being refined with diamond sand. The blood infant, which was comparable to a 5th-grade demonic treasure, charged at the black and white chain. The chains couldn't last even a second as blood infant tore through it along with Yu Giki's arm. Yu Giki was shocked to find that the golden light, which passed by his ear, had taken away not only the chain but also his arm. He only now woke up to the validity of Zhuofan's previous words. So much so that blood infant's power scared Yu Giki. He had no time to feel the loss of his arm when Zhuofan's punch was right at his face. Damn runt. You think you can kill me in one move? He knew his death was sealed, but he wasn't about to let Zhuofan determine how he died. Or he really would never rest in the afterlife. The only reason he still fought was for his honor. Whoosh! 3rd-grade demonic treasure twisted needle flew from his sleeve towards Zhuofan's fist. As long as he stopped the fist, he wouldn't die in one blow. Such was the glorious mind of the number 1 sage in Hell Valley reduced to after fighting with an equally insidious demon. Zhuofan was here to make sure he would be left without a scrap of honor. The punch still moved without hesitation, meeting with the twisted needle, to the joy and hope of Yu Giki. But the crisp sound that resulted from the contact revealed that the twisted needle broke in two. The fist was unaffected in the slightest as it bore into Yu Giki's chest. Yu Giki watched in horror and muttered, "What kind of damn monster are you? Humph, I don't mind telling you. My body is as strong as a 5th-grade demonic treasure. Yours was only a 3rd-grade demonic treasure. And as for why I'm such a freak..." Zhuofan's eyes flashed as he recalled the endless anguish and torment he had to live through. "Isn't it all your fault?" Roaring, Zhuofan threw his fist and flung Yu Giki into the ground, smashing a few buildings. Blood flew from Yu Giki's mouth as he watched Zhuofan in the air with shock and loss. "How does your freakish change have anything to do with me?" With this final thought, Yu Giki's head sagged and breathed his last. His eyes were wide open, never to find peace. Zhuofan spread his wings among the clouds and hovered like a god towering above the ants. In his hand, he was clutching a still-beating heart which was dripping blood. But the owner of this heart had long met his end and was no more than a stiff corpse, never again able to find peace from the horrors he endured. The onlookers raised their heads in shock, but witnessing the majesty of Zhuofan, they even forgot to breathe. Fear was almost palpable among the Hell Valley's guards. In just a single blow, the notorious insidious demon, the number 1 sage of Hell Valley, Yu Giki died. Xie Tianyang was in denial of what he witnessed. Even Jian Suifeng was swept by fear as he gazed upon the youth hovering in the sky. "A true monster," Jian Suifeng muttered. Zhuofan simply relaxed his grip and the heart dropped down to the ground with a splat. But this casual action seized everyone's hearts. As Zhuofan's cold stare roamed among the people, they lowered their heads in fear, horrified that the demon would set his gaze on them. Zhuofan, however, only laughed. That guy must have run off to his house. He actually slipped away again. He suddenly swooped down, alarming the people into scattering. But he went by Xianxia and held her. Xianxia let out a short cry before being carried into the clouds. They both then disappeared in a lightning flash. In a clearing outside Blue Expanse City, lightning sparked, revealing Xianxia and Zhuofan landing. As he eased her onto the ground, she looked at him in puzzlement. Zhuofan had a faint smile. I said that I will take you out of the city, and I have. Now, I have fulfilled my promise. Is this the outside world? Xianxia darted her eyes around and breathed in, a smile playing on her lips. This is the first time I'm walking outside the city. I'm finally out. Xianxia laughed and blushed. Thank you, Big Brother Zhua. It's nothing. We shook on it, didn't we? Zhuofan said. Ninger, this might be the right time to say goodbye. You're leaving. Xianxia jerked her head up, her eyes fixed on Zhuofan. Where to? He sighed as he said, I don't know. There are still so many things I need to do. The most pressing matters were finding the Lightning Canyon, Heavenly Emperor's remnant, and searching for experts to strengthen the Luo clan. Despite having no clue where to start on any of them, he had to keep looking. Xianxia saw his mind was set and spoke softly. Big Brother Zhua? See, can I come with you? No, Zhuofan denied. With your strength, you will be in too much danger. Xianxia lowered her head in defeat. She knew she'd be just a burden to him if she went. Zhuofan tousled her head with a smile. And you still have your clan to look after. Xue clan offended Hell Valley and needs to find someone that can protect it. The Sword Marquis's abode is a good choice. From Xie Tianyang's sharp mouth, he must be quite high-placed. If he vouches for you, Sword Marquis's abode is sure to take you in. Xianxia raised her head then nodded. Now was the time to look for a safe place for her clan. It would be too cruel of her, and selfish, to go with Zhuofan and leave her father and brothers in danger. She was embarrassed but still felt reluctant to part with him. Ha ha ha! Bye, little sister. Zhuofan ruffled her head one last time and left with a smile. Tears formed in Xianxia's eyes as she shouted, Big Brother Zhua, when will we see each other again? When the thunder ring flashes. Zhuofan waved as he walked away, the thunder ring on his and Xianxia's fingers flashing. In another area, Jian Suifeng was looking down on Yu Giki's corpse, the enemy who robbed him of his 3 fingers. He recalled Yu Giki's wretched death and his mood livened. Oh, Yu Giki, what a tragedy befell you. One of the great men of Tianyu Empire. Jian Suifeng found that the Hell Valley guards Zhuofan routed were now scrambling away from this place, abandoning even their elder's body. Only a cold wind blew over the white hairs on Yu Giki's body, which was lying there on the cold and hard rubble. His eyes were wide, despite losing their light. Xie Tianyang was still looking at the sky, in Zhuofan's direction, but then spoke in a sour tone. Damn bastard. Good for you killing Yu Giki? But what are you playing at taking Ninger? Tianyang, help the others down, will rush to Sword Marquis's abode to heal them. The Xue clan will become Sword Marquis's abode's vassal clan. Jian Suifeng indicated towards the crucified Xue clansman. Xie Tianyang jumped and smiled. That's my intention. 8th Elder who knew we thought alike. I was also going to save Ninger's clan. Humph. Who is like-minded with a brat? Jian Suifeng snorted. You've seen what that little monster is capable of. Only time will tell how far his strength will reach. Since he went out of his way to save these people, it won't hurt to earn his favor. We might even become friends in the future. And in case we stand on opposite sides, we can use these people as hostages to deal with him. Xie Tianyang only smiled wryly at his elder's reasoning. Humph, so you're not saving Xue clan because of me but because of that prick Zhuofan. Just who is a Sword Marquis's abode's core disciple here anyway? If this gets out, my name will be dragged through the mud. Although secretly cursing, he still went to work, since this was his aim all along to help Xianxia. Yet none was the wiser as half a mile out, Yu Ming was curled up in shivers. His fear of Zhuofan grew out of proportion, to such a scale that he might never overcome this heart demon. Bastard! This is the third time. What did I ever do to you? Everywhere I go, you come killing. Last time you killed 2 elders, and this time you killed my master. Abomination! Yu Ming cursed Zhuo Fan to high heavens. But when Zhuo Fan's cold face resurfaced in his mind, shivers reeked his body. A month later, in the emperor's gardens of the imperial capital, 2 old men were playing chess beneath a pavilion. One of them was dressed in a golden gown and had white temples and cloudy eyes. He was the emperor of Tianyu Empire. The other elderly had a long beard, white hair, and exuded an imposing aura. Whenever a guard looked his way, their eyes were filled with respect. Among the melodious chirping of the garden birds, the chess pieces being moved made for a calming rhythm. Suddenly, a wail broke the blissful peace. Lord Father, something big just happened. A 200-kilo round ball of flesh rolled next to the emperor. He shook the very earth he stepped on and threw the chess match into a mess. Rubbing his forehead, the emperor smiled dejectedly at the other man, who only smiled understandingly. Songer, didn't I tell you to face all events with calm? And haven't you noticed that I am playing chess with Mr. Sima? Why yes, I know my wrongs. Yuan Song rushed to bow to the emperor and the elderly, then wiped the sweat from his forehead. Speak, what is the matter? The emperor held on to another chess piece, not minding his son. Yuan Song forced his excitement down and said in a grave tone, reporting to Lord Father, Hell Valley's 7th elder was killed a month ago. The chess piece in the emperor's hand clanked on the board, and he looked at the frowning Mr. Sima. Who did it? The emperor then turned his hardened face towards Yuan Song. Seeing no one around, Yuan Song whispered, It is someone from the clan we are currently endorsing, Luo clan steward, Zhuo Fan. A month ago, something got into him that he killed the 7th elder of Hell Valley in Blue Expanse City under everyone's eyes. It was also revealed that he was the one who killed Hell Valley's 2 other elders in Windgaze City, and used Veiled Dragon Pavilion as a patsy. What? A brat killed Hell Valley's 3 elders, their precious Yugiki included? What guts? Mr. Sima said to the emperor. Your Majesty, how should we handle it? The emperor evoked a faint smile and kept playing chess. If it only involved the 7 houses, it would have posed a headache. But as matters stand, Yuan Shan won't have the cheek to complain to me. Don't let them snuff out the Luo clan. This pearl of mine is about to reveal its splendor. Ha ha ha. Bam. The emperor slammed the chess piece with delight. Yuan Song looked long at the emperor, then bowed and left. Prime Minister's residence in the imperial capital. Prime Minister Zhuge Changfeng laid on a rocking chair with half-closed eyes, swaying gently. Suddenly, a black shadow whispered in his ear. What? Zhuge Changfeng flashed his eyes open in shock, then sighed. The balance between the 7 houses is now askew. I will need to make ample preparations for the aftermath. And he resumed his previous state, gently swaying on the rocking chair. High Priest's residence in imperial capital. A white-haired elder was reading through some information delivered by one of his men. As he read through, a frown appeared on his forehead and he signaled his men to withdraw. With shaking steps deigning his old appearance, the elder walked into the observatory and looked up towards the sea of stars. The star of war is near and turmoil is on our doorsteps. A spark is enough to light this powder keg. The ruler is about to change. I only hope the people can weather the storm. Veiled Dragon Pavilion's headquarters. Pavilion Lord Long Yifi and some elders were in a meeting, but 2 young people were also present, Long Jie and Long Kue. Because of their efforts and brilliant conduct, 7 days ago, Long Yifi officially allowed them to participate in the Elder Council, pleasing the 2 to no end. Recently, Xiao Kue and Xiao Jie have displayed impeccable conduct. I propose to send them to cultivate under the Grand Elder and learn the house's profound ranked martial art. Long Yifi smiled, looking at the 2, and spoke with pride. Third Elder commented with a hardened look. These 2 kids progressed well, however. They are only average by contrast with the other house's genius disciples. How? Third Elder, don't underestimate us. We are on the verge of breaking through to the bone tempering stage. Long Kue protested while Long Jie was in accord. Third Elder is right. I heard rumors that Sword Marquis Abode Xietianyang became a bone tempering expert 3 years prior. We are still far behind him. Xiao Jie is so modest. You will do great deeds in the future. Godai Long Jiu nodded with satisfaction. A black crow perched on his shoulder. The soul-devouring crow he got from Zhuo Fan. Looking at the bird, Long Jiu couldn't help his expression softening. If you two brats were half a man my brother Zhuo is, you'd be training our passed-down profound ranked martial art by now. Humph, Uncle Jiu, why bring him into this? Long Kue always became irritated whenever she heard Zhuo Fan's name. He is cocky, brash, and doesn't want to join Veiled Dragon Pavilion. Even if he has a smidgen of talent, that doesn't make his rise guaranteed. We will undoubtedly surpass him. A man suddenly barged in while shouting, "Urgent report, Pavilion Lord." Third Elder waved him away after taking the report and read it. The next moment, his hand froze and the paper drifted to the floor. What's wrong, Third Elder? Long Jiu picked up the paper in worry, never having seen Third Elder so spooked. But the contents left his soul eye in tears. Good brother, I owe you again. What is all this about? Long Yifi was inquisitive like the rest of the people present and took the paper. His brows shook and his voice betrayed his excitement. Hell Valley's Yugiki was killed by Zhuo Fan in Blue Expanse City. What? Everyone was dumbstruck. Who hadn't heard of Yugiki? He was the greatest headache of everyone. Especially for Long Jiu, who had his eye stolen in Yugiki's ploy. Yet this dreadful man was killed by Zhuo Fan. Their shock was understandable. Even Long Jie and Long Kue had heard of Yugiki's infamy. After all, he was a man feared by all elders of the Veiled Dragon Pavilion. They instantly felt how far behind Zhuo Fan had left them. Ha ha ha. Well done. Long Yifi burst in laughter. I was right in my decision. This kid is a dragon among men. Increase our support to the Luo clan and send some men to safeguard their clan. I'm sure we all can agree on that. It was a unanimous decision. Not even the elders who were against Long Yifi proposing an alliance with Zhuo Fan showed any complaint. After all, none of them here could do what Zhuo Fan did, sending that Yugiki to his grave. And the Veiled Dragon Pavilion was just the beginning. The continent's clans soon came to know of this affair. Among the shocks and cries of joy, Zhuo Fan's name was etched in the minds of many clan leaders. In a lone valley, sieged by mountains on 3 sides and a narrow trail on the 4th, the sun's warm glow barely reached this place throughout the year. Being shrouded in mist, this place was a cesspool of poisonous insects and rats. Yet this particularly strange environment led to the development of some of the rarest herbs the world had ever seen. To gather such ingredients, men braved many dangers through the valley, where the mortality rate was incredibly high and the ghosts of the fallen exacerbated the gloom. People came to call it Hell Valley. 1,000 years ago, a powerful group stumbled upon this odd place and established a foothold. They even set up a 5th grade array to safeguard from the gruesomeness of this valley. This group was the Yu House, one of the 7 noble houses of Tianyu Empire. With time, people came to call this valley as the strongest house that could oppose the imperial family. Until now. In Hell Valley's meeting hall, Valley Lord Yuanshan was in a poor mood as he sat on his throne. Out of the 12 total seats, 9 seats were occupied by elders. Each time he glanced at the empty seats, his eyes turned savage. Yu Ming! Yuanshan bellowed, do you mean to say that 3 of Hell Valley's elders are dead because of a single kid? Kowtowing on the ground and shivering uncontrollably, Yu Ming replied, I wouldn't even think of lying to Valley Lord, Elder Jian, Elder Yun, as well as my master, 7th Elder, were indeed killed by Luo clan steward, Zhuo Fan. Useless wench. Yuanshan slapped the table. You knew he killed 2 elders before, so why didn't you report this sooner? Spare me, Valley Lord. It was my master who forbade me. Master found it too weird and ordered me to keep it to myself. He told me that he will find the opportunity to deal with Zhuo Fan. But before he could, Fan broke into our city and, at this point, Yu Ming's voice was choked with sobs. The rest of the elders snorted. All demonic cultivators are cruel and cold. So why is this punk getting so worked up? Throwing such a show would make them despise him instead. The elders were all clear this wasn't his fault yet refrained from pardoning him. If they'd trade places, they would do the same. If not, they'd be accused of rash thinking and that would be used as an excuse by some others to remove them. Who would believe that a fresh bone-tempering kid could kill a profound heaven-seasoned expert if not for it happening before countless eyes? Valley Lord, Yu Ming might have erred, but he had no control over what happened. Our first priority is to deal with the aftermath. This was spoken by the first elder on the right as he stood up. Tianyu Empire's mighty clans have set their sights on us. If we let that kid go unpunished, what will the people think? We will become the laughingstock of the empire and our vassal clans will abandon us. Yu Wanshan frowned, his eyes filled with cruelty. Grand Elder is right. We cannot let that punk get away with this. Wasn't he some steward of Luo clan? We'll make the Luo clan answer for his transgression. Valley Lord, you mustn't. A deep and worried voice traveled from an old man with raven hair, seated on the opposite side of Grand Elder. Yu Wanshan snorted. Second Elder? What are you trying to say? Do you think it's all right for someone to kill our people, shame us, and then walk away? What will others think of Hell Valley? Valley Lord, I am not stopping you from settling this debt. Only, Second Elder muttered something before resuming. Valley Lord should remember the ban the Emperor enacted a year ago on the 7 houses which was against stepping foot in Windgaze City. If we breach it openly, it will give the imperial family the excuse to strike. Second Elder makes a fair point. This is not the time to move in the open. And there are also reports that the imperial family and Veiled Dragon Pavilion's experts are patrolling nearby Windgaze City. We will fall into their trap if we go. Grand Elder urged. Eyeing the 2 most respected elders, Yu Wanshan hesitated for a while before spatting through gritted teeth. We can't do this, we can't do that. What else can we actually do? Even the elders turned silent. Yu Wanshan sighed. This wouldn't have been such a headache if the 7th elder was here. Blasted punk, he managed to rob me of my wisest advisor. When I get my hands on you, I will skin you alive. Seeing them all pensive, the kneeling Yu Ming darted his eyes left and right before making a tentative remark. Valley Lord, may disciple be so bold as to convey a solution? Humph, the elders' meeting is not something you can join. Get the hell out. Yu Wanshan barked without even looking at Yu Ming. But Grand Elder's gesture detained him. Valley Lord, the kid can be considered as 7th Elder's successor. Why not give him a chance? Yu Wanshan conceded when he heard the Grand Elder's reason. Yu Ming's heart burst with joy as he rushed to explain. Valley Lord, this disciple's humble opinion is to ignore the Luo clan. From my observation, Luo clan is relying on Fan. With him around, even if we remove the Luo clan, it will only make it worse for us. But if Fan is out of the picture, then the Luo clan will fall from grace. They will have no hope of replacing us. Hell Valley. Yu Wanshan's eyes flickered. Go on. Yes. His mouth twisted in a smile. Yu Ming said, we cannot approach Windgaze City, but Fan is nowhere near it either. We just need to focus all our efforts in dealing with him. And how will we find him? Yu Wanshan questioned. Issue the Hell Kill order and have the Empire corner him. Yu Ming revealed his savage side. We will then know where he is going, and before he returns to Windgaze City, we can just ambush him. Yu Wanshan cackled. Good. That's what we'll do. Men. He then shouted orders. In my name as Hell Valley's leader, I declare the Hell Kill order on Fan. Anyone who provides clues to his location can become a vassal to Hell Valley. Anyone who brings me his head will become Hell Valley's #1 vassal, ruling above all others. Yu Wanshan's sinister laughter echoed, to which Yu Ming followed up with a vile smile. Fan, you abomination. I won't dare face you, but now you have the whole empire after your head. Grand Elder smiled. As I thought, this kid is still thinking about revenge. But the elder didn't care since Zhuofan was the enemy of Hell Valley. Grand Elder stated, Valley Lord, even if we declare Hell Kill Order on Zhuofan, since he killed 7th Elder, the weak clans won't be his match. I think we will have to act if we want to end him after all. Then all elders move out. Kill that bastard. Wait. Grand Elder gestured. He killed 7th Elder. Elders below 7th won't be of any help. From Minger's retelling of him, he must be a body-refining demonic cultivator. The only ones who can stand up to him are the first 5 elders. Furthermore, he turned to a red-haired elder. 5th Elder, you refined your body with the scorching demon flame. Your unbreakable body is the perfect match for that kid. Don't look at me. Yet the man in question shook his hands again and again while smirking. I am about to join Drifting Flowers Edifice's 100-pill meeting. I don't have the time to run around after some snot-nosed brat. Humph, what's so great being invited by women to a meeting to discuss about pills? Is going there more important than taking revenge for the house? Yuanshan snapped. Grand Elder lightened the atmosphere with a smile. Valley Lord, the Drifting Flowers Edifice may be made up of women, but they are still one of the 7 houses. Establishing a close relationship will only work in our favor. They extended an invitation to 5th Elder since they took an interest in his fire attribute cultivation method, in hope of refining new pills. Humph, how did a bunch of skanks climb up to our position? One day I will personally go and take over their domain. Yuanshan said viciously. Grand Elder shook his head. Valley Lord, I would like to have Yu Ming participate in 7th Elder's place in our future elder meetings. Staring at Yu Ming, Yuanshan nodded. Fine. Raise him well. As the next insidious demon, ha ha ha. Yu Ming was overjoyed in his bowing. Meanwhile, in Blackwind Mountain, Captain Pang was cultivating by sitting on 36 blades. His body was riddled with scars. While cultivating, black tendrils of energy would leave his body, drift around the blades, and return back to him. But as each black tendril went back into his body, a new bloody scar adorned his wreaked body, making him frown. Suddenly, a shadow grew before him and Lei Yuding came from behind. Cracking his eyelids, Captain Pang stood up with a smirk. Miss Lei's elusive shadow art is becoming more and more outstanding. I didn't even notice you were coming. Humph, your wraith art isn't any less impressive. Reaching bone tempering stage in just a year. You're making those clan's geniuses jealous. Hee hee. It's all because of Brother Zhua. Captain Pang laughed and peeked next to him. Not 5 meters from him, a 15-year-old was braving above other blades as sweat marred his brow and trailed along his scarred body. But around him were corpses riddled with wounds, as if hacked by countless edged weapons. Damn it! What kind of vile method are you cultivating? Lei Yuding cursed. Captain Pang replied with indifference. Of the 20 kids you sent, only 1 barely made it. Send me another batch. With just 1 survivor you want more? Lei Yuding raised her voice in shock. Captain Pang smirked. It's actually quite a good result. For 50 to die while training in this art is normal. But for Luo clan, everything is worth it. Humph, you are hard at cultivating. And what is that brother of yours doing? Snorting, Lei Yuding fetched a paper. He killed Hell Valley's 7th Elder, and they've issued a kill order. What? Captain Pang burst into laughter. Brother Zhua truly does incredible things, shaking the world everywhere he goes. Then he patted Lei Yuding's shoulder. Miss Lei, don't be too worried. With Brother Zhua's skills, Hell Valley's order won't affect him. Humph, who the hell cares about him? Lei Yuding muttered through gnashed teeth. He just went and provoked Hell Valley over a girl. Since when was he so goody-goody? Captain Pang grinned. So that's what it was, ha ha ha. Sometimes, Brother Zhua quite likes striking a heroic figure. Only. Hero? My ass. You think I don't know him? Sighing, Lei Yuding turned into a shadow and vanished. Captain Pang shouted the next moment. Don't mention this to young miss, especially the last part. But Lei Yuding's response didn't come. Captain Pang sighed. Ah, women. Achoo. Who's bad-mouthing me behind my back? In a secluded forest, Xuefan scratched his nose and set his eyes on a 100-meter-tall rock. He suddenly flexed his legs and jumped, with the wings behind him flashing with lightning. Wraith-style first move. Soaring demonic dragon. Roar. A black draconic image flashed with him at its center. The dragon intertwined with the lightning and smashed into the rock. Boom! The rock crumbled like a stack of cards and Xuefan came out with a flash. Then he turned around and unleashed a black claw at the rubble. Wraith-style second move. Ghostly dragon claw. It was lackluster compared to the previous thundering explosion, but it made up for it with visual impact, turning the rubble to sand. The tremors even frightened the birds away. Xuefan gasped as he continued sweating, but his hands kept dancing through gestures, aiming for the flock of birds. Wraith-style third move. Necro-dragon screech. Roar. The sound was eerie, akin to a demon. Xuefan's wail even made ripples through the air as it swept the flock of birds. The birds froze mid-air, their eyes blanked, and fell dead. One look would spot thousands of dead birds. Xuefan was now reduced to a gasping mess, crouching down with a downcast look. This low, profound ranked martial art matched the Wraith art. Each strike held enough power to shake the earth and kill instantly. Although ranked low, it was nonetheless strong as a mid-profound ranked martial art. The problem was the high requirement these moves had on the body, making it viable only to Wraith art cultivators. But with Xuefan's refined body, he long surpassed it. In theory, these moves should have been easy for him to execute. Yet the fact remained, only after training in them for a month did he realize that he didn't lack in the body department, but in the soul. He was in the first layer of bone tempering stage and using profound ranked martial art almost exhausted his yuan qi. The last move, in particular Necro-Dragon Screech, was a soul attack that could only be trained when one was in the radiant stage. With his body and soul refined, his soul power shot up, and even with the added benefit of the azure flame, he just barely succeeded. But it didn't stop him from feeling his vision swoon and collapse. God damn it, these moves will be the death of me. If I don't kill my enemy with these, he will kill me. Xuefan sighed and sat cross-legged to recover his yuan qi. Killing Yu Giki stirred up a hornet nest. He was bound to stumble on a far stronger opponent and needed to protect himself by training powerful martial arts. As a consequence, he hid for over a month in the mountains to practice, yet the outcome wasn't in the least bit reassuring. Half a day later, Xuefan stood up with a rosy complexion, having recovered. His hand flashed and was now holding a large egg. He looked at the singed marks on the egg with worry. The Thunder Skylark egg was still alive thanks to its mother's spiritual energy. But this only put a delay on things. If he wanted to hatch it, he'd first have to restore its vitality. Just where am I supposed to look for the needed spiritual herbs in this vast world? The egg wasn't fully developed yet, and common herbs wouldn't do any good. He'd need those rare treasures capable of snatching a man's life from the jaws of imminent death. Xuefan couldn't help but frown at this thought. Song Yu, hand over the body-tempering pill if you know what's good for you. A sudden shout interrupted Xuefan's musings. His face darkened and walked over. Who's the bastard that dares disturb my peace? Pushing a branch aside, Xuefan saw a man and a woman driving a carriage. The man was around 20 with fine features and at first layer of bone tempering stage cultivation, while the woman was of similar age, charming complexion, and in the second layer. They were surrounded by 6 men, of who 5 were in the 8-9th layer of bone tempering stage and the last one, an old man, was in the 6th. The pair was now staring daggers at the old man. Humph, the body tempering pill was made by us, the Song clan, through a secret formula to join in the 100-pill meeting. You think I'm just going to give it away? The man snorted and a first-grade spiritual weapon appeared in his hand. Xuefan smiled in derision. The body-tempering pill was a 4th-grade pill, useful in tempering one's bones, and also useful in aiding a 9th-layer qi condensation cultivator in breaking through to the bone-tempering stage. The only downside was that it could only be used once. For the genius Xuefan, who was worry-free about breaking through to bone-tempering stage, this pill was garbage. And this crappy pill was made from a secret formula. What a bunch of weaklings. But the bloodshot-eyed old man thought otherwise. Ha ha ha, Song Yu, Song Qian, aren't the two of you in the bone-tempering stage at such a young age thanks to it? Your third-rate clan, which seized the secret formula for a fourth-grade pill, is being too greedy. It's best if you just hand it over. Humph, we would rather die. Song Qian and Song Yu charged at the old man who did the same. Bam! From just a single palm attack, both of them drew wide arcs in the air trailed by their blood. Despite being in the same stage, the difference of 5 to 6 layers wasn't something they could overcome. Miss Song Qian, is this necessary? Be good and hand the pill and its formula. Are you going to force this old man into patting down the both of you? The old man eyed Song Qian's enticing curves and let out lascivious laughter. Song Qian glared with hatred, but then sighed and looked at her brother. Are you scared? I am not. Song Yu steeled himself. Then let us die together. At least the clan's formula won't land in that old bastard's hands. Song Qian made a downcast smile and raised Song Yu's spiritual weapon to their necks. This scene stirred Zhuo Fan's heart, his mind drifting to the siblings in the Windgaze city. They would have had the same ending if I wasn't compelled by the heart demon at that time. Sighing, Zhuo Fan shot a leaf at the pair. Whoosh! Just when it was about to slit their throats, the weapon fell off her hands. Who's there? Both the siblings and the old man shouted anxiously. Is it really necessary to kill them over a fourth-grade pill? Zhuo Fan stepped out of the tree line. The old man laughed. Here I was nervous who might come, and it's only a brat fresh into the bone-tempering stage. He mocked Zhuo Fan. Kid, aren't you a demonic cultivator? Everyone knows demonic cultivators are the most savage and ruthless bunch out there. And you have the cheek to preach me on mercy. I'm not preaching mercy, but power. Zhuo Fan sneered. Now that I have witnessed this matter, you can't kill them. Humph, with just you? The old man's eyes glinted with malice as Song Qian shouted anxiously. Little brother, run. Save yourself and forget about us. Run? Too late. While Song Qian was urging him, the old man charged at Zhuo Fan with a snicker. Kid, you only got yourself to blame for poking your nose where it does not belong. The siblings could only close their eyes to be spared of the horror. Yet with a crisp sound, Zhuo Fan stood unfazed while the old man fell in a pool of blood, headless. The laughing old man was dead in an instant, and despite the others having smiles on their faces, their eyes were filled with terror. They clearly saw how Zhuo Fan made a casual attack and popped the old man's head. Monster! Only. A scream echoed and the others ran for their lives. Zhuo Fan didn't care about them and turned to leave. Wait! Song Qian called. Her eyes were in shock of Zhuo Fan's immense strength despite similar cultivation levels. It was as different as heaven and earth. What is it? Zhuo Fan asked as he turned slowly. He noticed the elegant beauty, yet he didn't bat an eyelid. Song Qian was the one to be affected by his gaze instead, blushing and lowering her head. I have yet to know little brother's name. One day, the Song clan will repay you for saving our lives. No need. Saying so, Zhuo Fan started leaving. Startled, Song Qian felt somewhat discouraged in her heart. All males in 100 miles of Song clan would be speechless in her presence. Yet Zhuo Fan gave her the cold shoulder. This led to the rising discontent inside her. She skipped before Zhuo Fan and stopped him by raising her hand. But he just frowned. Is there anything else? This fool. Song Qian was cursing inside but showed an enticing smile on the outside. Little brother, where are you planning on going? None of your business. Zhuo Fan bypassed her with a snort. Song Qian's mouth was twitching as she shouted. We are on our way to 100-pill meeting. Why not join us? Zhuo Fan paused, then turned. Drifting Flower City, the home of Drifting Flowers Edifice, one of the 7 noble houses? Exactly, nodded Song Yu as he rushed over. Drifting Flowers Edifice holds the 100-pill meeting once a decade. It is a gathering where famous alchemists from clans around the empire compete over their refining method. If luck would have it, the Drifting Flowers edifice would take notice of you and take you in as a vassal clan. Zhuofan scratched his nose. 100 Pill meeting is bound to have plenty of rare ingredients, and the chance is high for me to find the treasures to restore the egg. He made a lopsided grin. Your words caught my interest. I would very much like to see the 100 Pill meeting. Great. Let's go together. Song Qian jumped in joy. Zhuofan smiled. Assuming another identity while entering one of the 7 houses isn't a bad idea. The Song siblings were glad he agreed. With Zhuofan's strength, nothing would stop them from reaching Drifting Flower City. Oh, what do I call little brother? Luofan. Zhuofan scratched his nose. He could no longer risk giving his real name, not since Blue Expanse City. He figured the entire Tianyu Empire was privy to his name by now. Then again, he was Luo clan's steward, and using their name was perfectly normal. Song Qian, Song Yu, the two introduced. Zhuofan then followed the sister and entered the carriage, which had various ingredients strewn about, while the younger brother drove it. But Zhuofan didn't even spare these plain items a glance. Song Qian kept making eyes with Zhuofan, but seeing her efforts hit a wall, she turned awkwardly to look out the window. But then she burst into a giggle with a red face. Seeing this, Zhuofan rolled his eyes. She either lost it or is smitten. I wouldn't have gone with them if I knew. Throughout the trip, Song Qian treated him like a rare breed, eyeing him at every chance. He tried his hardest in switching places with Song Yu, but the kid turned him down and he was forced to endure the doe eyes from Song Yu's sister. After a long half a month, the carriage slowly approached a city's gates. Song Yu laughed. Brother Luo, sister, we're here. About freaking time. Zhuofan stepped out in a rush from the red-hot gaze of the other passenger. But then he cursed when he noticed the gate. How in the hell is this Drifting Flower City? Why did you even stop here? The plaque above the gate read, Orchid City. This wasn't under any of the 7 houses' jurisdiction, but the imperial family. Ha ha ha, Brother Luo. Calm yourself. An old friend of my father stays here. We've come to Orchid City to buy ingredients from him before setting out to 100 Pill meeting. Hearing this, Zhuofan could only sigh. Will my suffering ever end? Song Qian stepped out and glared. Do you hate being around me? Zhuofan just shrugged. But Song Yu laughed and revealed a vulgar smile. Brother Luo, I know exactly how you feel. I am the same, itching to get to Drifting Flower City. They say the 15 overseers of Drifting Flowers edifice are like fairies, and the edifice lord an outstanding beauty, proclaimed as the #1 beauty in the empire. If I can see her once, my life is fulfilled. Song Yu wore an intoxicated look. It was as if he could really see them, but then he woke up and noticed his sister looking glum and disdained. But even my sister's beauty is hard to come by, although, how could a man pick just one, when the world is filled with ravishing beauties? Xiao Yu, what did you say? Song Qian heard him and her glare sent him shivering. Zhuofan just shook his head. They're a pair of clowns, one love-struck, the other a moron. I need to get far away from them or I'll find myself at their level soon. Qianer. Their conversation was interrupted when they heard a shout. Song Qian stiffened, knowing who the person was. It came from a finely clothed young man, who looked casual and confident in his demeanor. He was around 20 years old and in the 4th layer of bone tempering stage. Song Qian, however, seemed not too eager in seeing him, giving an awkward greeting. Brother Tianlei. Song Yu also stiffened, whispering to Zhuofan. He is Qi Tianlei, Orchid City's top clan's young master. The Qi clan is an old friend of ours, but they are a second-rate clan and they always make a point to show it. Also, Qi Tianlei is crazy for my sister. Zhuofan sighed, already feeling regret following this pair. The Luo clan and Song clan were similar, but the former had the privilege of demonic emperor gracing them with his presence, elevating it to a first-rate clan. Similar people, different fates. Qianer. Who's he? Even as Qi Tianlei was caressing Song Qian's fair hand, he was always watching the other two. But while his eyes were filled with contempt for Song Yu, it revealed only hostility towards Zhuofan. He is Brother Luo, our friend. Song Qian was fearful of Qi Tianlei, but even with a tremor in her voice, she tried to protect Shuofan. She then rushed to change topics. Tianlei, how did you know we're coming today? I received Uncle Song's letter and estimated when you'd arrive. Qi Tianlei spoke casually, then marched before Shuofan, pushing aside Song Qian, who blocked his way. Who are you to Qianer? Brother Qi. He is my friend. Bam. Qi Tianlei slapped Song Yu away. I wasn't asking you. He turned toward Shuofan with a wild look. Speak. What is there between you two? Shuofan saw Song Qian helping her brother, looking at their terrified states. He knew they were oppressed by this young master of the Qi clan. On our way, we ate together and slept together. We practically never left the carriage. You tell me if there's anything between us. Song Qian was shocked, knowing he did it just to spite Qi Tianlei. And Qi Tianlei's eyes were now bloodshot as he unleashed his power. Wretched filth, I will have your head, he declared as he threw himself at Shuofan. But Shuofan remained calm and unmoving. Then, a sudden sound was heard and a ripple spread from Shuofan's chest. Ice-cold killing intent swept everyone's minds, freezing them. They were scared as rabbits, powerless to even resist it. Qi Tianlei looked as if he was seeing a demon from hell, shivering all the while. As for his fury, it vanished into nothing. Killing with intent was a Radiant Stage expert's absolute power. Shuofan was no Radiant Stage expert, but his soul was strong enough to train in the Wraith-style's Necro-Dragon Screech. It was far from being able to kill with intent, but enough to scare. This was a feat not even a profound heaven expert was capable of, yet a freak of nature like Shuofan could. Strolling before the shivering Qi Tianlei, Shuofan whispered in his ear. The next time you try showing off before me, I will end you. Qi Tianlei hit the ground with a thud and couldn't stop sweating. While the Song siblings stood shell-shocked, he scared them into submission without lifting a finger. Just how was he a bone-tempering cultivator? Song Qian and Song Yu saw a whole new Shuofan and their hearts started racing. Whoosh! Suddenly, a figure landed before Qi Tianlei. He checked the young master and became enraged finding him unconscious. Who did this? The newcomer whipped his head back and roared, his eyes flickering with flames of rage. But then he noticed Shuofan and all of a sudden his anger diffused. Shuofan frowned and took a much closer look at him. The man was around 40 years old, with a beard and at peak bone tempering stage. From the fine clothes he was wearing, it was clear he was a clan head. Song Qian, who was roused from her shock by the shout, began apologizing with tears welling in her eyes. Forgive me, uncle. It's all my fault. Take it out on me. The man's eyes then noticed the Song siblings and his gloomy face cleared up with a laugh. Ha ha ha. So it is Qianer. I was wondering why this brat ran so fast to the city gate. Seems like it was to welcome honored guests. So it was all a misunderstanding. Come, follow me to our home. You've come a long way to Orchid City. It must have been tiring. As your host, I'll do my best to make you comfortable. The man overlooked Qi Tianlei's situation and simply shouldered the unconscious fellow as he took the lead. The way he switched tunes real quick, and how he took sideway glances on and off at Shuofan, the later felt it as a warning. What was all that about being looked down on by Qi clan? You were clearly trying to fool me. Shuofan smirked. This uncle of yours cares for you even more than Qi Tianlei, ignoring even his scared, silly son. Why would he? He is Qi Ganglai, the Qi clan head, and not once did he look kindly on us. Song Yu said confused. But today he's like a different person. Qi Tianlei is his only son, the apple of his eye. Something odd is going on for him to ignore his son's plight. Yeah. Baffling. Shuofan scoffed. Song Qian watched Qi Ganglai leave, then turned to the other two. What's so strange? He must be in a good mood today, so don't make assumptions. At least he didn't pursue it, or we would have been worse off. Just him. Shuofan sneered. What could a peak bone tempering cultivator amount to when not even a profound heaven expert was a match for Shuofan? As his strength grew exponentially, he felt the return of his confidence as the demonic emperor. But anyway, the Song siblings were clueless to his strength. Song Qian walked to him with quick steps, then rolled her eyes. I know you're great, but that's within the bone tempering stage. Could you handle a profound heaven expert? If you get on their bad side, not even we can help you. Zhuofan scoffed. Song Qian shook her head, but her eyes never left Zhuofan. His haughty and condescending attitude stirred her maiden heart. In fact, she felt oddly safe next to him, something she never felt with anyone before. The Qi clan welcomed the trio in their residence, and before they could leave to purchase any ingredients, the Qi clan head's message came that he wanted to reminisce with the siblings. Without a choice, Song Qian and Song Yu went to see Qi Ganglai while Zhuofan was left alone in the guest house. Now I can finally get some cultivation done in peace and quiet. 6 hours later, the door creaked open. Zhuofan, sitting on his bed, saw the Song siblings tiptoeing inside. Did you finish your talk with Qi Ganglai? Song Qian and Song Yu jumped in fright, then nodded woodenly, their eyes full of fear. What's up? Was that old coot hard on you? Zhuofan asked with suspicion. They both denied. The more Zhuofan looked at them, the more he felt his suspicion grow. Song Qian laughed dryly. Judesh, Brother Luo, Qi clan head is holding a feast in our welcome. Come join us. Zhuofan smiled. Since it is for you two, I won't go as I don't know him. You can't. Song Yu exclaimed, but tried to save the situation and dispel Zhuofan's doubts with a forced laughter. Brother Luo, this is the Qi clan's residence. The clan head even threw a welcoming feast for us. It would be crass of us if we are not present. Zhuofan raised an eyebrow. Do I have to? Yes. They both nodded. Zhuofan stood up with a sneer and said, Lead the way. We must join the festivities if he went so far as to invite us, even if it ends up a murder fest. His words had the two siblings shivering and looking guilty. Arriving at the hall, they saw Qi Ganglai seated on the main seat with a smile, while 9 other bone-tempering elders flanked his sides at a round table. Looking closely, the table had 3 lone empty seats in the furthest corner of the hall, with walls on either side of them. Zhuofan secretly mocked them. It's ridiculously obvious that they want to attack me. The fact my seat is in the worst possible position proves it. Can't you be any more obvious? He let out a faint smile and didn't let it get to him. Even if they attack together, their end is still the same. Zhuofan and the siblings arrived at their seats with a fake smile. Qianer, Xiao Yu, I am most pleased with your visit to our city. Uncle shall toast to you for your success in the Drifting Flowers City and joining the Drifting Flowers edifice. Qi Ganglai laughed as he drank. The others followed suit, and the Song siblings were no exception. Yet Zhuofan only brought the cup to his nose and then sported a wide and ineffable grin before placing it on the table. Qi Ganglai frowned a bit as the atmosphere grew tense. Ha ha ha. Little brother is called Luofan, right? Qianer told me about you, how you looked after them on your journey. I shall toast in gratitude. Qi Ganglai drank another cup, yet Zhuofan was as still as a rock. This time, the people around the table eyed Zhuofan viciously. Qi Ganglai gave them looks to calm down and said, Brother Luo, I am the Qi clan head and am offering you a toast. Aren't you going to reply in kind? As wine takes a heavy toll on one's body, I have learned to abstain from drinking. Zhuofan grinned, and I'd recommend Qi clan head do the same. Who knows what mistakes one can make in their drunk haze. You might earn the ire of someone you should not and end up destroying yourself and your clan. His knuckles white on the cup, Qi Ganglai felt the sweat trickling down his brow. The others were also growing anxious. Taking a moment to calm his nerves, Qi Ganglai continued with a fake smile. Little brother is wise beyond his age. I understand now how you could become a bone-tempering cultivator at such a young age. But a youth should be more impulsive and learn to live in the moment. Enjoy the simple pleasures of life. Qi Ganglai laughed, hinting at the cup before Zhuofan. The latter shook his head. Life is enjoyable as long as you have it. I am young and don't plan on leaving this wonderful world just yet. Losing his patience, Qi Ganglai rose from his seat and shouted, What do you mean by this? Ha ha ha, cut the act. You know who I am, else you wouldn't have set up such an obvious trap. Zhuofan lifted his glass and tipped it. The wine touched the table and sizzled in white smoke before eating through it. 100 Bane Pill, refined from a 4th-grade spiritual beast, the scarlet poisoned python's venom. With a mocking grin, he stared at Qi Ganglai. Most of all, these bone-tempering experts must be your elders. Even for a junior's welcoming feast, this is too much of an honor. Sigh. Clan head, it was really hard to fake overlooking it, you know? Ha ha ha. Can you be any more obvious? Zhuofan's mockery had Qi Ganglai flushed with anger and gasping in an attempt to calm himself down. Damn it! Since it fell through, then I'll cut to the chase. Qi Ganglai roared and his power froze the Song siblings in their seats. Zhuofan, you messed with Hell Valley and they issued the Hell Kill order on you, making you the #1 target of the Empire. Rather than let others have you, I'll take your head and claim the Hell Kill order's reward for myself. Elders, attack. At Qi Ganglia's order, the 9 elders pounced. The tremendous pressure had the Song siblings frozen in panic, unable to move an inch. Yet Zhuofan smiled as he flipped the table. Boom! Among the splinters, there was no shadow of Zhuofan around. The elders looked around in a daze. Here I am. The ridicule came from behind. They didn't even have time to turn as an elder's skull blew up in a spray of blood and gore. Zhuofan dusted a piece off his hand as he jeered. The first! The elders were speechless from the show of strength Zhuofan displayed. He was in the same stage as them and was attacked from every direction, yet he still managed to pull off a kill. The rumors were true, you really are a monster. No wonder 7th elder died at your hands. Qi Ganglia's eyes shivered as he watched Zhuofan in fear. Zhuofan looked down on him with a smile. And you chose to attack anyway. Hell Valley can't hold me, and you think you have what it takes. Fortune favors the bold. The bigger the danger, the greater the reward. Qi Ganglai grinned as he charged with a crazed look. An image of a tiger appeared behind him as he charged. Mid-spirit ranked martial art, tiger fist, roar. The tiger's image superimposed on Qi Ganglia's movements, but Zhuofan stood there with a sneer and punched out. Bam! The noise was jarring to the ears and the Song siblings were forced to curl up on the ground while hugging their heads. The tiger pushed Zhuofan 10 meters back, his legs leaving 2 trails in the floor, while the tiger itself turned into golden motes of energy and died out. Then a blood-curdling scream resounded as Qi Ganglia's hand was split open. Clan head! The elders cried out in panic. Yet the man only had eyes for Zhuofan, watching him in fear. God damn it, what kind of freak is he? How is he so damn hard? From their exchange, he knew he had the upper hand in terms of Yuan Qi. But Zhuofan's body was as hard as a rock, as if it was freakin' refined to be a spiritual weapon. What the hell are you? Qi Ganglai panted. You're no human. Smirking, Zhuofan's eyes gleamed with savagery. Regardless, it doesn't concern you. He then took a step forward, mystifying phantom step. He appeared before 3 elders and struck before they could react, burying his fist into their chests. The elders were still baffled as to what happened to their clan head's hand. But now they finally figured out this little devil was inhuman. Where could one find a man who could casually punch through 3 bone-tempering experts? The Song siblings were dumbstruck. Although they had some semblance of knowledge about Zhuofan's abilities, this went beyond their wildest imaginations. Zhuofan's power allowed him to be in control despite surrounded by experts, even squashing them like bugs. This was absolute power. Everyone present there looked at him with grave faces and terrified minds. Zhuofan, I was rash and overconfident in provoking you. Please, on account of Chenner and Xiaoyu, let us go and we will never cross paths again. Qi Ganglai knew the matter was only going to get worse and capitulated. However, Zhuofan wasn't someone who was soft when it came to punishing his enemies. He mocked, Qi clan head, I warned you to think twice about the consequences. And as for those 2, Zhuofan turned to the siblings. Since when do traitors have any value? Qi Ganglai, are you looking down on me? Or do you really expect too much from them? Song Qian and Song Yu felt deep regret. Luo, No, Brother Zhua, we were forced to do it, please. Talk is cheap. Zhuofan cut off Song Qian with his frosty tone. Actions are louder than words. Leave, and make sure we never meet again. Pursing her lips, Song Qian hung her head in regret while Song Yu sighed. Qi Ganglai saw Zhuofan unwilling to compromise and blew a gasket. Zhuofan, you will regret pitting yourself against my entire clan. Oh, I'm looking forward to it. Can you take me down with you? Zhuofan sneered. Qi Gonglia's face alternated between green and white, spatting through gritted teeth. Elders, all together. Yes, clan head. The remaining 5 elders jumped at Zhuofan in unison, each of them resigned to death, executing their best moves. Zhuofan knew they wanted to exchange their lives for his, but it mattered little. With a crackle, lightning flashed and his wings unfolded, flying around them. The 5 elders' moves hadn't even finished before they were split in 2, splattering the ground in blood and painting it red. Humph! Barely worth the effort. Zhuofan scoffed. Whoosh! Suddenly, a faint streak of blue rushed at Zhuofan. Zhuofan discovered Qi Ganglai sporting a sly grin. He used the elders as bait in releasing his true killing move, this dagger. You think you can beat me with this lousy trick? Zhuofan sneered as he flew. Yet just then, a tender cry followed by a graceful figure came right before him. Watch out! Following a grunt, blood splattered, and Song Qian struggled to stand with black blood flowing from her mouth. Sister! With a wail, Song Yu rushed to catch her weak body. But Song Qian only had eyes for Zhuofan, working hard to muster the strength to look at him. Forgive us, we didn't want it to come to this. Zhuofan just sighed. Damn bitch, you ruined everything. I will kill you. Having his plan thwarted, Qi Ganglai flew into a rage and charged at the siblings. Snorting, Zhuofan's wings flickered like swords. In a blink, Qi Ganglai stopped and fell to pieces, with blood and viscera oozing. The Qi clan experts were vanquished. Zhuofan then started inspecting Song Qian's wound. He noticed the dagger stuck in her shoulder, and black blood seeping around its blade. He pulled it out and frowned. It's poisonous. Poison. Song Yu grew frantic and was close to tears. It must be one of the Qi clan's poisons. I will check their stores to see if they have an antidote. Sister, you must hold on. Song Yu wiped his tears and left. Wait! Zhuofan jumped to his feet to stop Song Yu, but a frail hand caught his arm. He looked down at the pale Song Qian. Don't go! Song Qian's faint voice came. Zhuofan gave a curt nod and steadied her by placing his palm on her back. I only wanted to tell your brother this poison can be removed with Yuan Qi. Ha ha ha. He is always impulsive, unlike you. A faint smile adorned Song Qian's wan face and her delicate hand touched his. A pair of glistening eyes locked his own in an unshakable gaze that unnerved Zhuofan. He felt as if they were back in the carriage. Worried about her state, he rushed to clear the poison. However, when his Yuan Qi entered her body, he found a problem. Why can't I find its source? This hardly ever happened. Based on his experience, there were 2 reasons. 1, because she never got poisoned, and 2, this type of poison couldn't be sensed with Yuan Qi. He found Song Qian's health deteriorating and came to a decision. Since Yuan Qi was useless, the second method implied drawing out the poison. But the wound's close position to her chest made it hard not to encroach upon her dignity. This will make it terribly awkward. What is it? Song Qian found Zhuofan making an odd expression and asked. After muttering to himself, Zhuofan spoke. That is, the only choice is to suck the poison out. Song Qian understood from his hesitation and her pale face was tinted pink. Then, sorry to trouble you? Song Qian's soft voice rang hard in his ears. The delicate and charming look would stir anyone's sympathy. Licking his dry lips, Zhuofan ripped her clothes around the wound and exposed her fair skin. Song Qian shuddered as she closed her eyes with a red face. She knew what was about to happen, but when her clothes tore, she still gasped. Then, 1,000 pardons, Miss Song. Zhuofan forced a smile in this awkward situation and neared his mouth to the wound. beginning to draw the poison out. But the longer he sucked, the more doubts sprouted. Why is the blood spicy? Why is Song Qian's blood normal, as if she wasn't poisoned to begin with? However, he pushed aside all conflicting thoughts and kept sucking to make sure she was out of harm's way. That is, until her blood turned scarlet again. I've taken most of the poison out, so there should be no problems. Shuofan let out a breath he was holding, but his eyes were clouded with more doubts. Then, a smoking hot body hugged him and two tender arms curled around his neck. Shuofan was startled. "Miss Song, what?" Song Qian's hot breath entered his ear. "Shuofan, do you know? I liked you the moment I saw you." Shuofan's eyes darted left and right, his tone wavering. "Miss Song, your brother will be here soon." "Never mind him." Song Qian's tongue left a trail on his cheek, making him feel as if a bolt of lightning had struck him. "I only want you next to me." She didn't give him the chance to put up any resistance as she drew his head into a hot kiss. As his eyes grew lost, his heart was thoroughly shocked and his mind blanked. He reached the demonic emperor level because he always had cultivation in his mind, taking into account every step, every detail. So much so, he had overlooked the matters between a man and a woman. When Luo Yunchang and Lei Yuding stole a peck, it floored him, but this time his mind was literally blown. Damn it! I was born twice and a virgin each time, but never did I come upon such a battle. Then, Zhuofan's eyes flared with irritation and pushed Song Qian away. "What did you just give me?" In his daze, he could still feel something entering his mouth and dissolving. Song Qian cried as she hit the ground. Then a burst of laughter echoed around him. "Ha ha ha! Something marvelous. I'm sure." A black figure appeared and threw a large transparent bell over Zhuofan. Zhuofan exclaimed, "Fourth grade defensive spiritual weapon? Ha 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 indeed. This is the Qi clan's treasure, Violet Canopy." The black figure landed in front of Zhuofan and revealed itself to be an aged man. His eyes were filled with glee and rancor. "You're the Qi clan's profound heaven expert?" Zhuofan tried to get up, but his head swooned, falling back to his knees. "What's going on? Am I poisoned?" "Ha ha ha. That's a powerful toxin of the Qi clan, Soul Devourer," the old man mocked. "It targets one's soul and no one beneath Radiant Stage can last more than 2 hours. Even they will die 3 days later without our antidote." Zhuofan frowned. The old man saw through him and cackled. "You must be wondering how you got poisoned? Let me tell you. The dagger wasn't poisoned. It was only dabbed in something to change the blood's color. The true poison was on Chenner's shoulder, which you were more than happy to suck out." 2 more figures walked next to Song Qian at this moment, Song Yu and Qi Tianlei. Song Qian and Song Yu appeared to be eaten by guilt, avoiding Zhuofan's eyes. But Qi Tianlei stared right at him through the cover he was in, with deep-seated hatred. "You killed my dad. I will tie you to horses and have you ripped to pieces." "Humph, I've seen my fair share of dishonorable old goats. But your Qi clan's elders take the cake." Zhuofan jeered. "If I'm not mistaken, Qi Ganglai was the bait from the start, expecting me to kill him. In other words, you've all given up on him from the get-go." Having been exposed, Qi Tianlei was left speechless. But no matter how true it was, none of them would dare speak of it. Else he would earn the world's unanimous hatred and reviled gazes when word got out that a rotten son like him threw his father to the wolves also he could snatch a bounty. "Humph! Who are you trying to deceive?" Zhuofan sneered at the old man. "You sure know how to play a big hand, using the clan head and 9 elders as small fries." The old man disregarded Zhuofan's jab with a laugh. "And? I gave up my son, but I still have a grandson. It's all worth it for your head. Once we become Hell Valley's #1 vassal clan, we can have as many elders as we want. We will be stronger than ever. This little loss is nothing compared to the future glory of the Qi clan." "Ha ha ha. That's how the ambitious act. Shameless." Zhuofan praised, then derided them. "But in the end, that old mind of yours is too narrow. You're paying such a heavy price only to become Hell Valley's #1 lapdog. You're bound to fail. If it were me, I would become the ruler of the continent with what you paid." Is this kid nuts? Can you even grasp how large the Tianyu Empire is, not to mention the continent? Just another loud mouth. The old man sneered. Now I know why you are so reviled, so set against Hell Valley. You're clearly insane. How can one common man possibly rule the entire continent? Humph. What does an ant know of the humans stepping on it? Shuofan shook his head and asked, Oh, I forgot to mention, but I do dab in alchemy myself. You know? If her shoulder had poison on it, I would have known. I heard you killed Yugiki. This speaks volumes of your own twisted mind for having fought him. You think we'd use common poison when dealing with you? The old man took on a haughty tone. Soul Devourer is a combination of two different medicines. One was on Chenner's shoulder, and the other was the one you just swallowed. Was that what she made me take when she kissed me? Precisely. That was also for her own safety. If she hadn't fed it to you, she'd be the one dying. The old man let out a manic grin. To end you, I have scoured every bit of rumor and information about you. Most of all about you sticking your head out for a little girl and offending Hell Valley. I know you're just one big softy inside. How ironic this came to be your downfall. Shuofan mocked himself. Who knew my fight with Yugiki was twisted into a hero saving a damsel. Then again, it is true. Also, saving a woman was the first thing I did after I rebirthed, wasn't it? Shaking his head, Shuofan was this close to labeling himself a lecher. Hey old goat, you sure employ vicious schemes, no less than Yugiki. Why thank you. The old man stuck his chin out in pride. Yugiki only had the luck of the draw in being born in one of the 7 houses. If I had such privilege, my achievements would have dwarfed his. Do you know what I'm called? Steel-fettering river? Chi Weilin. Shuofan had a grin himself. Steel-fettering river, neither good nor bad. The one in your clutches can't beg for life, nor can die. Precisely. Chi Weilin laughed, speaking as if to a close friend. You see, this is the first time you've heard of me, and you can already appreciate my title. No wonder you could beat Yugiki. I would hate to remove that pretty head of yours, but too bad it's worth so much. Think you have what it takes to reap my head? Shuofan mocked as his glabella lit up. Only. Whoosh! An azure flame revealed itself along with a black smoke drifting out from it. The Soul Devourer was reduced to nothing before the power of this flame. Shuofan took his time getting back to his feet and surveyed the people with killing intent. I told Yugiki something when I killed him, and now I shall repeat it for you. In front of true power, all schemes and ploys are moot. How could this be? Shuofan's casual rise to his feet left everyone astonished, especially Chi Weilin. The Soul Devourer passed on through generations, a radiant stage expert killer, was dealt with just like that? What is that? Chi Weilin now noticed the azure flame on Shuofan's forehead and exclaimed, Did that thing remove the poison? The flame vanished the next second and Shuofan had a wicked grin plastered on his face. Ha ha ha. The dead needn't worry too much. All of them were startled and took a step back. They saw the terror Shuofan could unleash and his words only worked to unnerve them. But Chi Weilin gathered his courage when he noticed the violet canopy was still around Shuofan. There's no need to worry. The brat is trapped under my spiritual weapon. There's no way. Roar. He didn't get the chance to finish his flimsy reasoning as a dragon roar echoed and a black light ran through his chest. With a jerk, Chi Weilin was left bleeding from his mouth. What just happened? As Chi Weilin wiped the blood away, he felt his body growing colder. His life was seeping away, yet he couldn't understand why. He looked towards Chi Tianlei and the Song siblings only to find them staring at his chest. Chi Weilin looked down and discovered a fist-sized black hole spurting blood. He noticed an identical hole at his back too. It was as if something had burrowed through his chest. How did this happen? Chi Weilin couldn't comprehend what had happened even on the brink of his death, but when he looked at Shuofan, his eyes narrowed. Shuofan was gasping beneath the violet canopy after using close to half of his energy, but his hand was still in the form of a dragon claw. It just so happened that there was also a fist-sized hole in the canopy, aligned with his chest. Only now did the horror and dread of what transpired got to Qi Weilin. Monster! To force your way through a 4th grade spiritual weapon. With only your body strength. Bam! His body hit the ground hard. His eyes were still shocked and incredulous of what came to pass. Zhuofan killed him in an instant despite being trapped. Not even a profound heaven expert could display such power if they were in Zhuofan's place. He is an abomination that will end my clan. Along with the fear Qi Weilin felt, there was now endless regret. Ah! Song Qian cried in terror while fleeing. Qi Tianlei and Song Yu's knees softened. Shivering all the while they ran alongside her. Gasping, Zhuofan showed a vile smile of delight. Wraith-style second move, ghostly dragon claw. Among the profound ranked martial arts, Zhuofan could only employ one move fully, yet it still sapped half of his strength. But the power makes it all worth it. The Wraith style was suited to a body cultivator. The stronger the body, the more outrageous the blows. However, the end result exceeded Zhuofan's imagination. It was a perfect match for his 5th grade demonic treasure body. At first, he only thought of giving it a shot in breaking the 4th grade spiritual weapon. Yet the result showed that the spiritual weapon was like paper in front of the ghostly dragon claw. I was right in my course of action. Since my freaky body refining worked, a stronger martial art was only fitting. Zhuofan revealed a radiant smile. Then his wings whipped out with a flurry. Rumble. The broken violet canopy turned to pieces and Zhuofan eyed the trio in the distance with coldness. His wings flapped and he was on them in seconds. He then blocked their retreat and the trio stumbled to the ground with pale faces. Go ahead, run. Zhuofan's vile smile was a prelude to the horror that followed. Let's see who's faster, me or you? Why, young Master Zhuo? The Qi clan was blind not to see your greatness. You killed my grandfather and my dad. Please let me go. Qi Tianlei was so scared by Zhuofan's twisted grin that he was pounding the ground with his forehead, all the while shedding bitter tears. Zhuofan gave a faint smile and hoisted him by his neck. Now that you said it, it's best I kill you too, to accompany them in death. Black tendrils left Zhuofan and burrowed into Qi Tianlei. In but seconds, Qi Tianlei was turned to dust, scattered to the 4 winds. The Song siblings were close to having a mental breakdown witnessing such a gruesome murder. Zhuofan smiled. Is there anything you want to say at this point? In the end, it was Song Qian who spoke through trembling lips. Brother Zhuo, we were compelled. The Song clan is a minor clan and can't offend even the Qi clan. Let my life douse your anger. But please leave the Song clan our last heir. Sister. Song Yu's tears flowed unabated as Song Qian looked at him with tenderness. Zhuofan shook his head with a mutter. You are just like them, with your clan in dire straits, and compelled to lower yourself. He then turned around and looked at the wide sky with a sigh. I wonder what they are doing right now? Wonder if my actions brought them more hardships. Are you speaking of Luo clan? Song Qian ventured. Zhuofan smiled. Indeed, you are so much alike that it makes it hard for me to do this. The siblings broke out a faint smile. But then came Zhuofan's cold tone. Such a pity. There is one part you are different in. Whoosh. Zhuofan's wings whipped and the siblings' heads traveled through the air before plopping on the ground. What made it even eerier was the faint smile of forlorn hope. You two are far shrewder, Zhuofan jeered. You two knew from where I come from and enacted such a heartfelt play thinking I was a moron. This is where you diverge from their demeanor. Ha ha ha. Zhuofan left, uncaring of the corpses or the consequences. Not even of the wails coming from the Qi clan's home. A month later, 3 figures landed in the Qi clan's manor. They were dressed in gray and their leader was Hell Valley's second elder. He watched everything with a calculative eye and muttered, How come the Qi clan is so quiet? Humph, they have the nerve to say that they have clues about the runt and when we come, there's no one here at all. Another elder curse. What is a mere second-rate clan trying to pull? Second elder huffed and then shouted, No, there's something wrong here. Third elder, Fourth elder. Check the surroundings. Moments after they left, a cry came from the back of Qi clan's manor. Second elder, third elder, come and take a look at this. Both of them appeared in a blink, but the sight left them speechless. What used to be a garden was now a cemetery housing 1,000 dead bodies in a towering pile. The rot assaulted their noses and painted an even gruesome picture with the swarm of flies around it. That punk is savage. He killed the whole Qi clan. Second elder spat. The other two were overwhelmed by the image of a kid ripping apart fleeing people and came to realize they were a far cry from his level when it came to viciousness. Such cold-blooded slaughter of an entire clan only came from offending the Tianyu Empire or the Seven Houses. Second elder grew frantic. Elders, handle the corpses so that no one finds out about this. Why? Fool. If anyone comes to know of the dread this runt can instill, who else will muster the nerve to search for him? Second elder cursed. Humph. Qi Weilin liked to flaunt himself as an equal for our seventh elder. He must have planned on taking the kid down all by himself and earning the reward. Look at what greed does to people. Overconfident fool. Scoffing, second elder left as a towering flame rose behind him. It swallowed the manor and the corpses, leaving only the ashes of the renowned Qi clan. An elder gazed upon the raging fire and asked, Second elder, what now? We separate. The look in second elder's eyes hardened. The three of us will go different ways. One of us is sure to be on the right track. What about the fourth direction? The elder frowned. If not for Grand Elder being in seclusion, the four of us would have been enough. Second elder shook his head. There's no need to concern ourselves with that direction. It leads to Drifting Flower City. If the brat dares to step foot in it, he'll have to face the fifth elder. Then he flew away. The other two elders also picked a direction and left. What was left behind was a desolate and eerie place, void of people. So came to pass the number 1 clan in Orchid City, destroyed to the roots. The spring breeze rustles the shore's willow. I am riding in search of pills. One does not know the one he is facing, all because he can't gaze beyond his nose. This was the singing voice of a youth, who was driving his cart slowly on a road. If the Qi clan's recently departed ghosts were here, they'd be shocked to the core. Wasn't this their carriage? Wasn't the youth Songyu? Didn't he die? However, there was one thing out of place. This youth had a devious grin on his face, enough to scare the most wretched ghosts. His smile closely resembled that demon who annihilated their entire Qi clan. Who? The youth reined in the horses as he gazed to the distance. At the 3 words emblazoned on the gate, Drifting Flower City. I'm here at last. I hope this place has life-saving herbs, or it would be a true waste of time coming here. The youth grinned as he snapped the reins. But a shout delayed him. Stop! Following the yell, 6 people appeared around him. The youth gave them a once-over and rose an eyebrow. Hell Valley? Oh, quite perceptive. You recognize us? The leader scrutinized the youth in amazement. From the way you look, you seem like some clan's young master. State your name. The youth asked in puzzlement. Shouldn't Drifting Flower City be managed by Drifting Flowers Edifice? Why? Cut the chat. A cursing voice cut him off. Hurry it up before I lose my patience. If this place didn't belong to Drifting Flowers Edifice, I would have killed you just from you being so slow on the uptake. The youth frowned, his eyes flashing with killing intent before suppressing it. I am Songyu and hail from Nitrain City's Song Clan. Father commanded me to participate in the 100-pill meeting. This is my clan's seal. He fished out an engraved jade from his bosom. The leader looked over it and nodded. Meanwhile, his men rummaged through the carriage and they too nodded. Fine, you can go. But if you catch sight of this man, notify us at once. The man gave the youth a sidelong glance as he handed over a roll of paper before leaving. Once the men were out of sight, the youth regarded the unfolded paper with a sneer. It was the Hell Kill order on Zhuo Fan along with an impeccable drawing of his features. On the bottom of the paper, rewards were stated. Anyone who provided clues to his whereabouts could become a vassal to Hell Valley. and whoever brings his head could become the foremost among all of Hell Valley's vassal clans. Humph, they really can't see beyond their nose. How can you find someone you don't even recognize? He mocked as he rolled the kill order into a ball before throwing it away. Indeed, this youth was Zhuo Fan. After damning the Qi clan, he was aware that everyone in the Tianyu Empire would be privy to his face. So he refined a little pill that turned him into Song Yu and resumed his way to Drifting Flower City. This would work wonders in searching for treasures unperturbed by narrow-minded fools. And wearing the Song clan young master's identity would also leave Hell Valley grasping straws. As he entered the city, he realized how grand it was. A perfect match for the headquarters of Drifting Flower's edifice. It was a city, true, but it was 10 times more expansive than an average city. By contrast, Windgaze City and Blue Expanse City looked like towns, especially when it came to the people on the streets. There were many young masters of clans wandering about, but the difference was they were all from first-rate clans. These young heirs were more important than the clan head or elders of a third-rate clan. This made the third-rate young master, whom Zhuo Fan was impersonating, look like a beggar. With a bitter smile, he snapped the reins for picking up speed. He'd best find lodgings fast or he'd feel dwarfed in this crowd. He assumed that posing as Song Yu was a walk in the park. But now that he got here, he knew that third-rate clansmen were a rarity as most of the people in the city were from the second- and first-rate clans. Instead of blending in, I became the odd one out. Zhuo Fan's carriage creaked down the street before finally stopping in front of a tavern. "Owner, do you have a room available?" Zhuo Fan asked the man at the counter. The man looked up, then returned to counting his profit. "Hey, now you really aren't looking beyond your nose." Zhuo Fan was getting irate fast and slapped the counter as he roared. "Do you have a room or not? You think I don't have the coin for it?" Looking up at him again, the owner said in a laid-back manner, "Show me the clan seal." Zhuo Fan was a bit shocked at this. Even a shop owner asks for it now. But he still chose to take it out. The owner got one look at it and jeered. "Yeah, just the Song clan, a third-rate clan. And what's wrong with that? Didn't you open this establishment to make money? Are mine unwelcome here?" Shaking his head, the owner patted Zhuo Fan's shoulder, and impersonating a wise sage, he counseled, "Young man, there's a rundown hut 3 miles out. It won't charge you a dime." Zhuo Fan blinked in shock, then rage burned in his eyes. "Owner, even I know those are the slums. Even if I come from a third-rate clan, I am still a guest in your tavern and should be treated as one." The owner sighed but didn't pay him any more heed. Then sudden laughter drifted over. "Ha ha ha! Song Yu, you hick! You came for the 100-pill meeting without even knowing the rules of Drifting Flower City." Zhuo Fan's heart seized. How come the first place I visit, someone ends up recognizing Song Yu? He saw a flashy young master coming down the stairs with 4 elders in tow, bone-tempering experts. That person himself was at the 5th layer of bone-tempering stage. On his left was a cute young lady. Not a beauty but one worthy of appreciation. But the lady only looked at Zhuo Fan with despise. Zhuo Fan narrowed his eyes as his mind was going a mile a minute in his curses. "Damn brat, you got what you deserved. I spent half a month traveling with you, yet you didn't say anything about the ones you know here. I should have seen this coming." In any case, the young master saw Zhuo Fan keyed up and laughed. "Brat, are you still a scaredy cat? No wonder my little sister doesn't like you." As if on cue, the lady snorted. Zhuo Fan licked his dry lips in embarrassment and said, Brother is quite right. Since you do not welcome me, I shall leave." "Hey, wait!" Just as Zhuo Fan was planning on leaving, the young master called out to him. His face tinted in suspicion. "Strange. Something is off with you today. What brother this and that? Why are you calling me in such an odd way?" Zhuo Fan secretly cursed his bad luck, thinking he was exposed. If that happened, Hell Valley would come storming in and his plans would go up in smoke. All the more reason he was itching to snap this punk's neck. "Oh, right." The young master interrupted his inner cursing by coming up with a seamless explanation. "Don't tell me you're still mad that Warner turned down your marriage proposal and ruined your self-esteem. Are you so petty to be still brooding over it after all this time? When he heard this, Zhuofan's eyes sparkled and his heart leaped. It was as if he was grasping straws while drowning and finally found purchase. He instantly changed his demeanor and faked anger. Humph! Don't mention it then. We are done here. I don't want to see you guys ever again. Sigh, this is where you are wrong. Why are you dragging me into yours and my sister's problems? The young master shook his head. Then his eyes shifted as he said in an understanding tone, Don't forget, we are close as brothers, lifting our spears together and together. This Zhuofan understood perfectly. The way he looks, he must be a second-rate clan's young master. How did Song Yu get to befriend him? And by the looks of things, they're buddy-buddy too. Then again, this might not be so bad. Only. Zhuofan's lascivious smile mimicked his. A real man doesn't boast about his past glory. You don't need to say it. What? I last longer than you by far. I can take 8 rounds while you only 5. The young master then made an obvious gesture towards Zhuofan. If not for his sister's presence, he'd be going in much more gory details. Sigh, those 3 days and 3 nights were a bliss. Zhuofan saw his intoxicated face and adjusted accordingly, though the lady there stated her disagreement with her disgusted reply. Gross! She then proceeded to walk out of the tavern and let the 2 perverts to their vile imagination. Zhuofan and the young master were like best pals now, chit-chatting what all young men talked about those days. This worked to Zhuofan's advantage, finding all the particularities regarding Song Yu's past. Dong Tianba belonged to an average-sized town's leading clan, considered a second-rate clan in the empire, but far stronger than the Song clan. Not too long ago, Dong Tianba's father sent him on business to Narration City, where this young master hit it right off with the dastardly Song Yu. The moment Song Yu found that his friend was from a second-rate clan, he took it in stride, drinking and going to pleasure houses, not forgetting to act the haughty part that deigned his new position, and all of this alongside his friend. It went so far that Dong Tianba was even planning on giving his sisters, Dong Xiaowan, hand in marriage to Song Yu. Song Yu was close to going crazy from joy, as that was the greatest gift any from the Song clan would want. As all was set and done, he went straight to proposing. Unfortunately, Dong Xiaowan was the only daughter of the Dong clan, the apple of her grandfather's eye. So how could he let Dong Tianba decide her fate? As a result, when his grandfather found Song Yu's social standing, his dastardly moral talent, the grandfather catapulted him out of his home and even rebuked his grandson. As for Dong Xiaowan, she never forgave her dear elder brother for bringing up such a proposal. I am your sister and you want to throw me to that pig? He is a greedy slacker. While the Dong clan saw Song Yu for what he was, a sorry excuse of a man, Dong Tianba found him as his dearest of friends, going out with every chance he got. What greedy slacker! He is true to himself, unlike those hypocritical gentlemen. Dong Tianba recalled that encounter with a smile, feeling he let down his dear friend in Narration City. It was also thanks to him for having notified the Song clan of the 100-pill meeting that they sent Song Yu to the gathering. He hoped Song Yu would use this chance to climb the ranks and dismiss the Dong clan's despising glances. With a bit of luck, the Song clan would be under Drifting Flowers Edifice's care, and the Dong clan would have nothing to say if he asked for Dong Xiaowan's hand again. Zhuofan gave a bitter smile at the side. This is one odd elder brother. The rotten Song Yu just invited him to a drink a couple of times, and he is ready to throw his sister in the former's lap. If I were the Dong grandfather, I would have tanned his rear to a paste. Furthermore, how come you push your sister on others you like while you yourself are unmarried? Zhuofan shook his head, worried over the happiness of the Dong clan and Dong Tianba's sister. Even the 4 elders behind them were red-faced with humiliation from having such a weirdo for a young master. They even looked around at times to make sure no one heard him. Zhuofan sighed. Birds of a feather flock together. Bro Song. Dong Tianba beckoned him with a strange smile. Where's your sister? Zhuofan replied. She left after bringing me here. I made sure to personally see her off. He had an ineffable smile when he said, personally, but it went over Dong Tianba's head, who was downcast. And I really wanted to gaze upon Miss Song one more time. I would have long sent the dowry if not for my old man refusing to have anything to do with your clan. Ha ha ha, the world houses countless beauties. Bro Dong needn't hang on just one. Shuafan smiled. My sister doesn't deserve you. Look around. There are countless girls in Drifting Flower City to feast your eyes on. Sigh, Bro Song, you wouldn't understand. You can't touch any of the girls here. Dong Tianba made sure no one was around before whispering. Don't you know that the Drifting Flowers edifice is unique among the 7 houses for only having women? For 1,000 years, they had men marry into their house. This is a place where women reign. Does that mean you can't even chase girls? Dong Tianba had a deep look this time. Bro, how come I feel like I know you less and less? Don't you know chasing and harassing have different meanings? Shuafan laughed in dismay. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Bro Dong is a genius. Ha ha ha, we both are. Didn't we used to swap pointers? How could you forget? Must be from the blow my sister's refusal gave you that you succumbed to your vices. Shuafan nodded repeatedly. Dong Tianba was an oddball but quite true to others. Talking with him all this time made Shuafan feel at ease. By the way, Brother Dong, what other rules are there? Like this tavern. Almost forgot. Dong Tianba spoke in a heavy tone. Because of the massive influx of people throughout the 100-pill meeting, the Drifting Flowers edifice has laid some rules regarding lodging. The third-rate clans are to stay in the poor district, the second-rate clans in the taverns, and the first-rate clans are welcomed by the 15 floorkeepers. The 7 noble houses. There are people from the 7 noble houses here? Shuafan raised a question. Dong Tianba nodded. That is only natural. The 7 houses might be plotting and scheming among each other, but Drifting Flowers edifice is neutral. It is expected for 2-3 houses to be here, welcomed personally by the edifice lord. At the very least, Hell Valley is certain to be here. Shuafan gasped. That explained the Hell Valley's disciples at the gate. They weren't purposely placed in every city for searching him in particular, but because they followed someone important from their house to participate in the 100-pill meeting. The one who must be representing Hell Valley had to be an elder, or maybe their valley lord. Who came from Hell Valley? Shuafan asked frantically. Wrinkling his brows, Dong Tianba shook his head. But then a man burst through the door huffing. Young master. The young miss is in trouble. Dong Tianba jumped to his feet and rushed with the 4 elders. Shuafan was right behind them. They arrived at a market. There were many people standing at the sideline in silence. A fine and charming lady stood in front of a stall, holding a delicate piece of jewelry. Her phoenix eyes darted towards the crying woman on the ground. Dong Xiaowan's cheeks were swollen as tears streamed her stinging face. Anyone there would realize she was slapped, and not just once or twice. Dong Tianba hurried to help his sister as he roared. Xiaowan. What happened? Who did this? Brother, let's just go. Dong Xiaowan held in her sobs while taking a side glance at the stuck-up lady in red. Who said you can leave? The lady said with malice. Her sharp eyes stabbed like swords and made Dong Xiaowan shiver. I told you to slap yourself 100 times. Aren't you skipping some from 30? No matter who you think you are, I can make your whole clan burn if I want to. Crestfallen and shivering, Dong Xiaowan started slapping herself, and her already swollen face began growing redder and bulgier along with the tears of humiliation. Dong Tianba grabbed her hands and snapped, Xiaowan! Stop! Why are you doing this? Brother, it's all my fault. Dong Xiaowan cried. I wanted to buy that item. But Dong Tianba heard it clearly even if her voice trailed off. He turned his flaming eyes of rage to the lady in red. I get that you wanted to take the jewelry from my sister's hand, but why do you have to be so heavy-handed? Ha ha ha. I asked her politely, but she kept being rude to me and didn't know what's good for her. The lady mocked and threw the jewelry to the ground in spite. Now I lost all interest in it. So how can I not teach her manners for this? The lady's naked contempt made Dong Tianba spit words through gritted teeth. Bitch! I will make you regret this. Or my name isn't Dong Tianba. He then went charging over. With how the lady was but in the 9th layer of qi condensation, his power was more than enough to deal with her. Unfortunately, a gale stopped him as a white figure flashed in front of him. Bam! The noise echoed around as Dong Tianba was sent flying into the air, and in his previous place landed a handsome youth in white, fanning himself. 7th layer of bone tempering stage. Such a disciple was considered the cream of the crop among the 7 houses. Zhuofan's eyelid trembled and his feet moved. Dong Tianba and his 4 elders were nowhere near enough to deal with the newcomer. If he was impassive, this pair of siblings would experience a world of hurt today. But if he did act, he would earn a world of trouble, affecting his plans. But this bitch was too ruthless. She was asking for a beating. Not even he, a demonic emperor, could take this lying down. When all was said and done, some things couldn't be held in. This was his demonic path. Dandan, what happened? The white youth turned a blind eye to Dong Tianba and focused on the red lady. She, on the other hand, had only naked disdain for the Dong clan. Nothing of importance, just some blind dogs yapping at my feet. Oh, they must be truly ignorant to offend Peony Edifice's Grand Miss Xiao, ha ha ha. The youth mocked. His words caused widespread shock, especially to Dong Tianba. What? The Peony Edifice? Belonging to the Drifting Flowers Edifice. Dong Tianba looked towards his terrified sister in a daze. That was why his sister was so set on bearing this humiliation. No one from the 7 noble houses could be offended, or one's entire clan would go extinct. Wanner, how? Dong Tianba sighed at his tear-stained sister, feeling how wrong she was. Xiao Dandan couldn't care less for their plight and glared at Dong Tianba. Weren't you about to hit me? Well, what's stopping you? Dong Tianba's body shivered and started to regret his transgression. I was at fault for not noticing your grandeur and offending Miss in my rash action. Please pardon me. Pardon. How are you guilty? Xiao Dandan sneered. You just said that I coveted your sister's item and then humiliated her. Sticking out for her is only normal. But do you have the strength to back it up? Gnashing his teeth, Dong Tianba cupped his hands. Miss lesson is that I am powerless and still dared to strike. He then slapped himself 6 times and his face swelled. The people around shook their heads. Stumbling upon any from the 7 houses was bound to bring humiliation to your entire clan. Humph, such filth. Not in the least bit entertaining. Xiao Dandan grinned. Why are men such cowards, lacking the basic metal to stand tall? Then, she came up with a great idea that brought a smile to her lips. Brother Tianyu, why not have some fun with him? Dandan, what are you suggesting? The youth in white smiled. With a sweet smile, Xiao Dandan replied, This kid must be quite fond of his sister. You're quite able in martial arts and such an understanding character, so this should be convenient for you. If you can shred that girl's clothes under the protection of those 5 bone-tempering experts, she's yours to indulge in. The Drifting Flowers Edifice will even turn a blind eye. What? Dong Xiaowan shivered and Dong Tianba's eyes were bloodshot. This was no longer picking on others, but disgracing. Even if they were from the 7 houses, this was something the common people wouldn't stand for. Yet the youth in white waved her proposal off. Dandan, you've gravely misunderstood me. I come from Merry Woods, but that doesn't imply that I'm lecherous. You're making it hard for me to accomplish your request. Ha ha ha. Your expression doesn't seem to be saying so. Fine, I don't mind it at all. So what are you worried about? I'll be yours next July anyway. You'll still get to join the Drifting Flowers Edifice regardless. The youth in white rose an eyebrow, then turned an appreciative eye over Dong Xiaowan. Since Dandan requests it, I must comply. But keep in mind, this is only a game, so don't go settle the score later. Despicable. Xiao Dandan rose the corner of her mouth. The youth in white walked towards Dong Xiaowan, who shivered at each of his steps. Ha ha ha. I am Lin Tianyu of Merry Woods, a future son-in-law of Drifting Flowers Edifice. As you heard, I'm not lecherous and an insufferable bully. It is you who offended my future wife and have to be punished for your transgression. Young Master Lin, Dong Tianba said in pain, I am well aware of misgame and I would like to know if, by some fluke, we can stop your advance. Lin Tianyu just let out a mocking laughter and Xiao Dandan replied instead, "If you can, then this matter will end here and we shall never have anything to do with each other. Then please forgive this offense." Dong Tianba roared and his eyes were filled with fighting spirit, having heard what he wanted. Yet Lin Tianyu's contempt only grew. Good eyes, but whoosh. A figure flitted by and Lin Tianyu was already behind Dong Xiaowan. His hand even held the delicate clothes of the latter. "Too bad you're so weak." "Ah!" Dong Xiaowan cried as she covered her shoulder in tears. She was wearing 5 articles of clothing, and one was gone just like that, revealing the white and delicate skin beneath. Dong Tianba turned in shock. Lin Tianyu's speed was incredible, but Zhuo Fan only smirked. This kid is in the 7th layer of bone tempering stage, but his power is only in the 6th layer. His focus must be on speed. This was a typical case of putting the cart before the horse. No matter how fast you were, if you couldn't harm your opponent, it was useless. And he was already weaker than others by 1 layer. The more he'd advance, the more the gap would widen. To Zhuo Fan, such a cultivator was no different from a cripple. No wonder the merry woods sent him to marry into Drifting Flowers edifice. However, this was privy to an expert's eyes alone. Dong Tianba was nowhere near that level, as he was even standing around scared from the display of speed. "Elders, surround my sister," Dong Tianba shouted at the 4 elderly. They immediately formed a circle with Dong Xiaowan in their center, their eyes fixed on Lin Tianyu. With a vicious smile, Lin Tianyu said, "It's no use. The 5 of you won't even see my shadow." A series of booms were heard and Dong Xiaowan cried out once again. Her 2nd article was removed, even under heavy guard. Dong Tianba couldn't accept this outcome. They were both in bone tempering stage, yet there was such a gap between them. Ah, what a soothing perfume! Lin Tianyu sniffed hard at the clothing in his hand and was intoxicated by the fragrance. If the 2nd clothing is so refreshing, I'm eager to know how Miss Underwear is like. Dong Xiaowan let out a shiver and cried in fear, "Brother, I will definitely protect you." Dong Tianba mustered his courage with a roar and set his eyes on Lin Tianyu's every move. Although he wished to marry her off to the useless Songyu, it was because he knew the later wasn't evil. However, anyone who dared to harm his sister would earn his wrath. "Are you done? Hurry it up." Seeing Lin Tianyu showing his true colors, Xiao Dandan spat with revulsion. Lin Tianyu nodded while tucking the clothing in his chest and vanished. The next moment, his hand was holding another piece of clothing. And with it, Dong Xiaowan was shamed even further. Plop! Dong Tianba fell to his knees, powerless and helpless. "He is so fast that I can't even see him. Wanner, forgive me. Your brother is unable to protect you." Dong Tianba sobbed. Dong Xiaowan watched him in sorrow and closed her eyes, resigned to her fate. The 4 elders were also aggrieved. In this game of cat and mouse they were left without any dignity. It would have been better to die than suffer like this. Then, sudden footsteps were heard and a figure overshadowed Dong Tianba. He looked up, only to find Zhuo Fan looking at him. Bro Dong, how about you leave the last try to me? Who are you?" Xiao Dandan cut Dong Tianba off before he could speak. Scratching his nose, Zhuo Fan pointed at Dong Xiaowan. "Ha ha ha! I'm her husband." "What?" Seeing the widespread shock, Zhuo Fan rushed to explain. No. She is my wife." "What's the difference?" the crowd exclaimed. Scratching his head, Zhuo Fan mused a bit and explained. "Well, I did go to her clan to propose but was refused. Does that make me an ex-husband?" "What ex? You were clearly kicked out." Everyone looked at him in contempt. Xiao Dandan even mocked. "Fine then, another bone-tempering moron won't change a thing. Plus, seeing your dearly beloved ravaged before your eyes is even more appealing." "Ha ha ha, I don't mind as long as Dandan doesn't. One more would hardly matter," Lin Tianyu boasted. Standing back up, Dong Tianba looked at Zhuo Fan gravely. "Bro, you don't need to involve yourself in this." "Ha ha ha. Bro Dong, we aren't strangers, but close pals. Of course, I'll help you. This earned a nod of approval from the people. I knew you are a good man who knows loyalty. Dong Tianba was moved to tears. Only. Zhuo Fan then gazed at Dong Xiaowan with a smile of reassurance. Don't worry. He won't touch you ever again. She thought Zhuo Fan was using this chance to take advantage of her. But his clear eyes evoked unknown feelings in her heart. Zhuo Fan now turned to Lin Tianyu and stuck out his hand. Come! Lin Tianyu's smile of mockery froze on his face and was soon replaced by rage. He felt Zhuo Fan was looking down on him. Damn punk! What a load of gall you have. Once I'm through with her, I'll deal with you. Lin Tianyu stared down Zhuo Fan with killing intent. As a man from the 7 noble houses, everywhere he went all he saw was respect and envy. So a person like Zhuo Fan who had only contempt had to be put down. This was an unwritten law of the Tianyu Empire. Dong Tianba sensed his killing intent and sighed at Zhuo Fan's fate. Ha ha ha. Bro Dong shouldn't waste time with a clown. Aware of the change in the atmosphere, Zhuo Fan still sported a casual smile. It was spoken low enough to seem nonchalant, but loud enough to let everyone in on his words. Everyone knew who he was hinting at, but none saw it coming from a first layer of bone-tempering cultivator. Only a fool would mock the 7 noble houses. The people started to pity Zhuo Fan's imminent and gruesome death. Ha ha ha! Brother Tianyu. A fool just ridiculed you. Xiao Dandan felt the atmosphere was lacking, so she added oil to the fire. Lin Tianyu was now filled with hatred for Zhuo Fan. Humph! A retard's words won't affect me. I'll just swipe him away once I'm done with the girl. He then stepped forward. A fierce wind blew and vanished, but his laughter never stopped banging on the other's ears. Ha ha ha. Only the last article remains and then I will get to truly appreciate this lady. Dong Xiaowan was curled up in fear. Her hands tightened on her last shred of dignity. Dong Tianba and the 4 elders made a tight circle around her. However, Zhuo Fan stood there impassive, as if it had nothing to do with him. Suddenly, Lin Tianyu appeared before Dong Xiaowan and reached for her last article with a grin. I won. Think again. A snort reached his ears. He didn't even get the chance to react when a fist smashed into his pretty face. He went tumbling through the air and smacked the pavement before he could get his bearing. When he got up from the ground, his cheek was already swollen. What just happened? The two were so fast that the onlookers didn't see a shadow. They only heard 2 loud sounds, and then came Lin Tianyu kissing the ground. Zhuo Fan also appeared, his hand outstretched above Dong Xiaowan. You got him. Dong Tianba was stunned. When not even himself and his 4 elders could save his sister, this kid managed to save the day. Putting aside the fact that his first layer bone-tempering cultivation held more power than a 7th layer, his speed alone was inconceivable. In a casual manner, Zhuo Fan rubbed his presumably sore fist. Something just came towards my fist. It stings. His words startled everyone, and Dong Tianba even began to laugh. Ha ha ha. Great, bro, how did you do it? I couldn't even see him. Do you even need to see? Zhuo Fan rose an eyebrow and sported a vague smile. Isn't his target obvious? If you build a wall next to her, he's bound to bump into it. It was so obvious now that everyone could think of it. They were so focused on Lin Tianyu's speed mastery that they were led by the nose. But even with his impressive speed, his target was Dong Xiaowan. All they had to do was keep their eyes on her. This simple reasoning almost made them tear up. Amazing! An elder praised Zhuo Fan. Young Master Song is really a genius worthy of our young master's admiration. Ha ha ha! See, little sister? Don't I always say Bro Song is a man of ethics and talent? If it wasn't for him, you'd never have escaped this predicament. Dong Tianba laughed as he lifted the weight off his heart. Dong Xiaowan blushed as she conveyed her thanks and appreciation to Zhuo Fan through her eyes. Waving it off, Zhuo Fan made eye contact with Dong Tianba. Bro Dong, can you stop? It's not up to you how it ends. Picking up on his gesture, Dong Tianba walked before Xiao Dandan with a smile. Miss, we were lucky to have stopped this youth. I'm sure a disciple from Drifting Flower's edifice wouldn't cross her word. So let us end it here. I will be taking my sister now. With a deep bow, Dong Tianba was about to leave. "Wait!" Xiao Dandan eyed the crowd and gave a lopsided grin. "I will forego this matter, of course. But too bad Brother Tianyu isn't too fond of that idea. Humph. In all my life, I've never been punched so hard." Lin Tianyu stared with killing intent. "I am not one to pick on people, but this game has yet to entertain me enough. I would have to ask you all to keep me company throughout the end." "What?" While the others were lamenting inside, Dong Tianba shouted in anger. "And when will the game conclude?" "It'll be over when I say so." Lin Tianyu sneered. This came as a terrible shock to the Dong clan. Wasn't it the same as saying it wouldn't end until they'd have no dignity left? "You're too freaking petty to even take a loss." Shuofan scratched his nose and tightened his fist. "Seems I can return this with courtesy." He didn't want to blow this matter out of proportions any further. But this rotten couple didn't know when to stop. "Ha ha ha. This barbaric game is fun. Let me join too." Shuofan laughed. He attracted the eyes of everyone, and also Dong Tianba's confused look. Shuofan, however, didn't care about them. "I used to play such a game with Bro Dong not too long ago. I ripped his woman's clothes while he ripped my woman's. The first to finish got the woman. Right, Bro Dong?" Shuofan hinted. Dong Tianba quickly woke out of his stupor and nodded. "But it seems this game isn't completely fair. You get to tear my woman's clothes, while I have no target." Lin Tianyu mocked. "You think you are all-powerful just because you landed a lucky punch? Ha ha ha. Wishful thinking." Shuofan spoke flatly. "Young Master Lin, are you scared? Or perhaps whipped?" Chuckles resounded all around, Xiao Dandan's included. Despite being fearful of the 7 houses, everyone cursed them behind their backs. Lin Tianyu was livid but still deferred to Xiao Dandan by looking her way. Frowning, Xiao Dandan spoke plainly to Shuofan. "It seems besides Shuofan, there are more and more people cropping up who slight the 7 houses. But do you have what it takes? If you can take even one article of clothing from me, I will kick Brother Tianyu out and marry you instead." Xiao Dandan's challenge first came as a shock, then forced laughter spread as everyone came to realize the gap between the two. The 7 houses reviled those beneath them. How could they even entertain the thought of accepting a nobody into their house? As a groom no less. With an evil smile, Shuofan blinked. "Miss Dandan, be careful of what you say, lest you'd end up crying." "You're the one who's going to wail." Xiao Dandan stuck out her chin. "All right, enough talk. Get ready. I am about to start." Lin Tianyu roared over their conversation. Dong Tianba was getting into position, but Shuofan waved him off. "Ha ha ha. Since I talked about fairness, only I will be defending Dong Xiaowan, lest he'd use it as an excuse to be even more shameless." "Bro," Dong Tianba cried, but nodded in the end. "I'll leave my sister in your care." He then took his elders to the side. "Miss Dong, do you trust me?" Shuofan stared at Dong Xiaowan. She jumped, but nodded in the end, realizing the repulsive lecher from before was replaced by a reliable young man. Shuofan grinned. "Great! Enjoy the show." But just then, a cackle came into their ears. "Ha ha ha! The last article is mine." Dong Xiaowan curled up in fear, but Shuofan was as calm as ever. He even had a mocking smile on his face. Bam! A crack resounded and Lin Tianyu didn't even get to touch Dong Xiaowan, as he was sent tumbling in the air before hitting the pavement again. He was filled with shock. "You could see me?" As he turned around, Shuofan's eyes were cold. Whoosh! With a crack of thunder, Shuofan appeared behind Xiao Dandan. His hand flashed and her dress was torn apart. "You call that speed?" Shuofan's mockery shocked the crowd. "This kid is an expert. How could this be?" Xiao Dandan watched the drifting cloth in shock. How could she not know her future husband's strongest point? Mary Woods was known as the Wind House, known for having the fastest speed in the empire. Not to mention, Lin Tianyu chose to abandon power for even more speed. He reached such a mastery that even a peak bone tempering expert would be left in the dust. However, a low-level bone tempering brat did the unthinkable and managed to surpass him. Not only was Xiao Dandan incredulous, but so was Lin Tianyu. His face was frozen in shock as no words could leave his mouth. As for Dong Tianba's group, they were slack-jawed, particularly young Master Dong, who knew Song Yu for ages. Never once had he displayed such outstanding features. Yet, here he was, a third-rate clan's member winning against a Seven Houses disciple. Everyone became silent, with all eyes focused on the proud Shuofan. Their words stuck in their throat. Grinning evilly, Shuofan sniffed and said with satisfaction oozing from his voice, "Miss Dandan, you truly are an amazing beauty, evident from this fragrance. I will never forget this soothing smell for as long as I live." Xiao Dandan stared at him with a red face. Lin Tianyu was turning green, his heart bleeding from hatred. "Bastard! You dare harass my wife in my presence? Do you take Mary Woods for nothing?" Taking a side glance at Lin Tianyu, Shuofan grinned inside and flashed before Xiao Dandan. She then cried in panic when Shuofan hugged her. She tried to resist but was a moot effort against Shuofan's cultivation. "Damn brat! What do you think you're doing?" Lin Tianyu roared. Shuofan watched the red-faced Xiao Dandan and raised an eyebrow in challenge. "Miss Dandan, I'm not as flimsy as that weak lord. I've always learned to take the initiative with a woman. My actions were a bit rude to you, miss. So, you can hit me or curse me, but I'll still do the same." Xiao Dandan was glaring at him, yet her heart stirred. Shuofan's pushy attitude was worlds apart from Lin Tianyu's flattery. This feeling was so new to her that she didn't know where to place it. "Rotten brat. Let go or you'll be sorry." Shuofan was courting his woman before his eyes and even before the public. Something that Lin Tianyu could not bear any longer. But Shuofan was far from done. He pulled her closer instead, eliciting a charming cry from Xiao Dandan. It made any male on the scene feel their pulse quickened, swallowing dryly, and sporting wide and nasty grins. Meanwhile, the women around blushed. Lin Tianyu's face was ashen, wishing to tear Shuofan limb by limb. Snorting, Shuofan raised a taunting eyebrow. "Brother Lin, isn't this a game of your own accords? Since time immemorial, the winner receives everything while the loser ends up with nothing. If Brother Lin wins, you'll have 2 women. If not, well..." Shuofan patronized, then turned to blow his hot breath in Xiao Dandan's ear. "Miss Dandan, if I win, please be so kind as to kick this man out and make me your guest." His tone was soft, yet his words traveled far, particularly stabbing into Lin Tianyu's ears. However, this wasn't what struck his core. It was Xiao Dandan's blushing and faint nod. Shuofan had given another wave of shock to the crowd and many were now eyeing him with envy. "Damn rotten bastard." He snatched a drifting flowers edifice's girl right out of that flimsy Mary Woods disciple in minutes. His skill is worthy of being a pioneer in the sacred art of chasing skirts. If I had such skill, I would also take a drifting flowers edifice girl for myself. Lin Tianyu trembled. His lips leaked a trail of blood. "Bastard, you've taken this too far." "Ha ha ha, what of it? What goes around comes around. Next time, if you're lucky enough to win, then speak." Shuofan's wicked grin wasn't in the least bit heroic or worthy of his conquest, but it made everyone's heart shiver. While the women were swooning, Lin Tianyu had a belly full of hatred. Shuofan's incessant mockery was trumped by stealing his woman. This exceeded his bottom line long ago. "Son of a bitch! Once I peel your girl's clothes, I'll finish you off." Lin Tianyu appeared before Dong Xiaowan. She cried in fear, but Lin Tianyu's evil clutches didn't arrive. A slap cuffed him over the ear into the ground. When he looked up, Shuofan was back next to Xiao Dandan, continuing to mock. "Miss Dandan, that limp noodle lost again. I'm afraid I will have to relieve you of another article." A rip was heard and an article left Xiao Dandan's body more exposed. Shuofan lifted her chin. "Miss Dandan, please, don't blame my uncouth act." Her charming eyes rolled and her face turned rosy, playing coy. "Can't you be more gentle?" "Ha ha ha, I am uncouth and unmannered. This is something that won't change for as long as I live." Shuofan shook his head. Lin Tianyu's eyes were bloodshot and looked as though he was about to spit fire. "Rotted bastards. Both of you, Lin Tianyu went for Dong Xiaowan again with the same result. Zhuofan made sure to even slap him 5 times for good measure. And it resulted in Xiao Dandan's turn to loosen her clothing. Yet the lady hardly cared, making Lin Tianyu's coals of anger burn hotter. With but one flimsy and thin piece left on Miss Xiao Dandan, Zhuofan's grin turned maniacal. "Brother Lin, final chance. If you fail now, Miss Dandan is mine." "Wretched filth! You dare mock the 7 houses?" Lin Tianyu spat, the ire in his heart having grown out of his control. Yet oddly enough, he was clear-headed enough to understand Zhuofan's speed overwhelmed him. So he chose another angle, using Mary Wood's name. But why would Zhuofan care when he even had the nerve to kill Hell Valley's elders? As a result, Lin Tianyu's words only worked to goad Zhuofan further, who, under Lin Tianyu's rage-filled eyes, landed a kiss on Xiao Dandan's cheek. "Ha ha ha. I'm about to be Drifting Flowers Edifice's son-in-law. Why the hell would I be afraid of your goddamned Mary Woods? Isn't that right, my lady?" Xiao Dandan was so far gone, accepting anything he was throwing at her, that she nodded without remorse. "Ah!" It would seem Lin Tianyu had had enough and charged at the couple. He even went as far as cursing at his revered Xiao Dandan. "Bitch, you are both a bunch of dogs. I will send you both to hell." He made a hand sign and a green gale gathered around his legs. The sharp whistling spoke of its deadly power as he kicked at them. He had foregone using his prized speed in favor of stealing victory by force. Mid-spirit ranked martial art, razor kick. Xiao Dandan cried in shock. "Lin Tianyu, the gall of you, to try to kill me right in Drifting Flowers Edifice's city. Humph, for a skank like you, I will do the world a favor by killing you both." Xiao Dandan was now afraid after noticing the killing intent in his eyes. She was only in qi condensation stage, while Zhuofan was in his first layer of bone tempering stage. It was not possible for him to take on such an attack. However, Zhuofan just mocked, "Brother Lin, is this your final struggle? Oh, how pathetic." Zhuofan's arm snaked around Xiao Dandan's waist, while his other acted as a shield. Bam! The green gale lashed at Zhuofan's arm, but the sounds coming out of it was that of screeching metal. The kick didn't even scratch his arm, though his sleeve did turn to shreds, revealing an all-glorious and perfectly chiseled arm. "This can't be." Lin Tianyu seemingly crazy as he muttered, "You're a body cultivator? How can you be so fast?" With a mocking smile, Zhuofan simply replied, "Who told you that we can't also train in speed? Trading off power for such measly speed will only be done by a dumbass like you." Zhuofan's eyes evoked killing intent that turned Lin Tianyu into a shivering mess. He didn't get to react as Zhuofan kicked him on the head. Blood spurted and Lin Tianyu felt a sharp pain digging its way into him. He let out one final wail before his eyes lost their light and slumped on the ground. None of the people could believe their eyes. A simple kick finished a 7 noble houses disciple, who had a 6-layer advantage over his opponent. The fight ended not in praise of power or speed but rather mockery towards Mary Woods. "Miss Dandan, did you see that? I don't discriminate. I am as uncouth and rude to men as well. If your fiancé lives, he still won't see reason. I hope you do not blame me for this." Zhuofan acted like his crime never happened and resumed flirting with the lady. Xiao Dandan watched him enamored and blinked in joy. "You've done perfectly. With you around, why would I need that trash for? Don't you worry, you'll soon join Drifting Flowers Edifice and Mary Woods won't be able to lay a finger on you." "Ha ha ha. Thank you, Miss Dandan, for your care. Just that." Zhuofan eyed Xiao Dandan's last vestige of dignity. "According to the rules, for your fiancé to lose, I'd have to pry out the last article." With a coy and blushing face, Xiao Dandan wrapped her soft lily-white hands around his neck. "Brother, I am soon to be yours. If you want my body, you'll have to wait till tonight. Or do you want the people to see everything?" "Ha ha ha." Zhuofan scratched his nose after looking at her delectable body. Then, Zhuofan's eyes turned sharp and startled the flirting woman. "Humph, weren't you listening? What goes around comes around. This goes for you too." Zhuofan reached for her last piece and Xiao Dandan was filled with fear. Would she have any face left to walk into Drifting Flowers' edifice if she went naked in the middle of the city? Suddenly, a loud shout came, "Stop!" and 2 blue silk ribbons drifted over. Zhuofan's hand froze in shock. A profound heaven expert. 2 blue silk ribbons shot towards Zhuofan. He thought of dodging, but he dismissed that idea. Despite not unfolding his wings, his speed was beyond the bone-tempering stage, thus allowing him to one-up Lin Tianyu. This was a shock to everyone, but not unlikely to happen. In the case where his speed was to match a profound heaven expert's, that would label him a monster. Across the vast world, he might be the sole person with such a deviant degree of body refining. It was tantamount to telling everyone who he was. "I'll have to gamble." One ribbon tightened around him and made any movement impossible. There, he reminded himself, "I just need to showcase how strong I am, but within limits." Unlike that known deviant, Zhuofan, who could kill a profound heaven expert. The other wrapped Xiao Dandan in a protective embrace. What followed next was the arrival of the owner of the ribbons. The people lowered their heads in respect, as did Dong Tianba and his sister. Zhuofan only gave her a rough glance. She was a lady in her 30s, wearing a thin veil over half her face, yet incapable of hiding her grace. And with how high her cultivation was, it garnered even more respect. While she walked with light steps, her eyes were solely focused on Xiao Dandan. She extended a dainty finger and tapped Xiao Dandan's forehead. Yuan Qi entered Xiao Dandan's body and made her shiver, while also taking away the redness in her cheeks. Where am I?" Xiao Dandan looked around in confusion, but when she saw Zhuofan it all came back in a flurry of images. She cried in shock and her face went beet red. How could I have done that? Silly child. You can't even tell when you were tricked?" The woman in blue shook her head. Then her eyes snapped to Zhuofan. "Little brother, if you are intent on chasing after Drifting Flowers' edifices, girl, you can chase them using your skills. But don't you think using bewitching whispers is demeaning and vile?" Zhuofan praised her in his heart. "She's quite perceptive." Bewitching whispers affected a person's mind so that the user could lead his victims to do whatever he wanted. This was how Zhuofan got hold of Xiao Dandan so easily. This little trick wasn't a demonic cultivator's secret skill, but not anyone could employ it. First of all, the user's soul had to be strong, which made most of the demonic cultivators beneath Profound Heaven stage unable to use it. And because this skill had limited power, most demonic cultivators did not train to use it. Ergo, the number of people aware of bewitching whispers were few and far in between. Yet, here was one woman who knew its effect. Zhuofan grinned. "Lady, I have no intention of chasing Miss Dandan. This is only for the sake of teaching her a lesson. Senior Aunt, don't listen to this runt. He dared to humiliate me and looks down on Drifting Flowers' edifice." Xiao Dandan was raging as she recalled the scandal she partook in. Even tears started swelling in her eyes. However, the blue woman eyed her coldly and shouted, "Quiet! Haven't you had enough of disgracing yourself?" Then turned to Zhuofan. "I would have long ago put you in your place if not for knowing you had a good reason for using that foul skill to charm a woman in Drifting Flower City." The woman then turned her attention to Dong Xiaowan and spoke in apology. "Miss Dandan was spoiled by her master. I will make sure to punish her. Please don't take it to heart." I would never." Dong Xiaowan was startled. The lady in blue smiled as she flew, and 2 ribbons took Xiao Dandan and the unconscious Lin Tianyu. But Xiao Dandan didn't forget to glare at Zhuofan with loathing. Zhuofan, though, did not care. He was thinking of the blue lady's last brief look she gave him. Thanks to Zhuofan's strong soul, he managed to sense it. Was I just found out? Zhuofan frowned as he watched her leave. "Brother." Dong Tianba came with the rest to Zhuofan to express his gratitude. "Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, the Dong clan's name would have been sullied. Damn it. None of the 7 houses domain is safe to linger for long. Big brother Song, thank you?" Dong Xiaowan tightened the thin clothing on her body and spoke shyly. Not paying attention to any of this, Zhuofan spoke with a frown. "Bro Dong, who was she?" Dong Tianba's tone was grave. Drifting Flowers Edifice's first overseer, the Iris Edifice's Qin Kai Qing, Che. Such luck that the one we met was the Iris Overseer. She is honorable and kind. She is known to never pick on clans and other disciples. But if it were Peony Overseer, with her fickle personality, she would have released her wrath on us. I see, with her cultivation, it is no wonder she is an overseer. Shuafan took a deep breath and ripped the ribbon to shreds. Bro, how are you so strong? That was Iris Overseer's ribbon imbued with her yuan qi. How did you break out of it? Dong Tianba watched Shuafan as though he was viewing a monster. I feel like I don't know you anymore. Laughing, Shuafan waved it off and took out a small bottle. The Song clan is third-rate, but we have our ways. Look, this is our body-tempering pill. It's all thanks to this that my body is so strong. As if body-tempering pill is only a fourth-grade pill. It's not outstanding enough to make you stronger than a seventh-layer bone-tempering cultivator and break out of a profound heaven expert's restriction. Dong Tianba's expression remained impassive. Shuafan smiled. It wouldn't be a secret method of the Song clan if anyone could refine it. You think I'd join the 100-pill meeting if it weren't for this? Dong Tianba was starting to believe him after hearing Shuafan continue to praise the pill. But what they didn't know was that these were only lies made up by Shuafan. Meanwhile, Shuafan was feeling vexed. He could not understand why Qin Kai Qing did not expose him if she knew who he was. Did she go to call for help thinking she could not defeat him? If that is the case, then staying here would be all the more dangerous. She could be asking for backup. Shuafan said frantically, Bro Dong, I have some urgent matters to take care of. Let's talk at a later date. Sigh, I haven't given my proper thanks. How can? But before he could finish, Shuafan was already meters away waving his hand as he left. Dong Tianba was startled but sighed in the end. Bro Song truly is husband material. Wanner, you must be regretting your refusal by now. Brother. Dong Xiaowan rolled her eyes, but still peeked at Shuafan with clear and emotion-filled eyes. Meanwhile, at the Drifting Flowers edifice, in the guest hall, a charming and enticing woman in red sat in the lounge. She wore a thin veil, obscuring her most prominent features. But it couldn't hide the fire in her eyes that could stir the coldest heart. She was a true vixen. On her left was a middle-aged man, with even whiter hands than hers. He was stroking his goatee, but his eyes rested on her every curve. The woman in red rolled her eyes and smiled. Elder Lin, do I have something on me? Cough. Peony Overseer must be joking. The old man faked his cough and showed an embarrassed smile. I can't help but wonder, why isn't the exalted edifice lord present and it is the Peony Overseer who is welcoming me instead? He, is Elder Lin not satisfied with me? The lady fluttered her eyes at him. Her gesture almost stole the elder's soul away, finding it difficult to reply. Peony Overseer is very considerate and kind, and ha ha ha. Humph. I came here to join the 100-pill meeting, not to see you two flirt. An angry snort came from Peony Overseer's right, a red-haired elderly. Since the meeting hasn't started, I'll be leaving. I have important things to take care of. Hell Valley's fifth elder. Why are you so vexed? Peony Overseer smiled. The meeting will commence upon the edifice lord's order. The great houses have yet to gather, so it is only natural for it to take a while longer. Peony Overseer, don't listen to this old goat grumble. These days, Hell Valley was sacked of its 3 elders by a mere brat. They lost all credibility, so how could they have the patience to participate in the 100-pill meeting? Right now, 5th elder must be thinking of new and ingenious ways to skin that punk alive. Or maybe the anxiety of having his poor little elderly life in danger got him wound so tight, he has been jumping in his sleep. It must be torture. Ha ha ha. Only. Lin Zetian, screw off. I wonder how many elders Mary Woods would lose if they met that brat. 5th elder slapped the table and glared at the middle-aged man. Lin Zetian also stood up and returned a glare without fear. Wanna fight? Their power was on full display and sparks could fly at any second. but laughter interrupted their staring contest. Ha ha ha! How rowdy! If you guys want to fight it off, count me in. Those words were made by a man in a green robe entering the guest hall. His hair was green, his eyes were green, and even his beard was green, painting a particularly strange image. He had a violet gourd strapped to his waist. His appearance caused Elder Lin and the fifth elder to show respect. Master, you are amazing beyond words. Not even Hell Valley and Mary Woods dare utter a sound in your presence. Ha ha ha. A youth in his 20s came following behind the elder. He was at peak bone tempering stage. Yet, his tone lacked the respect and manner one should have when talking to the three other people present there. The trio's faces turned ashen. Their anger was slowly rising, but they held their tongue. This scene would shock anyone. Three profound heaven experts were mocked by a bone-tempering pup. And they didn't even retort, despite the rude tone. Fifth elder, who was known for his quick temper, was also silent. A scene that even his disciples would find it hard to imagine. Elder Yen, you should mind your disciple. He doesn't seem to have any manners. Is this how a junior speaks to his elders? Fifth elder said unhappily. Yet, the elder in green caressed his beard with a smile. Hell Valley's fifth elder. Why argue with a child? It doesn't befit your status. Ha ha ha. Exactly, you're totally not acting as a senior should. So, why should I treat you like one? The youth's brash voice was tinted with mockery. Fifth elder shivered and his face turned red, itching to pry this fool's head from his body. But he forced his anger down and resumed to clenching his fists. With a crack, a piece of the table was vaporized. Lin Zetian eyed the fifth elder's anger and secretly sighed. He had some reservations when looking at the elder in green as he forced a laughter. Ha ha ha. I'd never guessed such a small meeting will bring together 4 of the 7 houses. With Elder Yen attending, the meeting will run smoothly. Hee Lin Zetian, you don't need to give me lip service. I know none of you see me eye to eye, but who told you to name it as the 100-pill meeting? You think it's worthy of the name 100-pill, if I, Vicious Pill King, is missing in attendance? The elder in green didn't give Lin Zetian any respect and even mocked him to the point Lin Zetian turned his head away. Peony Overseer was livid, but on top of her anger lied a deep seething hatred. Elder Yen Song, Peony Overseer spat. Drifting Flowers Edifice doesn't seem to have extended Pill King Hall an invitation. So why have you graced us with your uninvited presence? Ha ha ha. Peony Overseer, you're as fiery as ever. With his eyes flashing green, Yen Song snorted. In the Tianyu Empire, I can go wherever I want with no one daring to oppose me. Now that I'm here in your Drifting Flower City, are you going to kick me out? You! She was poised to attack, but Lin Zetian stopped her. Peony Overseer, calm yourself. Eyeing Yen Song cautiously, Lin Zetian sighed as he gave her a look. Before Edifice Lord comes, be careful of devolving the situation. Peony Overseer snorted, turning her body away, easing Lin Zetian's worry. Ha ha ha. Peony Overseer is like a lass, so spiteful. So, it is a wonder to me how you still became an overseer. Master, you were right. A bunch of broads can never accomplish anything. Drifting Flowers Edifice is the worst of the 7 houses by far. The youth ridiculed. The eyes of the 3 turned sharply. Vicious Pill King is too arrogant and his disciple belittles anyone he sees. Their friendly conversation was interrupted when a sound came from outside the door. Little brother, Drifting Flowers Edifice may have only women, but it has stood strong in Tianyu Empire for a millennia. It has its own principles. It is not something anyone can criticize. A beauty in blue floated in, the Iris Overseer, Qin Kai Qing. Senior sister, you're back. Peony Overseer cried, regaining her confidence. Where did you go? We have someone barging uninvited and I am powerless to stop them. Peony Overseer's eyes snapped to Yen Song, but Qin Kai Qing simply smiled. Shouldn't you be taking care of your precious disciple instead? I once told you to raise your disciple better, not to disgrace Drifting Flowers Edifice's reputation. Who did she offend? Shaking her head, Qin Kai Qing simply clapped. Two female disciples brought Xiao Dandan, who was still wrapped in the blue ribbon. With her curves full on display, she earned the youth's fiery gaze. Then two more disciples brought an unconscious Lin Tianyu. Tianyu! Lin Zetian jumped next to him. Then his look was filled with murderous desire. Who hurt him? The youth cut her off before she could reply. Master, is that kid's injury grave? That's putting it mildly. If not dead, then a cripple. The culprit sure had no restraint. Yen Song enjoyed others' misfortune. The youth laughed in ridicule. Mary Wood's disciple can't even take a hit, and his master is no different either. Lin Zetian gnashed his teeth, glaring at the youth. Qin Kaiqing smiled. Little brother is wrong. The one he met was an even younger man, whose strength is above all the 7 houses' genius disciples. Little brother is Elder Yan's disciple, but even you will meet the same fate. The youth frowned, filled with rebuke. Qin Kaiqing secretly smiled. Senior sister, why didn't you bring him? Is he stronger than you? Teeny Overseer jerked. Shaking her head, Qin Kaiqing said, perhaps not, but you know how I am, staying outside others' affairs. If someone messed with my disciple, I'll intervene. But, Qin Kaiqing sighed as she looked at Xiao Dandan. Dandan, you explain, and be honest. I already know everything that transpired. Yes, senior aunt. Xiao Dandan sobbed a nod, then retold the events. The people there sighed at the conclusion. Not for the humiliated Dong clan though, since none of the 7 houses gave a damn about these people. They were considered slaves in their eyes. And their disciples were of the same mind. Some might be even more ruthless than Xiao Dandan. It was only thanks to the Drifting Flowers edifice's restrictions on their disciples that made them far more restrained. What was on everyone's mind was Zhuo Fan's conduct. Not only did he end the humiliation the Dong clan received, but turned the humiliation back at Xiao Dandan and her fiancé. With such a savage method. 5th Elder couldn't help associating him with a familiar figure. Didn't his actions resemble that of Zhuo Fan, who killed the 7th Elder? He stroked his beard as he stated, ha ha ha. What is wrong with the Tianyu Empire? With Zhuo Fan as the origin, many more are starting to belittle the 7 houses, assaulting our disciples again and again. If we don't keep them in check, none will fear us. Isn't it all because of Hell Valley's incompetence? You have yet to find that insolent brat too. You're making us, the other 6 houses, look bad. Yen Song mocked. 5th Elder wasn't angry as he turned to the youth behind him with a smile. Yeah, it's all our fault. But for an elder to step into a disciple's conflict, isn't it more shameful? Lin Zetian, too bad you didn't bring another disciple to take revenge for Tianyu and save that Dandan girl's reputation. The youth jumped in front of Xiao Dandan before Lin Zetian could reply, and took her arm. Come with me. I will avenge you. And with that short declaration, the two were gone, causing the 5th Elder to show a broad smile. Insolent. That brat has no manners at all. He even ignored my presence and took my disciple away. Peony Overseer's lip trembled in rage. Yen Song waved his hand as he walked off. Ha ha ha. In this world, a woman's fate is to land in a man's arms. Drifting Flowers edifice wouldn't have lasted so long without this. When Yen Song was gone, the 5th Elder's eyes squinted as he too took the initiative to leave. That old fool must have also sensed it. Peony Overseer was confused. Why is everyone leaving? Lin Zetian frowned, eyeing Qin Kaiqing with a profound gaze. Iris Overseer, are you certain that troublemaker isn't that demon Zhuo Fan? What? He's Zhuo Fan. Peony Overseer jerked. Qin Kaiqing's eyes showed a peculiar light. I am unclear. The kid is outstanding, but not enough to kill profound heaven experts. Maybe he is faking it. Lin Zetian then laughed. I see now why even Vicious Pill King is impatient to watch the fight. If he really is Zhuo Fan, his disciple is as good as dead. At that time, Yen Song will make a move. However, his lips traced a cryptic curve. Qin Kaiqing finished. It is unclear if Zhuo Fan can kill a man viler than even you, Geeky. After all, he is called the Vicious Pill King for a reason. Lin Zetian nodded with a mutter. I just hope he is Zhuofan. Under the faint rays of dusk, Zhuofan was venturing alone through the city. He seemed to be at ease, but his mind was hard at work. He was spreading his soul to his surroundings for detection purposes. Yet, after such a long time, no expert appeared in sight. Maybe I'm reading too much into this. Maybe my cover isn't blown. Zhuofan whispered. As he strolled around, he ended up around a street with rundown buildings. This place housed people like Zhuofan, those from third-rate clans. Hey, this is my area. Take your things out of here. Cut the crap, I came first. What's yours? Get lost. Kid, you dare talk back to this young master? Do you know who I am? Humph, why would anyone care? If you think you're so great, then how did you end up here? These events played out everywhere, the third-rate clans claiming a new dwelling as theirs. This was a place where the weak were despised. Yet, ironically, even these weaklings who were discarded in this dump fought among each other. Humph, what a pathetic bunch. This is why third-rate clans can't amount to anything and deserves to be in the slums. Zhuofan spoke in a harsh voice, no longer paying them any heed. He walked further in and found the shabby buildings on both sides have already been taken. Everyone eyed him with open hostility, afraid he'd want to fight them over their lodgings. This seemed like a common occurrence here. Zhuofan scoffed. His every action was only to further his own goals. Fighting over a house disgraceful to him. Unfortunately, he found no place vacant as he wandered around. Do I need to fight for a bed? It is much better to take the sky as my roof. Zhuofan suddenly halted. His eyes watched the house before him with skepticism. Then he looked at the people around oddly. At the end of this row of shabby houses, there was one building that looked to be in better shape, yet no one lived in it. With how rowdy the crowd was before, now, there was no sign of anyone around. Frowning, he turned to the people fighting in doubt. Why are you foolishly fighting? Can't you see that empty house? Humph, you're the fool. If you want to die, go right ahead. Someone was quick to snap in derision. Zhuofan was baffled. But one man was kind enough to advise, Brother, you can stay at my house if you'd like. I will make room for you, but you mustn't step foot in that one. Why? Sighing, the man explained, You are new here so you don't know. The owner is a scourge woman, her body riddled with disease. Many have disregarded this warning and chose to live there. Even though they stayed far away from her, in the back of the house, they all died 3 days later. Yeah, not even beggars would stay there. And because of lack of space in the Drifting Flower City as the 100-pill meeting approaches, we were sent to this dump. Goddamit, isn't Drifting Flowers edifice the ruler here? Why don't they just take out this scourged woman once and for all? Zhuofan snorted inside. If that woman was disease-ridden, he had to see it firsthand for himself. You all are standing outside yapping on and on. None of you dare to take action and still want to send someone else in to kill her. It was obvious who were the true scourges. Ignoring the senseless chatter, Zhuofan was walking straight to it under everyone's gaze. Brother, do you have a death wish? My life is boundless. Zhuofan waved him off. Whether plagued or poisoned, while other people heated in anxiety, he was worryless. Demon transformation art could absorb anything in this world, even this disease. The closer he got to this plagued district, the colder it became. This made Zhuofan frown. He found no plague here, but abnormal changes that could only come about from an array. Who's there? Zhuofan followed the shout to see a girl before a broken-down house in rough linen staring at him. The girl may be dressed in coarse linen, hiding her form and face, but her pure eyes caught Zhuofan off guard. He swore he never saw such mesmerizing eyes in his life. What beautiful eyes! Zhuofan admired. The girl's cheeks turned a tint rosier. Her eyes lowered a bit, but still had the same coldness. Who are you? Who told you you can come in? I am Nitrain City's Songyu, arriving here for the 100-pill meeting. Because of my third-rate clan status, I can only stay here. Zhuofan cupped his hands, smiling like a gentleman. The girl frowned. her tone harsh. Then stay in another house. Aren't you afraid of death by coming here? I believe death is unimportant. I saw how selfish and despicable the people here are acting and couldn't recognize such men as my neighbors. I would rather choose death in this peaceful place. Stop lying. Think I'd believe your sophistry? She huffed. Helpless. Shuafan made a heartbroken face. Lady, I'll be honest. All the people before are stronger than me and I can't beat them. If you throw me out, I will die at their hands. To such a sound argument, the lady nodded, believing it somewhat. But Shuafan switched tones way too fast, which caught her off guard and caused her to be suspicious. Her tone grew colder as she asked, You're afraid of being beaten to death, but not afraid of me? Do you know who I am? I do, of course I do. Shuafan bobbed his head. I heard them say there is a scourge woman here. That must mean you. But I would rather get diseased than die beaten. As they say, a flower should be allowed to roam free. Quiet. Don't try to play smart with me. The lady snapped, her eyes darting around in thought. She pointed her white finger to a broken house. Sleep there, but you are to never wander outside at night, or you will die. Yes, lady, I promise. Shuafan nodded, and when he looked up, she was gone. He narrowed his eyes, and his revering gaze now turned to one of coldness. I couldn't see through her cultivation. Did she reach the radiant stage? Or maybe she's a common person. But how can a common person hold such a tone before a bone-tempering expert? Humph! How amusing! Shuafan's mouth perked up into a grin and entered his house. You must be up to something since you forbid me from going out at night. Then I will do just that and find out what you're hiding. Shuafan went to meditate. Time trickled by and the night cast a cloak of darkness over the slums. A sudden ripple came from the slums, followed by a sharp decrease in temperature. Shuafan shivered and muttered, I was right. It is an array. His hand flashed and revealed a small bottle. It contained the same pill he used in All Beast Mountain Range, an energy-concealing pill. Whoosh! Shuafan flicked it into the air, and a flash of red came from his body and swallowed it. The ethereal blood infant made Shuafan give off a wicked smile. Not even a radiant stage could find it now that it ate that pill. Go! Blood infant went through the walls and flew deeper into the slums, reaching the furthest area. That place was in ruins that formed an odd array. The lady sat upright in its center, deep in meditation. The bright moonlight, with its extreme coldness, entered inside the array then her body, while the rest chilled the slums. With each ray of power from the moonlight she absorbed, her body grew a sheen layer of ice. Then, a green flash from her forehead pierced through the ice and slowly faded away. Each time that happened, the lady's eyelids trembled, as if in great pain. Third grade array, a moon array. Shuafan sighed and withdrew the blood infant. He now understood why the previous people died. He thought it was because of the scourge woman's vile conduct or her disease. But after he saw it, he knew that it was neither of those. She was only treating herself. The ignorant people approached her and the moonlight's energy ravaged through their meridians, and that damage eventually killed them. Moon array allowed one to absorb the moon's and cultivate, but spending too much time in it would throw one's inner balance out of whack. Yet, this scourge woman had no intention of cultivating. She was just using the moon's to suppress the poison inside her. Unfortunately, this was not without side effects. As gathered inside, her meridians would start to deteriorate and one day, she would become a cripple. The more she tried to contain the poison, the more violent it would be when she couldn't hold it in check any longer. Could even take her life. Such a scene caused even the great demon cultivator, Shuafan, to feel pity for the lady. Just what poison was so deadly that needed such an extreme method to suppress it? At the first ray of dawn, the moon hid back behind the forest while the sun was rising to take its rightful place in the sky. In its shine, the ice on the scourge woman thawed. The lady opened her eyes and sighed with exhaustion. Lady! A cry of shock came from Shuafan, holding fruits to his bosom as he staggered towards her. The scourge woman jumped to her feet and waved the leaves to cover the array. Then she snapped a glare towards Shuafan. Didn't I tell you not to wander about? What are you doing here? Lady, you didn't say anything about going out during the day. Shuafan acted oblivious to the array beneath him, pointing naively at the sky. The scourge woman was stunned, then blushed. She rebuked. If you are to stay in this place, you must remain in your quarters, even through the day, or I'll kick you out. Eh? Shuafan shuddered from the heavy injustice that befell him. He hanged his head and walked away with Remos. But then he turned to leave the fruits before the woman. Lady, I find your complexion to be slightly pale, so I picked these this morning. Please take them. And thank you for letting me stay. Shuafan sighed and trod away. He made himself out to seem as though he was a particularly bleak figure, filled with loneliness who had suffered a dash of injustice. The woman turned from him to the fruits and her heart softened, picking one up. Shuafan's back was towards her, but his soul gave him full knowledge of her every move. He let out a devious grin. So long she picked just one fruit, it proved he had made a breakthrough to her heart. Next, he needed to stick to her for as long as possible to find out the poison that had cursed her. There's a fine line between godly medicine and abominable poison. As the 100-pill meeting hadn't begun yet, he had no clue where to search for rare ingredients. Since he had the time, who knew if he might get something from sticking close to this scourge woman? Women are the best swindler and, ironically enough, the easiest targets. Shuafan snickered inside as he slumped away from her sight. Noon. The scourge woman was doing her usual routine, sitting upright on a rock, absorbing the sunshine one breath at a time. A sudden hubbub pierced her ears, disturbing her inner peace. With fire in her eyes, she marched to the source. She watched a throng of people raving, "Kill him! Beat that lousy punk to death!" She approached doubtfully and witnessed Shuafan wrestling with a stocky third-layer bone-tempering expert. She shook her head ready to leave, but Shuafan yelled at the top of his lungs, "I won't let you insult her. She is a good person. Screw you. That scourge woman killed numerous people already, and you still dare to take her side." The stocky man he was fighting against punctuated his reproval with a slap. But Shuafan was stubborn as a mule. He was mocked, roughed up, shamed, yet his eyes never lost their will to fight. "Humph, she's been living here long since you came barging in. Before then, some people die to God knows what, and you people start slander the lady. Can you even call yourself a man? Hey, this kid is asking for it. Finish him off. Yeah, letting him live will invite disaster upon us. He is just like that scourge woman wanting to kill us all. But before he kills us, we'll just have to take him out. Kill, kill!" The crowd began chanting like madmen. The scourge woman saw this unfold with a shiver as anger started to well up in her eyes. "Stop!" A crisp shout rang in their ears, even over the thunderous roars of the mob. They turned in shock, then shivered in fear, staggering away. "It's the scourge woman. Watch out, everyone, or she'll infect you if she gets too close." In an instant, the people around started to run off. Even that bone-tempering expert dismounted Shuafan's prone figure and fled in fear. The scourge woman walked straight to Shuafan and helped him stand. She only eyed the crowd around them, then brought him back to the plagued house. The mob sighed in relief and wiped their sweat as they watched them go. "Split the money!" A sudden shout echoed. The people gathered around again, and at the center was a pile of glittering spirit stones. The dazzling show of light struck the core of everyone. Damn, this must be more than 10,000. Wasn't that kid from a third-rate clan? How did he get so rich? Hey, stop poking your nose in others' business. Who cares if he wants you to beat him up as long as you get paid? This must be around 50,000 spirit stones. That young master said each can take 1,000, not a stone more. I got it. That fellow wants that scourge woman, so he wanted us to make a play. He is playing with fire. Who in the hell would go after a woman plagued with disease? Bam! But his words were welcomed with a flurry of blows. The man turned in shock at the angry stocky man. "He told you to not speak of this once you get your cut. If just one of you has loose tongues, all of us will end up dead. What's so scary about a rich kid? Even if he might be from a second-rate clan. The first guy was still trying to justify himself, but the stocky man's slap left him traveling through the air. Bastard. I told you to shut up. You can't even begin to imagine what that young lord will do to us if this gets found out. The stocky man's inflamed fists trembled with fear, recalling the scene of a man turning to ashes before him. Zhuofan let only him witness the almighty power of fear. The others were oblivious to his devious and poisonous acts. Nonetheless, since the stocky man was the strongest among them, if he was scared, he would share the fear and keep his words in mind. In a flash, they clamped their mouths and left after taking their share of spirit stones. On the other side, the scourge woman took Zhuofan to the broken-down house. A small bottle appeared in her hand after seeing his bruised-up and bleeding body. She ordered in a rather cold voice, "Eat it!" Zhuofan knew it was a healing pill, but he turned his head away. How could those useless bone-tempering men even dent his perfect fifth-grade demonic treasure body? His wounds were self-inflicted to stir pity in the scourge woman's heart. And if he just ate the pill, the woman would just take off. So he put up a tough front like a spoiled brat. The woman, however, was perplexed. "What? Scared there's poison? I am not afraid of staying with you. Do you think I'm afraid of you poisoning a pill?" Zhuofan huffed. "Didn't you tell me to get lost? Why did you save me then?" The scourge woman eyed him deeply. "Then, why did you still try to defend me before those people? Weren't you afraid of being beaten to death? If I had arrived just 1 second later, you'd have died." Zhuofan laughed inside. He knew that after a full night spent on absorbing the moon's yin, the following day would be used on absorbing the sun's yang to warm her meridians. If not, even the strongest of experts could not withstand the corrosive yin energy raining havoc through their body. When he did his rounds around the area, he knew the spot she picked for absorbing yang. It was all a matter of staging a good show with his fellow neighbors. Not even mild-tempered people could keep away from the ruckus once their meditation was interrupted. In layman's terms, it all went according to Zhuofan's foolproof plan to breach the scourge woman's psychological barriers and accept him with all her heart. Zhuofan turned his head and stared right in her eyes until her own eyes faltered away. He spoke with emotion. "My mother said, eyes are a window to one's soul. There's no way a person with such beautiful eyes possess an evil heart. And you also let me stay, you definitely have a good heart. If those people slander you for murder, how could I stand by and not defend your name?" Zhuofan's open bootlicking was filled with childish naivety, lacking the feeling of deception an adult would have. If a lady heard it, she wouldn't loathe this childish behavior. On the contrary, they would like it even more. That's the secret to capturing a woman's heart. Not using flowery and sweet words, but to stir her motherly side. This epiphany came to him after talking with Dong Tianba. He used to feel Dong Tianba and Song Yu were simply mighty silk pants. Though their chasing skills were vile and repulsive, it still achieved results. Therefore, he was using the same methods. It's true. The world is filled with wondrous trades. Everyone's a master in something. The effect was obvious. The scourge woman's cheeks tinted red and snapped, "Silver-tongued," but the eyes, though, now showed acceptance. "Thanks, Brother Dong. Thank you for teaching me the way of chasing." Zhuofan secretly sighed, but his face was still etched with that childlike innocence as he laughed. "Sister, I know you for so long, yet I haven't caught your name. How is that long? We only saw each other 3 times." Rolling her eyes, the scourge woman mumbled, "You call me Sister Chu-Chu." "Yes, Sister Chu-Chu." Zhuofan put on a puppy-eyed face that made even him nauseous, but his hands were tied. Women ate them like candy. "Now take the pill." Chu-Chu extended the bottle, but Zhuofan smiled and opened his mouth. "Sister Chu-Chu, feed me." Sighing, Chu-Chu shook her head helpless, glared, but she still extended him a pill with her dainty hand. Zhuofan saw her hand approaching and grabbed her wrist suddenly, pouring in his yuan qi. His yuan qi didn't travel far as a sudden chill, caused by the yin power, broke his contact. and a thin layer of ice crystals formed on his hand. Zhuofan was in shock. This didn't come as a result of the terrible chill, since it belonged to the yin power of the moon. What startled him so was the poison the scourge woman was housing in her body. There were 7 types of poison twisted inside, and each one of them was enough to leave a person dead as a doornail. As opposed to miraculous medicines, this was a certain death poison. With how the 7 poison were twisted among each other, even a radiant stage expert would be in endless torment before dying. He didn't know anyone so vile and malicious that would administer such poison. But one thing he did know, the poison was far too strong to be suppressed by the moon's yin power alone. And there was one more thing Zhuofan found inside her body fighting off the 7 poisons. A medicine. The Bodhi Jade sap. With his eyes wide, Zhuofan's heart was in exultation. Bodhi Jade sap was a miraculous medicine capable of reviving someone from an inch of death. A 7th, if not 8th grade medicine. 1 drop was enough to save a mortally wounded person. And this was what Zhuofan's aim all along. Now, he was apathetic to the scourge woman's plight, only having eyes for the Bodhi Jade sap to restore the Thunder Skylark egg. All that was left was to figure out how to get it out of her. This miraculous treasure wasn't a common topic he could discuss with her. It breached one's lifeline. "What are you doing?" Zhuofan's act was instantaneous, and only now did she pull her dainty hand away and glared in fury. His eyes darting around, Zhuofan put on a sappy face, rubbing his hands in worry. "Sister Chu-Chu, your hand is so cold. Let me warm you up. Don't play with me." Chu-Chu stared at him filled with doubt. "Say it. Why did you search me with yuan qi?" Zhuofan sighed. "I noticed Sister Chu-Chu's unwell complexion, and since my clan is an alchemist clan, I thought of helping you. I didn't expect Sister to doubt me." Zhuofan now sported a face filled with injustice, and even sniffed to drive the point in. It had the obvious effect, and Chu-Chu's heart softened and her eyes no longer glared. "My injury isn't something a third-rate clan can help with. But thank you." "Who says that?" Zhuofan raised his head, like an indignant child. "My Song clan from Night Train City have been alchemists for generations. My dad is a third-grade alchemist and passed his teachings on to me. If you don't believe it, come and see my skills." Zhuofan grabbed Chu-Chu's soft hand and went outside. Chu-Chu was so stunned she forgot to fight back. No matter what she was thinking, she didn't seem to want to cut at this big boy's enthusiasm. Zhuofan led Chu-Chu through some broken-down houses, to the fright of the new locals. Of course, most of them were in fear of the scourge woman, while only one man felt dread from Zhuofan. He was the stocky man who witnessed Zhuofan's vicious methods. The pair arrived at the tavern where Dong Tianba stayed. In his rush before, he even left the Song carriage here. It contained the ingredients the Song clan readied for the meeting. "Bro!" He ran right into the Dong siblings. Dong Tianba was in glee while Dong Xiaowan gave a bashful nod. "Big brother Song." Yet, Dong Xiaowan felt something strange as she caught his hand holding Chu-Chu's wrist. Dong Tianba noticed this also and felt awkward. "Bro, who is she?" "Sister Chu-Chu. A new friend." Zhuofan smiled. At his words, Dong Tianba dragged him to the side with a raised eyebrow. "Wait to go, bro. You got one just as you arrived." "Ha ha ha. It's all thanks to brother Dong." Zhuofan's words came from his heart. You'd think a cultivation maniac like him would know how to get close to Chu-Chu if not for yesterday's long chat with this prodigal son. Stealing a glance at Chu-Chu, Dong Tianba gave a lustful grin. "Bro, is she hot? I can't tell from her clothes. But she should be hiding something amazing." I'm not sure since I never saw her body." "What?" Dong Tianba cried out. "Not even her face? And you want to bed her?" Zhuofan shrugged. "Don't be like that. I don't look at her like that anyway." Zhuofan brushed past him, letting him stand dumbstruck, his brows furrowed in deep confusion. If a man isn't after a woman for her body, then is it for love? When did my dear bro change so much? "Brother Dong, where's my carriage?" Dong Tianba recovered only after he heard Zhuofan's yell. He replied, "In the back of the tavern. Come with me." Dong Tianba led them out back and Zhuofan went right inside the carriage, beginning to take out all the glittering and odd ingredients. He didn't look at all serious, instead he was as pure as a child. Chu found it normal, but the Dong siblings were startled. Where did the vicious and sinister Zhuofan of yesterday go? Dong Tianba then realized. It seems that love can make a man go crazy. Bro, you were caught in a love trap. Not minding the looks he got, Zhuofan met Chu's eyes and spoke with a boyish smile. Sister Chu, watch closely. His hand now held a scarlet yuan qi flame, throwing dozens of ingredients inside. Yet it was amazing how the ingredients didn't mix. What precise control! Dong Tianba exclaimed. A third-grade alchemist could, at best, handle 9 ingredients at once. But Zhuofan made light work of dozens. His skill went beyond the 4th grade, perhaps even 5th. 4th-grade alchemists were seen only in second-rate clans, 5th grade in first-rate clans. As for those above, they were talents raised in the 7 houses. Dong Tianba just couldn't believe it. When he met Songyu again in the city, he discovered that not only did his power soared, but even his alchemy ability jumped. If he had 1 iota of skill he shows today at the start, the clan head wouldn't have refused him. Dong Xiaowan was watching him with an even more amazed expression. Chu nodded faintly, her eyes evoking praise. His skill at his age made Zhuofan a diamond in the rough. But Zhuofan wasn't going for just praise, he wanted shock. Only shock was enough to assure Chu of his alchemy ability and let him have the Bodhi Jade sap. Then Zhuofan's eyes narrowed and gripped the scarlet flame containing the ingredients. Putting it out. Only a weak trail of smoke was left behind. What are you doing? Dong Tianba cried. I thought this guy improved, but why does he suddenly lack common sense? If you forge all the ingredients together and put out the flame, you'll ruin them. Chu shook her head with a light smile. He is still a child. How can you refine with an unsteady heart? Then, among the pitying gazes, Zhuofan smirked mysteriously. As an alchemist, how can I not know when my pill is ruined? I don't need you to remind me. With a smug smile, Zhuofan opened his hand. A piercing red light flashed and left behind a round red and glossy pill. How is this possible? Dong Tianba was beyond shocked, not daring to even believe this was real. It went against all alchemical common sense. From the gloss and the fragrance, it denoted it as a second-grade pill but of top quality. It had a far greater value than any pill of the same grade. An apt description would be a pill that jumped grades. Chu narrowed her eyes in shock. This was her first time witnessing such a skill. Zhuofan snickered inside. This refining method was called Universe Palm, taken from the 9 Serenities secret records. It preserved the ingredients' effects and even boosted the pill to top quality. It was no wonder those in the mortal domain were oblivious to it, since not even the sacred domain was aware of its existence. How could mortals even begin to understand the secret methods of the ancients? It was all for the sake of getting that Bodhi Jade sap, or Zhuofan wouldn't have revealed such a technique. To common folk, this secret art meant nothing, but to alchemists they would rave over it. He'd be inviting disaster if they knew of it. But these potential issues were for him to deal with in the future. All that mattered now was gaining Chu's trust. Zhuofan grinned as he brought the glossy red pill before Chu. Sister Chu, I felt your hand freezing. So this young pill is for you. Only. Chu raised her eyebrow, but mocked instead. I appreciate your kindness, but young pill is a second-grade pill. It has no effect on me. How can you be certain if you haven't tried it yet? Zhuofan's cryptic smile left Chu in doubt, but she also knew this pill wasn't ordinary thanks to the special method he employed in refining it. She chose to take it after some muttering. Chu suddenly felt her body shivering. Her eyes filled with shock. She had an expression that no one could decipher. How is this possible? Chu exclaimed. That pill was unlike any she had taken. It dissolved in an instant into a miniature sun and caused her to let out a scorching breath. The strong pill effect traveled to every corner of her body, warming it up. When the effect faded, a comfortable feeling still lingered, while also dispelling most of the yin power damaging her meridians she absorbed last night. Chu was incredulous such an astonishing pill existed in this world. Her yuan qi was of yin attribute, and normal yang attribute pills would be rendered useless. As such, a mere second-grade yang pill should have already been offset by her body before it could help dispel the moon's yin power inside her. But Zhuofan's pill was burning like the sun, yet it was gentle, nurturing the recovery of her meridians. The crux of it all was that her yuan qi didn't fight against it, allowing her to capitalize on the pill's entire effect. This went beyond even her wildest dreams. A pair of sparkling eyes stared at Zhuofan's. Zhuofan was gleeful inside as he smiled. "How is it, Sister Chu? My pill is different from the rest." Chu nodded unconsciously as she praised. "You are so young yet using such an enigmatic refining skill. In a few years, the entire empire will know your name." It has already, though you don't know it yet." Zhuofan cursed inside, but his face still evoked the same boyish smile. "Then, Sister Chu, if there's anything hurting your body, I will make it sure that it stops." Chu jerked. Zhuofan's words struck a chord in her. She knew her own body all too well and needed a great alchemist to remove the poison. However, Chu muttered to herself. Zhuofan was always watching her. His heart stretched taut. If his mind could be heard, it would be like, "What's the hold up? Hurry up and fork that damn Bodhi jade sap over. If you don't have it, then point me in the right direction at least." Then, a laugher suddenly resounded. "Ha ha ha. Took you long enough. I've been waiting here for a whole day, brat." Two figures landed from the sky. One was dressed in red, the beautiful figure of the girl Zhuofan humiliated yesterday, Xiao Dandan. The other was a man, a handsome youth in green and with an eerie green flicker in his eye. Dong Tianba and his sister jumped in shock. Chu was also affected, staring at the two with a complicated gaze. While Zhuofan's expression was grave, his eyes glinting dangerously. "Son of a bitch, I almost had it. Your meddling warrants death." Zhuofan was itching to snap these two's necks, but noticing Chu, "Forget it. I'll keep playing the naive child." Punk. I heard you were quite strong." "Sister Chu, they're picking on me. Beat them up." While the smug green youth was pointing at him, Zhuofan pulled on Chu's clothes. He was striking an uncanny resemblance to a younger brother bullied by others and asking his boss for help. This caused a widespread shock to all that knew of yesterday's affair. The green youth's face twitched, watching Xiao Dandan in skepticism. "Miss Dandan, is he the one who was hard on you yesterday? Is he the same insufferably arrogant punk? Why is it he has not one bone in his back?" Xiao Dandan felt dizzy. "He wasn't like this before. He was even bossy with my senior aunt. Is he bipolar? Young Master Yen, he is, but he wasn't like this yesterday. Humph, whatever. Since he is the one, I will give him a reckoning for what happened to you." Snorting, he said to Zhuofan, "I don't care if you're a spineless coward or a retard. Since you offended people from the 7 houses, you deserve death. With how skilled and heavy-handed you were when dealing with Lin Tianyu, you are worthy of my personal involvement." "You beat Lin Tianyu? Weren't you weaker than even a third-rate clan's disciple?" Zhuofan's eyes darted everywhere, then gave an embarrassed smile. If I say he tripped and hurt himself, would you believe me?" Everyone almost lost balance and collapsed. "Dude, can't you come up with a more realistic lie?" Chu smiled out of anger. "Song Yu, if you admit you lied to me from the start, I can still forgive you. But you are clearly taking me for a fool." Chu brushed her sleeve and vanished, leaving only her angry voice in his ear. "Humph, since you court it, you deal with it. Sister Chu, let me explain." Zhuofan trailed, but she was gone. When Zhuofan turned around, his eyes were cold and deadly. His previous cute and adorable look was gone, replaced with murderous desire. "You bastard! Couldn't you wait a minute more? You ruined my plan." Zhuofan's tone carried a vicious desire for revenge, making Xiao Dandan shiver as she hid behind the green youth. Even the youth held a serious expression. From being in contact with so many people from the 7 houses, it was easy to figure out a man's nature from a single glance. But Zhuofan's naked killing intent made his judgment moot. Such savagery only came from the kind of beast. Humph! From how tough you act. It is no wonder that you dealt a heavy blow to Lin Tianyu. The green youth mocked. Too bad you met me. Pill King Hall, vicious Pill King. Yen Song's head disciple, Yen Fu. I am unlike that trash from Merry Woods who indulges in lust. I am the vicious Pill King's successor. Zhuofan frowned. Vicious Pill King was the title of the best alchemist in Pill King Hall. But the first in Pill King Hall wasn't like the first in any other clans. To some clans, their number 1 alchemist title was gained by being the best in alchemy. But in Pill King Hall, it not only represented alchemy but also concocting poison unlike any other. From this his title, Vicious Pill King. Could be said that he was the mightiest killer and savior in the world. With life and death in his hands, he became known as a true Pill King. In other words, this kid's good at poisons. Humph! Zhuofan mocked inside. Poison might inconvenience the rest, but to him it had no effect. See how I use my demon transformation art and wring your cultivation dry. With a crack of lightning, Zhuofan appeared before Yen Fu. The shock Yen Fu felt was palpable, not expecting the first layer of bone-tempering stage cultivator to employ such speed. It was no wonder that Merry Wood's disciple who despite his focus on speed lost so badly. Yet before he could react, Zhuofan kicked him in the stomach. Spewing blood, Yen Fu flew out, making a human-shaped hole in the wall around the tavern and bounced 50 meters in the street. Everyone was slack-jawed. To be honest, if not for Zhuofan's irritated state, he would have toned it down. Casting a side glance at Xiao Dandan, she was scared out of her wits. Zhuofan sneered. No matter who you call, they'll all end the same. Do you women from Drifting Flowers edifice can only rely on men? Ha ha ha. Zhuofan walked away and left her crying, feeling wronged. Zhuofan's contempt and harsh tone cut deep into her. It was no longer humiliation, but despise. Going through the broken wall, Zhuofan walked towards Yen Fu, who was getting up. The tavern's customers and the bystanders hid when they saw it was a fight involving the 7 houses. Quite fast. The fastest beneath profound heaven stage, I reckon. Yen Fu sneered as he wiped the blood from his mouth. Zhuofan snickered. Well, this is a first, seeing one happy to be beaten. Humph, I am happy, but of certain victory. Victory, Zhuofan disdained. I know Pill King Hall can make pills as well as poisons, but you think you can beat me with poisons? Ha ha ha. Debased punk. You know nothing of the world. Yen Fu's eyes flashed as he laughed. My master is Vicious Pill King, revered by all. If not for his poisons, why do you think the 7 houses fear him? Yen Fu spread his arms. A mist flew from his palms that gradually changed its color, soon letting out 3 different types of light. Red, yellow, and green interweaved. Zhuofan scratched his nose, feeling slightly numb. Crud, this punk's poison skills are good to the point that even I have been affected. He was cursing inside, however. Zhuofan had a calm expression on the outside. He. Have a taste of Pill King Hall's legacy, profound ranked martial art, Rainbow Cloud Palm. With his final words, the palms gushed out a tricolored mist. In a mere blink, it rotated around him like a tornado, obscuring his form. Zhuofan gave a cold laugh inside. Those from Pill King Hall are focused on practicing poison and, just like Merry Woods, who focus on speed, their bodies aren't tempered at all. Their bodies were weak. And to cover it up, he hid in the mist at a safe distance. Too bad your trick won't work on me. His eyes flashed and Zhuofan charged, planning on wringing the punk's neck in one move. But he stopped soon after, as he looked at the mist. He realized something. Damn, it's a trap. He came here to exact revenge for Xiao Dandan. But in fact, he's been egged on to come here and probe me. If not, Drifting Flowers edifice's men would have come to settle their disciples' matter. Why would they let this kid steal the limelight? Shuafan breathed in and his eyes returned to the usually calm and calculative look. Iris Overseer is unclear on who I am and tricked this kid into testing me. I can assume there are a few profound heaven experts already watching. Humph. Not a bad plan. Shuafan laughed coldly inside as he withdrew, no longer having the desire to kill in his eyes. Under these circumstances, he must not win no matter what. Ha ha ha, punk. Weren't you cocky of your speed? Come on then. Yen Fu's egotistical voice came from inside the mist. Shuafan tapped his chin with a faint smile. Ha ha ha. Think I'm stupid? You come out if you dare. I don't believe you'll stay there for a lifetime. When you're out of Yuan Qi, I will put you in your place. Humph, you're sadly mistaken if you think the rainbow cloud palm is only used for defense. I will let you experience the perfect martial art. Whoosh! 3 tendrils of mist moved from the tornado, like hands, going after Shuafan, their speed no less than his. Shuafan ducked and dodged through the gaps in the attacks. But the tendrils suddenly turned and came from his back. Ha ha ha, now you see, punk? Pill King Hall's rainbow cloud palm isn't just for defense. No matter what you do, you will still die. Yen Fu was cackling smugly while Shuafan was dodging with contempt. Poison users were strong and weak at the same time. Before the poison was dispelled, the user would be invincible. But after, he was the weakest person ever. He'd be even weaker than a cultivator at the same stage. Among the 10 ancient emperors, not one relied on poison as their main path. The Pill King Hall was so stuck up because of this technique because there hadn't been anyone who could counter it. Humph, once I deal with your palm technique, the Pill King Hall will be kicked out of the 7 houses. See how you'll cry then. As for now, Humph, I'll endure. Shuafan gnashed his teeth. But his silence only worked to bolster Yen Fu's haughty attitude. Thinking he was scared. Punk, don't think you can mess with 7 noble houses just because you're a bit stronger than average. You might not care about the rest of them, but let me tell you, when provoking Pill King Hall, all that you'll receive is death. The hell, when did I go and do that? Didn't you pick on me on purpose? Gasping, Shuafan clenched his fists. This punk is too damn patronizing. I might fake defeat, but not before I let him have a small taste. At this thought, Shuafan stopped his running, as if tired. Yen Fu was thrilled, sending the red, yellow, and green tendrils of poisonous mist right for him. But Shuafan squinted and with a loud bang, he charged through the 3 tendrils of poison and into the mist like an artillery shell. Yen Fu could foresee what Shuafan was planning to do and became startled. He was preparing to move out of the way, but he was late to react and Shuafan was already before him, his hand clutching at his neck. Son of a bitch, if poison is so great, then you and I will die together then. Poison seeped into his body and Shuafan's face alternated between red, yellow, and green. His mouth and nose were bleeding constantly, but he couldn't care less. Kicking Yen Fu in the chest, bones cracked with a crisp sound and Yen Fu spat blood. His eyes were filled with fright. He couldn't believe there was a man who didn't fear poison and charge in with such determination. Most people would have hesitated in face of a poison mist, but who knew Shuafan to be the exception? His method was that of staunch determination, choosing death for both of them. Was Yen Fu about to meet his end? Lunatic, you're truly insane. Yen Fu was going hysterical watching dark blood flow freely from Shuafan's face. Grinning, Shuafan's eyes flashed with a crazed look. I am crazy. Since I'm going to die, I'm going to take you down first and avenge myself. Shuafan kicked Yen Fu's chest 3 more times, breaking all his ribs. Yen Fu was itching to cry his heart out from all the pain. But this was just the start. Before he could make a sound, Shuafan grabbed his skull and slapped him a dozen or so times. The sharp sounds echoed on the street as Yen Fu's teeth were flung with each slap. His eyes were wet but had no energy to even cry. The immense pain stabbed into his heart and all he could do was whimper. Xiao Dandan and the Dong siblings who came out of the tavern stared in shock. Xiao Dandan even covered her mouth, unable to believe what she saw. In reality, Yen Fu's injuries were superficial, hardly enough to kill him, while Zhuofan had poison coursing through him and his life was seeping fast out of his body. It wouldn't be long before he'd succumb to it and die. However, from the two's interaction, it looked more like Zhuofan was the winner and was dealing heavy killing blows, while Yen Fu was akin to a loser kowtowing for forgiveness. This can't be. Xiao Dandan watched with mixed feelings as Zhuofan was nearing ever closer to death yet stronger than ever. He was clearly dying yet in his final moments, he was the strongest in the world. She never saw a man like this, not once. Her heart was suddenly seized by regret, actually hoping Zhuofan would live on. Yet, she was clear that once poisoned by Pill King Hall, no one could survive, the rest of the 7 houses included. This was the terror instilled by the Pill King Hall. Hee. Didn't you say your Pill King Hall's martial arts are perfect? Didn't you want to kill me? Humph. We will both go down today. And all that's left is to see who is going to have a quicker death. Zhuofan yanked Yen Fu by the hair, his body trembling from the poison reaching his organs. He didn't have much time. Yet his smile was as crazed as before, slamming Yen Fu into the ground. Even if Yen Fu survived this ordeal, it would leave him with permanent scarring. Stop! A gale knocked Zhuofan flying as a green-robed elderly drifted to Yen Fu. He gave him a pill, checked his wounds, then sighed. His poisonous eyes then snapped to Zhuofan, glinting with murderous intent. 1,000 meters out, on a tall building, stood 2 figures. One was middle-aged with a split mustache, the other was a red-haired elderly. The 2 watched Zhuofan with a sigh. They say that some are so stubborn they can't see they're going to die. This kid's desperate and suicidal act is Pill King Hall's bane. If the rest of the houses did the same, would vicious Pill King dare run rampant again? 5th elder laughed in lament. This kid's character is something I like. Nodding, Lin Zitian said, I know now why Tianyu lost. It would have been a miracle if he won when meeting such a lunatic. One that is so strong too. When meeting an unbeatable opponent, one must not make an enemy out of him or the result would be devastating. Most people's first thought is to run to save their lives, and by the time they react it would be too late. This is why Pill King Hall is still held in fear. 5th elder nodded and flew away, leaving his words behind. It's a pity. With this man's strong body, under my guidance, his future would have been bright. With Pill King Hall's poison in him, it is ruined. 5th elder. Lin Zitian shouted from behind. Is he not? Zhuofan. Startled, 5th elder turned to look at him and shook his head. Zhuofan is as treacherous as a fox, cunning as a wolf, dangerous as a snake, and savage like a tiger. Not only does this kid not look like him, he is all brawn and no brain. Even if they both do not fear death, they are totally different. Lin Zitian, listen well. Zhuofan is 100 times more dreadful. His eyes shivering, 5th elder vanished. Lin Zitian was left with a hard expression. Hell Valley's 5th elder was the pillar of Hell Valley, the strongest. His words must be real if even he was afraid of the kid. Big brother song. Dong Xiaowan cried out as she witnessed Zhuofan collapsing. She wanted to go to him but Dong Tianba pulled her hand. Dong Tianba was watching the elder in green with a serious face. Zhuofan reduced Yen Fu to such a state and helping him would only incur the elder's wrath. It may not be righteous, but as long as you'd escape an encounter with the 7 houses alive, everything else was just details. Hey wench, take care of my disciple. Vicious Pill King turned to Xiao Dandan, his eyes flashing green. She shivered from fear as she pointed at herself. Why you mean me? Cut the crap. My disciple ended up like this for your sake. Who else should be looking after him if not you? Yen Song spoke in an irreproachable manner. Xiao Dandan was forced to obey despite her wishes. Yen Fu's mangled body stirred endless disgust in her. Who told him to stick his head out for me? Not me. He dragged me here to mess with Song Yu, and now that he got hurt, I have to look after him? Picking up on her loathing, Yen Song spoke in a threatening tone. Wench, my disciple got hurt for your sake, and you're just going to ignore him? Shivering, Xiao Dandan shook her head again and again. No, I wouldn't dare. Humph, you'd better. My disciple took a liking to you, so you better not let him down or I will make you beg for the sweet release of death. Snorting, Xianxia left his precious disciple in Xiao Dandan's care, then walked to Zhuofan. The latter was on the ground, seemingly having stopped breathing, but his mind was hard at work paying attention to all that was happening. Also, he wasn't as poisoned as he had let on. He just cancelled out Yen Fu's 3 poisons with the use of demon transformation art and put on this act to dupe the crowd. Feeling Xianxia's naked killing intent with every step, Zhuofan's fist tightened. I'm already poisoned to death and a senior like you still wants to finish the job. If push came to shove, his only choice was to expose his real identity. Despite having a 5th-grade demonic treasure body, an all-out strike from a profound heaven expert would leave him with a heavy wound. At the very least, his inner organs would be damaged. Zhuofan was ready to react at a moment's notice and strike down the insufferable vicious Pill King. Suddenly, lighting crackled along his thunder ring left him startled. That guy can't be here, right? Yet familiar laughter echoed as a person flashed 100 meters from Zhuofan. Ha ha ha. And here I thought the magnificent and grand vicious Pill King was amazing, while instead, he delights in picking on the weak. It was none other than Sword Marquis Abode Xianxia, the one who went through life and death alongside Zhuofan. Next to him was the same elder from before, 8th Elder Jian Suifeng. Well damn. You picked the perfect timing to show up. Zhuofan was in glee, sneaking the thunder ring into another storage ring, while no one was looking. The crackling of lighting vanished, but Xianxia didn't care, as he continued to stare at Xianxia with arrogance. Twerp, did you come to butt into my affairs? Xianxia snapped his eyes to him, exploding in killing intent. Jian Suifeng rested his hand on Xianxia's shoulder. Tianyang, this doesn't concern us. 8th Elder, Drifting Flower City isn't Pill King Hall's turf. Why should we be scared of him? Xianxiang grinned, sticking out his chin. Jian Suifeng shook his head. Ever since the Battle of Blue Expanse City between Yugiki and Zhuofan, Xianxiang had become a busybody. He just couldn't stand by and watch injustice playing before him. This quirk wasn't that bad, but it didn't do any good either. The elder didn't stop him in normal cases, but right now he had gone too far. To dare to butt in the 7 houses' affairs, this had left the Sword Marquis Abode's elders in a panic. He could not fathom the consequences. That Zhuofan was all by his lonesome self, messing with whoever that crossed him as he wished. But Tianyang represented Sword Marquis Abode. Just what did the elders teach him? Furthermore, did he have to go against the vicious Pill King out of all of them? Jian Suifeng gave a wistful smile as he apologized in Xianxiang's stead. Ha ha ha, Elder Xianxia. I am Sword Marquis Abode's 8th Elder, Jian Suifeng. Please don't mind the words of an ignorant youth. No wonder he dares act so presumptuous. He's from Sword Marquis Abode. Xianxiang's eyes drifted over the two, then shook his head at the breathless Zhuofan. Whatever. I'll let Sword Marquis Abode have this one, and won't punish this punk myself. He inhaled my disciple's poison anyway and won't have long to live. Xianxia emphasized the word disciple, pointing out the fact his disciple was the one that would kill this kid. It was a message to them. It has nothing to do with me. I'm not picking on the weak. So don't you freaking start spreading false rumors and ruining my name. Sword Marquis Abode. Jian Suifeng was clear on his hidden meaning and nodded. Ha ha ha. Elder Xianxia has a fine disciple. How could any common person be his match? This kid dared to mess with him, so death is what he deserves. Yen Fu nodded in satisfaction. At least you're tactful. He then flashed before Xiao Dandan and took her and his disciple away. His disciple won, but it was a wretched win. If he lingered any more, the Sword Marquis Abode might figure out his disciple killed his opponent with poison while getting beaten like a punching bag. He'd have no face left then. There weren't many who knew this. To begin with, only Drifting Flowers Tower, Merry Woods and Hell Valley. But the fewer that did, the better. This was all to avoid making a disgrace of himself. When the old man left, Jian Suifeng took a deep breath. though Jian Suifeng, who was filled with hatred, gnashed his teeth while looking at Shuo Fan slowly dying. Bastard. He flaunts his power at every chance and disgraces all the 7 houses. All right already. Do you think you're that monster, Shuo Fan? That you can do anything you want? After cuffing Xia Tianyang over the head, Jian Suifeng shook his head. Tianyang, do you have any idea how dangerous that was? Unlike you geeky who likes to play games and scheme instead of acting on impulses, vicious Pill King would strike at anything that earns his displeasure with impunity. Even against the other houses, no one can do anything to stop him. Xia Tianyang bit his lip and sighed powerlessly. You must be the Sword Marquis Abode's young master. Xia Tianyang turned to see Dong Xiaowan kneeling at his feet. Brother Song Yu has been poisoned by Pill King Hall. Please save him. Xia Tianyang eyes Shuo Fan, then Jian Suifeng. 8th Elder, can we save him? Ha! You think there's anyone in this world that can cure Pill King Hall's poison? If there was, it wouldn't have grown into such a fearful figure. Jian Suifeng shook his head. Tianyang, don't mess with other people's problems. Xia Tianyang watched Dong Xiaowan hopeless. Forgive me, miss, I cannot help him, and left with Jian Suifeng. Dong Xiaowan cried as she turned to her brother. Dong Tianba sighed. At the end of it all, dear little brother Song met his doom because of us. We will return his body to Nitrain City and bury him there. The Song clan will be then declared our kin. Dong Xiaowan sniffed and nodded. Wait! A sudden voice stopped them. Chu Chu appeared. He's been poisoned by Rainbow Cloud Palm. If you touch him, you will also suffer. What? The two backed off a few steps. Dong Xiaowan watched Chu Chu mournful. What can we do? We can't just leave Big Brother Song's body here. Leave him to me. I will heal him. Chu Chu bound Shuo Fan in a ribbon and vanished, leaving the Dong siblings in shock. The Sword Marquis abode of the 7 noble houses couldn't do anything. Yet a hick woman could? The two couldn't make heads or tails of it, but Shuo Fan was the most in shock. He observed the 3 poisons in his body combining and ever-changing, amplifying its toxicity. Was there any other method that could remove it besides the demon transformation art? Maybe. His guess got him in high spirits. 15 minutes later, in the slums, Chu Chu laid Shuo Fan on the earthen bed and her hand flashed with a bottle. The instant she uncorked it, the scent wafted everywhere in the room. Only. Shuo Fan was startled, yet despite his eyes being close, they still trembled. This was what he was after from the start. The heavenly treasure, Bodhi Jade Sap. A green drop landed on Shuo Fan's lip, sliding in his mouth. In that instant, Shuo Fan felt a boundless vitality soaring ever higher in his body, wrapping every inch of his body. He was so happy, but the sorrow in his heart dwarfed it. Sister, it would have been better if you dripped it on my egg. A green light spread throughout his body, into every damaged fiber left behind by the poison. In 6 hours, his face no longer looked ill. Shuo Fan felt the medicine did its job and faked a faint breath, as though he had just recovered. He was muttering all the while to make his weakened state believable. Chu Chu nodded slightly and helped Shuo Fan to sit on the heated bed. She took a seat behind him, releasing a silver glow from her hands as she rested them on his back. Shivering from the sharp cold, Shuo Fan sensed a frigidine seeping into his body and flowing through his meridians to clear any leftover poison. His body had little poison to begin with, and the poisoning he showed on the surface was already cleared up thanks to the Bodhi Jade Sap. If this process continued, the cat would be out of the bag. No one would fear Pill King Hall if their poison was so easily removed. Furthermore, with how knowledgeable Chu Chu seemed regarding Pill King Hall's poison, if a drop of Bodhi Jade Sap was enough to cure him, she wouldn't have followed through with the healing. Shuo Fan was frowning at this point. No, I cannot let that happen. I can't have her realize the truth or I'll be exposed. So Shuo Fan used the demon transformation art to remove the yin energy. Chu Chu was startled, thinking the poison countered her efforts, so she added more strength. Shuo Fan tweaked his cultivation method to match her rate of pushing Yuan Qi into his body until, at some point, Chu Chu sensed her Yuan Qi moved uninhibited through his body. However, A light scowl adorned her face. I cannot believe the Pill King Hall's poison has reached such heights. The poison from a mere youth made me expend so much energy to dispel it. Shuafan secretly laughed, creaking his eyelids open and putting on the weak and sick act. Where am I? Shuafan turned his head around, puzzled. But he cried in joy at the sight of Chu-Chu. Sister Chu-Chu, you're finally back. I thought you're angry with me and would never talk to me again. Chu-Chu was slightly moved. It was unimaginable for this boy to be so happy about seeing her. Instead of being relieved he was still alive. This was clear proof he placed her far higher in his heart than his own well-being. Feeling warm inside, Chu-Chu raised an eyebrow as she smiled. Of course I'm angry. You, a body cultivator, trashed Yen Fu to such a state, and you still dare fake weakness before me? Speak. What is your aim? I don't have one. Just that when I saw you for the first time, you showed such a fierce attitude towards me. But I know you are a good person, taking me in despite your troubles. That is why I want to get close to you, understand you, and become your friend. Chu-Chu gave him a long look and a smile slipped on her face. Humph. Yeah, right? Who'd believe you? I saw your fight with Yen Fu. You were so vicious in your attacks, using filthy language too. It was the opposite of what a refined young master would do when looking for consolation. Shuafan darted his eyes left and right as he sighed in his heart. Chu-Chu is wise to figure out a man's true nature after just one battle. What she said is true. Why would a ruthless demonic cultivator act all kind if not for his self-interest in growing stronger? He always felt that only the weak would rely on factions, while the strong stood alone. It was the same for spiritual beasts. Packs existed only of low-level spiritual beasts while 5th and 6th level beasts were solitary. Because once you had strength, you did not need one to look for shelter. But how was he supposed to answer Chu-Chu? Mulling in his heart for a while, Shuafan noticed Chu-Chu's stare on him. It was then an inspiration struck and he secretly smiled. Brother Dong, thanks again for your girl-chasing skills. Ha ha ha. Sister Chu-Chu, you really want me to say it? With silly laughter, Shuafan scratched his head shyly. Chu-Chu's heart was growing in suspicion. Her eyes became piercing. Tell me, is your aim in getting close to me something unspeakable? It's not that important, just that I like you. Shuafan scratched his nose, blushing. Sister Chu-Chu, you're right. I'm not that forward when making friends with anyone, except beauties. Shuafan's bottomless eyes stared at Chu-Chu with emotion. She was so stunned that a rosy tint spread on her cheeks. Why, you don't even know how I look. So why do you know I'm beautiful? Chu-Chu was starting to feel nervous as she stammered. Shuafan secretly relaxed. The initiative is back in my field. Thanks, Brother Dong. Thank you for your skirt-chasing experience. Shuafan was happy inside, but his face was giddy. Sister Chu-Chu, I already told you. Your eyes are mesmerizing. The moment I laid eyes on them, I knew you were beautiful. Sophistry. Eyes have nothing to do with how one looks. Chu-Chu turned her head, afraid of meeting Shuafan's gaze. Shuafan let out a short laugh and pressed his advantage. Who said that? Mother said. The prettier the eyes, the beautiful the woman. Your mother is speaking nonsense. Really? Then let's see. Shuafan reached for Chu-Chu's cloth covering her face. She was startled for a moment before fleeing scared. Don't. I am hideous. I don't want to scare you. If you try that again, I will be angry. Chu-Chu turned into the scared rabbit hunted by the fierce tiger, running to a corner in the room and blushing in panic. As for her threat, it held no power. In fact, it was more dignified than her usual cold and unfeeling manner. Shuafan was stunned. Sister, I won't hit you. What are you so afraid of? Chu-Chu seemed to have recovered her usual self after hearing him speak. She shook her head. Don't joke around like this again. Regardless of your reason for getting close to me, I will soon leave this place. It's likely that we will never meet each other again. What? Leave? Shuafan was alarmed. He finally found this Bodhi jade sap and now she wanted to leave? Where do I go looking for heavenly medicine then? Where? Shuafan blurted. I won't tell you even if you ask. Chu turned and left. This will be the last time we see each other. Her steps were growing ever fainter. Zhuofan's eyes now flashed with a trace of resolution. He would have to fight for the Bodhi Jade Sap if he still wanted it. But the opponent was a profound heaven expert. A noisy fight might break out and more experts would come. At that point, his fate was sealed. Killing intent flashed in his eyes and feigned reluctance in his voice. Sister Chu, don't leave. I don't want to be away from you, ah. Zhuofan pretended to be weak as he got up, only to collapse forward. Even flung from a 100-meter-tall cliff wouldn't put a dent in him with his bone-tempering cultivation, in normal cases. But women were women. Chu's heart turned soft and was by his side to support him. But Zhuofan let out an evil smirk as he clawed at Chu. He'd force her to hand over the Bodhi Jade Sap. If not, he was going to pry it from her cold dead body. Zhuofan wasn't kind, striking down even his so-called friends if it came to it. Since she was a profound heaven expert, she slanted her head the moment she heard the sound from the swift attack and avoided Zhuofan's move. The claw passed by her neck, taking with it the cloth over her face and exposing a delicate and smooth skin. Since the first attack didn't work, he wanted to continue, but Chu's expression left him dumbfounded. Incredible! That was the only thought in his mind. Chu's features made her the most perfect, most outstanding beauty he had ever seen. This was even if he were to include his past life. So much so, he couldn't even conceive the thought such a being existed. She is indeed a fairy. Zhuofan forgot even his objective. Chu was also lost, not having detected Zhuofan's killing intent. His slack-jawed expression made her blush as tears pooled in her pure eyes. Bam! A crisp slap made intimate contact with Zhuofan's face, throwing him into the wall. She picked up the rough cloth on the ground and covered her face before leaving, with the clear teardrops still stained on the floor. What's going on? Zhuofan rubbed his inflamed cheek, finding it impossible to forget her visage. Who knew the world could birth such beauty? I thought what I used before was flattery, but it turned out to be true. Pretty eyes are always on pretty women, and she is the most amazing in the world. Zhuofan sighed with palpitation and sorrow. Suddenly, something occurred to him, and rushed outside. But there was no sign of Chu or any trace of her Yuan-Chi. Only, sister, at least leave the Bodhi Jade Sap behind. Zhuofan was crying inside. Now I'm back to square one. Blast it all to hell. What was I doing gawking instead of attacking? Am I a lecher that can't move when he sees a beautiful woman? Zhuofan cursed himself as he sighed again and again. 3 days later, the Dong siblings were asking around as they made their way through the slums. Bro Song, where are you? Dong Tianba took his sister to a rundown house where he noticed Zhuofan's figure through a hole in the roof. He was sitting on the bed with his eyes closed in meditation. Bro, I finally found you. It's good that you're all right. Dong Tianba ran to him but bumped into an invisible wall and was flung into the dirt. Opening his eyes, Zhuofan exhaled as he stood up. With all the effort he put into cultivating these past few days, he reached the second layer of bone tempering stage. He had Yen Fu's 3 poisons to thank for that. Poison was also a tonic. Zhuofan refined them and also absorbed Chu's in Yuan-Chi, resulting in a 1-month early breakthrough. This advancement strengthened his body and speed by 10%. Now, the average profound heaven experts were nothing, and he could even clash with those body cultivators in the profound heaven stage. With a wave of his hand, he released the defensive array and walked out with a smile. Bro, a second-rate clan such as you coming to visit my humble home truly brings light into this wretched house. Please, stop pretending. Dong Tianba patted the dust from his clothes. What's with this house? Why couldn't I enter and felt like I got slapped instead? Ha ha ha. You think anyone can just waltz in? Zhuofan laughed. These 3 days, I was cultivating in seclusion and set up a defensive array so no one would bother me. What? You know freaking arrays? Dong Tianba jumped, his 2 eyes staring at Zhuofan in shock. Bro, if I haven't indulged in vices with you for so long, I'd think you're a different person. We haven't seen each other for a few years, and not only has your strength soared, but you're also knowledgeable in arrays, as well as having refining skills. Dong Xiaowan stared with her pretty eyes at Zhuo Fan in worship. Laughing out loud, Zhuo Fan hurried to explain, "Brother Dong, don't tease me. I used to be so frivolous in my youth, but young Miss Dong and your grandfather woke me up. Let bygones be bygones. Big brother Song, it all my fault?" Dong Xiaowan's rebuking glance seemed to be sending a message, though in fact it was filled with love. Dong Tianba smacked his lips. "Little brother's glorious success leaves me ashamed. I'll work hard and one day reach new heights just like you. Ha ha ha. Cultivation is based firstly on talent, second on luck, and third on diligence. If anyone could have become strong after just hard work, the world would have been filled with experts." Zhuo Fan gave a bitter laugh. Dong Tianba's talent will only allow him to reach profound heaven stage at best. Without a lucky break, he would never advance beyond that. But Zhuo Fan didn't want to curb his enthusiasm. "Oh, Brother Song, where's Lady Chu Chu?" Dong Tianba looked around. "She said she'll save you and had actually done it. She is such a strange person. Why is it that I don't see her around? It's a long story." Zhuo Fan sighed, having recalled the Bodhi Jade sap, and was filled with lament. "I had the perfect chance and blew it, but regretting it now is pointless. If the heavens would grace me with another chance, I will definitely strike when I need to." Zhuo Fan was filled with resolve while Dong Tianba misunderstood. "She left." Zhuo Fan nodded with a sigh. "Bro, you have become so infatuated." Dong Tianba patted his shoulder. "It's all right. Lovers will one day reunite. Just make sure to not let her go next time." Zhuo Fan didn't get the chance to explain as Dong Xiaowan glared at her brother. Dong Tianba noticed it and changed his tone. That Lady Chu Chu must have left because she has another lover. Forget about her. The world is teeming with flowers, so you don't need to stop at the first one you find. Perhaps the one before you might be even better." Dong Xiaowan was bashful. Zhuo Fan watched the siblings act while blinking dumbstruck. "Do I look like a man intoxicated by emotions? My only regret is missing my chance to get the Bodhi Jade sap." Though Zhuo Fan didn't clear the misunderstanding, he continued to speak. "Brother Dong, did you come here to make sure I am still alive and kicking? Or is there something else?" Dong Tianba recalled the reason for his visit and face-bombed. "Brother Song, thanks for reminding me. I totally forgot. I came to make sure you're all right and, for the safety of both our clans, to take you somewhere." Dong Tianba then pulled Zhuo Fan. Zhuo Fan was baffled but followed after noticing how serious he was. Since he lost all trails on Bodhi Jade sap, it was better to go with Dong Tianba and ask around. The trio arrived before a tall building. The plaque on it left Zhuo Fan secretly giving a chuckle. Meanwhile, he had a vulgar grin on his face. "Brother Dong, you just said you're going to work hard, but how come you brought me to this place?" "What place?" Dong Tianba was clueless. With a wretched smile, Zhuo Fan pointed at the plaque. "Brother Dong, don't play the fool. You're much more cultured than me. Look, it says Bro Dash. MPH. Dong Tianba clamped his mouth shut as he cursed. "Quiet. This is Drifting Flower City, a place ruled by women. You think there are such places here?" Then? Zhuo Fan blinked at the plaque. Dong Tianba looked where he was pointing and almost cried, "Brother, please look closer. It's the Iris Edifice." After a long look, Zhuo Fan noticed right then when the wind blew the red silk away and revealed the whole plaque. Star Reader. Play on words. The first character for brothel is the same for Iris. This was the Iris Edifice, the top of the 15 buildings under Drifting Flowers Edifice. And the Iris Overseer too was none other than Qin Kai Qing. Ha ha ha, so it's the Iris Edifice. I thought such a place was uncultured and didn't bother remembering the matron's name and called it brothel. You're still saying it? Dong Tianba glared at him and sighed in relief once he found no one paid attention to them. Uttering the word brothel in Drifting Flowers Edifice's domain was suicide. Dong Xiaowan pouted. Humph, all men are the same. Let me warn you, both of you are forbidden from going into such places again. Shuafan laughed dryly. If you want to bother someone, nag at your brother. Why are you lumping me together with him? We're not related and I am a free spirit. Brother Dong, why did you drag me here? Shuafan ignored Dong Xiaowan. The frown further emphasized the seriousness on Dong Tianba's face. Brother, I have thought long and hard these past days and realized our misfortune came from offending peony edifices Xiao Dandan. Among the 15 overseers, Iris Overseer is the most amiable and the easiest to speak with. I want to ask her to help dissuade this grudge. If not, even if we shave our heads and hide in a monastery, we'll meet our end sooner or later. Shuafan snorted but secretly nodded. If that Iris Overseer had any intention of helping us, Xiao Dandan would have been kept on a tight leash. She did all this in an attempt to expose my identity. This was fine anyway since Shuafan wanted to know the Iris Overseer in person, to figure out how deep her suspicion went, and whether or not his battle with Yen Fu worked to consolidate these guesses. Shuafan nodded. Bro, you're so thorough. The Iris Overseer is definitely a place the two of us must pay a visit. Since bro agrees, then let's go. Dong Tianba laughed and produced a red invitation to the two Qi condensation young ladies standing guard. Dong Tianba bowed 90 degrees as he offered it. Please announce that Dong Tianba and Dong Xiaowan, along with the Song Clan Song, you have come to visit Iris Overseer. Humph, you think it's that easy for second and third-rate clans to waltz in? The girl snorted. Dong Tianba was beet red in anger, but his bow didn't flinch under the contemptuous stare of the girl. Dong Xiaowan chewed her lip and sighed. She felt sorry for her brother, but there was no other way. This was the reception all clans outside the 7 houses got. Shuafan wasn't known for his patience, entering while Dong Xiaowan was distracted. Ladies, do you know Xiao Dandan? One of them looked at Shuafan. She is our senior sister. What, you know her? She's from Peony Edifice while this is Iris Edifice. We won't announce your arrival even for her sake. Ha ha ha, that's not my intention at all. But have you heard? She was stripped naked by a man in the middle of the street, leaving her in nothing but her underwear. The two's eyelids twitched as they nodded. That man was none other than me. Shuafan let out a wicked smile. Do you believe me when I say that if you do not announce our arrival, I will peel your clothes off in broad daylight? The two recoiled. How dare you? This is Iris Edifice. Is there a difference? Shuafan stared them right in the eye. His killing intent spiked and a soul ripple swept the two. The ladies shivered. Fear had gripped their hearts. Wait here. I will go make the announcement. Unable to withstand his cold gaze, one lady ran inside, leaving the other shivering. Dong Tianba sighed. Ever since he met Song Yu again, Dong Tianba felt he was a different person. Not only in strength but also in character, not putting even the 7 houses in his eyes. This was why he brought his sister along, to keep an eye out on this brother of his. But not only did she overlook his actions, the latter was now looking for trouble. We came here to look for asylum, and you've come asking for help with that attitude? It'd be lucky if they don't slaughter your entire clan. Not only was Shuafan indifferent, but he also had a proud look plastered on his face. Bro, towards these small-time snobs, fear is the best solution. Bro, you, Dong Tianba sighed. He could only hope Iris Floorkeeper was open-minded enough to overlook this. The Dong siblings waited nervously while Shuafan looked calmer than ever. The lady soon returned and spoke in a frightened tone. The overseer shall see you. Oh great. Thank you. Dong Tianba bowed then rushed inside dragging his sister. Shuafan swaggered in the slowest and most languid way, smirking at the ladies and giving them the middle finger as he passed. The ladies stepped back in fright, and only gained some semblance of reassurance when he was gone. Hey! Did you also report how vulgar that punk is? The other lady asked. The first one was sullen. Sister, I did repeatedly. Then why is the overseer letting them in? She should have sent someone to put him in his place. The other lady was on the verge of crying. Sister, don't say it. It's useless. Do you know what the overseer said when I mentioned his obscene behavior? What? For words, don't provoke the lunatic. What? The other lady was scared now, her eyes wide as saucers. She didn't know Zhuofan's identity, but their overseer actually went as far as to recommend not offending him? Is he from the 7 houses? That can't be. The invitation clearly states Dong and Song clans. The Dong clan is a second-rate clan, and the Song a third-rate clan. It doesn't make sense to let him go unrestrained. This was the thinking of people who had yet to witness the sheer brutality and savagery of the infamous Zhuofan. A madman wasn't scary, but a pig-headed madman was. Zhuofan dolled up as Song Yu when he came to Drifting Flower City, but his demeanor was as frivolous and whimsical as ever. In any case, the trouble would fall on the Song clan, so he was free to be brasher than ever. With this incentive, he plunged the Mary Woods disciple into a world of hurt, spicing up the show by humiliating the Peony Edifice's disciple, and then trashing of Pill King Hall's disciple as the curtains fell. He showed no leniency to any of them, despite them hailing from the 7 houses. Yet, with all the trouble piling up on his head, he wasn't in the least bit interested regarding the danger he was bringing the Song clan. Even Iris Overseer was not willing to mess with such a lunatic, who had no mind of the repercussions. It was fine if he didn't care about his life, but others close to him? This was a fact made obvious when he clobbered Yan Fu. Qin Kai-ching thus warned the disciple to avoid something she would clearly regret. The two, though, were unaware of the whole story, so they thought Zhuofan was someone of immense power with a deep background that affected even their overseer. Zhuofan had long foreseen such a possibility. The one truly frightening people were those stubborn and hard-headed people that were willing to forsake even their lives. In the eyes of those who watched his battle with Yan Fu, he was a man who had died once. And this only worked to boost his egotistical behavior instead of putting a damp on it, further removing many troubles. Bullying the weak and fearing the strong, along with self-preservation, was a law adhered by all, be it strong or weak. Even the 7 houses had to think twice when messing with this stubborn mule, even if they thought he was beneath them. With a dastardly grin on his face, Zhuofan cackled in his heart. He was met with no obstruction as he walked with the pair of siblings to Iris Overseer's receiving room. She was already sitting there and watched in awe Zhuofan strutting in. "Please sit. I wouldn't dare." Dong Tianba dragged his sister into a bow while Zhuofan slumped into a chair. "Much obliged." Dong Tianba was scared witless, on the verge of crying. "Blast it all to hell. You're in someone else's house. If you piss her off, it won't be just the Song clan that gets buried. I pleaded with you all this time to behave. If I knew you this impudent, I would have never had brought you." Dong Tianba lamented in his mind as he rushed to make amends. "Please ignore him, floorkeeper. My brother is rash and uncivilized. Please don't blame him." "Ha ha ha. Young Master Song is true to himself. Why would I ever blame him? Also, you two can dispense the courtesy and sit," Qin Kai-ching said with a smile. Dong Tianba wiped his forehead and pulled his sister into a seat, while not forgetting to send Zhuofan a glare. Zhuofan ignored it, of course, since he didn't even see it. Dong Tianba sighed, his feature tenses as if at a funeral. Qin Kai-ching giggled, her eyes drifting over them. "Young Master Dong, this isn't the underworld. Relax. Try to be like young Master Song." Dong Tianba right then noticed Zhuofan taking a bite out of a random fruit he picked off the table. Dong Tianba's eyelids were twitching. "He's too comfortable. This isn't your home, you know?" But he only kept it to himself when he saw Qin Kai-ching's calm state. They said Iris Overseer was an amiable person, but he didn't think it was to this extent. "She's so friendly that it should be easy to handle our problem." Dong Tianba bowed once again and spoke in a grave tone. "Overseer, the 3 of us have come with a request." "Do speak." Qin Kai-ching smiled. "Overseer, a few days ago we offended Miss Xiao Dandan, and this had us in a fright these past 2 days. This might be presumptuous of me, but I want to ask the Overseer to mediate, to remove this grudge between us. The Song and Dong clans will forever be in your gratitude." I understand this matter and Dandan was the one going overboard. I will be sure to straighten her. Qin Kaiqing nodded, then smiled at Zhuo Fan. However, I can't help but feel intrigued about something. They say young Master Song was hit by Pil King Hall's Yen Fu's rainbow cloud palm because of Dandan. How is he back on his feet after only a few days? Pil King Hall's poison isn't so easily removed. Dong Tianba froze but for a moment, then glanced at Zhuo Fan. Chu Chu was Zhuo Fan's friend and it was up to him if he wanted to reveal her involvement. If he made a careless comment and invited disaster later, his dear little brother would blame him for the rest of his life. Zhuo Fan nodded satisfied. Dong Tianba was a black sheep of the family, but he had a redeeming feature, his loyal heart. As for Chu Chu, Zhuo Fan was also thinking of asking around for her. Qin Kaiqing was an overseer and ought to know of the profound heaven expert Chu Chu's Bodhi Jade sap. He was brief and blunt. I met a woman covering her face who dispelled the poison swiftly. A woman covering her face? Qin Kaiqing was caught by surprise. Yes, I met her in the slums. A woman that calls herself Chu Chu. The people there call her the Scourge Woman. Zhuo Fan fixed his eyes on Qin Kaiqing, noticing suspicion in her eyes. It was then that a sudden realization seemed to overcome her, but she quickly hid it. Ha ha ha! Young Master Song is fortunate to have such an encounter. Your future will be boundless. Zhuo Fan squinted. I can only hope. From the two's casual talk, Chu Chu wasn't such a sore topic. Dong Tianba was scared she had some conflict with Drifting Flower's edifice that would affect today's talks. His hand flashed and a coral as large as a man appeared, glowing a faint red. This item was so rare that even Zhuo Fan raised an eyebrow. It was useless to cultivators, but its value came from its rarity. It was worth more than 100,000 spirit stones. Dong Tianba bowed again. Then please accept this for your troubles, Overseer. I accept your kindness, but take back with you. I will handle Dandan all the same. Qin Kaiqing didn't even glance at the coral. Dong Tianba bowed again in panic. This is but a token of my appreciation. Please take it, or I wouldn't be able to find peace. Bullshit. Riches are given in exchange for favors. If you don't take it, how do I know you'll do it? If you overlook this once we leave, that damn girl will burn our clans to the ground. And you might not even know it. No, you will most likely have forgotten us by then. At least taking my gift ought to remind you of our plight each time you look at it. No? Dong Tianba cursed inside. Qin Kaiqing understood him and shook her head as she took the item. Only then did Dong Tianba smile in relief. Qin Kaiqing clapped tryst and a disciple brought wine. Guests from afar, you gave me an immense gift. These 3 bottles of 100 Flowers wine is our Drifting Flowers edifice's specialty that helps in one's cultivation. Please accept my gift. We can't possibly refuse Floorkeeper's generous hospitality. Dong Tianba laughed as he poured himself a cup. Zhuo Fan and Dong Xiaowan toasted and drank. What great wine! Dong Tianba praised but plopped on the table unconscious the next second. The same went for Dong Xiaowan, while Zhuo Fan was the only one sober. Raising an eyebrow, he smiled. Overseer, is there something you want to say to me? Qin Kaiqing gave him a praising look and nodded. You're smart. I need you to do something for me. Do it well and the 2 of you can leave the Drifting Flower City in safety. Fail, and your clans will shortly follow you into the grave. Is that a threat? Zhuo Fan perked the corner of his mouth into a wicked grin. Qin Kaiqing shook her head. No, a fact. I know you're a brash and fearless man, but didn't you come here to settle the matter with Dandan? If you don't do this for me, I won't help you either. And with that last temper, your 2 clans will have no future. Zhuo Fan squinted. Let's hear it. And if I can't do it, I'm guessing you're going to destroy us anyway. Zhuo Fan's carefree tone seemed to say he didn't care, but Qin Kaiqing found this extremely odd. Who in this world didn't care about their clan's fate? Madman, a true lunatic. This man can't be controlled. Qin Kaiqing secretly sighed while her face remained impassive. I'm not asking the impossible. I only want you to steal something from me. What? Zhuo Fan yawned. Our edifice lord's treasure. The Bodhi root. Come again. The Bodhi root. Qin Kai-Ching iterated. His eyes wide. Zhuofan's heart was in exultation. Only. Bodhi root gathered earth essence and turned it into life essence in the form of Bodhi jade sap. Who'd have seen this coming? He just lost his trail on the Bodhi jade sap and now he has clues about a Bodhi root. Bloody hell. This is providence. Ha ha ha. Zhuofan cackled inside, his eyes glinting with interest. As an overseer, a valuable member of Drifting Flowers' edifice. Why are you doing this? Despite how thrilled he was, it was best to cover all bases and know the situation in detail. Qin Saiqing's eyes showed a deep gaze as her tone grew colder. That does not concern you. All you have to do is to get it. But Drifting Flowers' edifice is packed with guards. How am I? Qin Kai-Ching cut him off. You need not concern yourself with this. I made preparations. After she spoke, Qin Kai-Ching placed a map in his hand. Zhuofan looked at the multitude of colorful lines and symbols blended in an intricate mesh. It is easy to remember, contains the Drifting Flowers edifice's terrain, along with the patrol routes, and when they change shifts. With your skill, as long as you're smart, it won't be hard getting in and out. Squinting, Zhuofan put away the map in deep thought. This was the perfect chance to get his hands on the Bodhi root, but was suspicious that this might be a trap. Qin Kai-Ching may have already known his identity and set up an ambush there. If he was against profound heaven experts, not even his wings could save him. Though it is highly unlikely for this to happen. If he didn't have the Iris Overseer's help, entering Drifting Flowers' edifice would be difficult. Have you come to a decision? Iris Overseer stared at his face, her heart nervous. Young Master Song. I'm sorry if I have to resort to unbecoming language when I say this, but if you don't do it and leak it instead, I will gouge out your eyes, retch out your tongue, and tear your arms and legs from your body. Ah? And what choice does that leave me? Zhuofan snickered. Although, Iris Overseer, I have to admit, that is a bit vicious of you to do. Tearing my limbs from my body, retching my tongue out, and gouging my eyes is worse than dying. Knowing he agreed to her request, the Iris Overseer's heart eased. I am not one who takes killing lightly, but as you've seen the map and still chose not to agree, all those actions are to prevent you from leaking the secret, be it through writing or otherwise. Rolling his eyes, Zhuofan's mouth twitched. Then, why must you take my feet? Is my feet useful in writing? I don't know. With what an oddity young Master Song is. Who knows what you're truly capable of? Qin Kai-Ching gave a silly smile, hidden behind her veil. Although her features were obscured, her beauty couldn't be hidden. Zhuofan sighed. She is quite the looker, but her heart is so poisonous. This was something he could understand. This world was one where might was right, and men ruled. A woman had to be vicious enough, poisonous enough to stand tall in this world. With how naive and gullible that pure Xianxia was. If it weren't for her encounter with the demon, Zhuofan, she would have been Hell Valley's cauldron by now. Zhuofan started to recall the carefree life the three led in the All-Beast mountain range. Those were the best and shortest days of both his lives. Young Master Song, you will go tonight. So soon. Zhuofan stared at Qin Kai-Ching. He was impatient of getting Bodhi root, but not that much. Who knew the Iris Overseer was in even more of a rush? Young Master Song, there's something you may not know. Qin Kai-Ching sighed. The Bodhi root is something the Edifice Lord protects herself. Only when the month of full moon does she go in seclusion, leaving the Bodhi root in the Treasure Pavilion's care. We are running out of time, as she is soon to come out. Tianyu's number 1 beauty, Chu Qingqing? Zhuofan raised an eyebrow. What's her cultivation? Her stare was fixed on Zhuofan, until she was certain he didn't show any odd reaction. She responded, despite being doubtful. She is my junior sister, and should be in the 3rd layer of profound heaven stage. That much should be possible to fight off. Zhuofan analyzed, then nodded. Then I will go tonight. Qin Kai-Ching was overjoyed and released a scent to the Dong siblings to wake them up. Since they were out for the duration of the talk, Qin Kai-ching explained they fainted after drinking such a potent wine, but that it wouldn't happen again in the future. This concluded the meeting and Qin Kai-ching saw them out. Dong Tianba was more than happy to leave now that his aim was achieved. As they passed by the entrance, the two ladies were still in fear, holding their tongues in check. But once the trio was gone, Zhuo Fan threw a pill into the air. A flash of red flew out of him and swallowed the energy-concealing pill, then went into Iris Edifice. He was curious to know what Iris Overseer's true game was. Blood Infant moved like a specter, entering the drawing room, without anyone's notice, where Iris Overseer was still sitting. A cough suddenly came and a person appeared behind Qin Kai-ching. Zhuo Fan cried out, "Vicious Pill King Yen Song! Why is he here? Why are you doing this?" Yen Song touched her shoulder and squeezed, making Qin Kai-ching grimace and her face flash green. Qin Kai-ching gnashed her teeth as she broke out in fine sweat. "Elder Yen, I am Iris Overseer. If I don't do this, I can no longer keep my position. Once the fool gets the item, his life would have run its course and no one will know of my involvement." "Humph, you're still thinking of escaping liability even when you execute my plans. If anything goes wrong with the brat and ruins my plan, I will have you answer for it." Yen Song clutched at Qin Kai-ching harder, throwing her on the ground. She could only let him do what he wanted as tears of humiliation streaked her cheeks. Yen Song ridiculed, "Of the 15 overseers, I control more than half. Drifting Flowers Edifice will soon come under Pill King Hall and the first of 7 houses to be swallowed. Do you think exposing this will help you? As long as I'm here, act like the Iris Overseer you are, not for Drifting Flowers Tower, but for my Pill King Hall. You heard the brat. There's someone in this city that can remove your poison. If your poison is cured, how will you threaten the other overseers?" Yen Song gave her a contemptuous and evil smile. "Were you always waiting for the arrival of such a man that will save Drifting Flowers Edifice from this crisis? Ha ha ha! What wishful thinking! My rainbow cloud palm is made up of 7 savage poisons, and no one can remove it. The brat was only lucky to be hit by my disciple's 3 poison palm. If it was mine instead, not even the most renowned alchemist could save his wretched life." Qin Kai-ching bit her lip, a trail of blood flowing down and tears glistened in her eyes from the resentment she carried. Snorting, Yen Song kicked her. "Bitch, get rid of him once he comes back, or you and your sisters will wait in silence for death without me." Ha ha ha! A woman will always be a woman, reliant on a man. You must be delusional for fighting against the world of man. Yen Song laughed as he left. Zhuo Fan surmised she must be feeling hatred, anger, and deep-seated powerlessness, though it had nothing to do with him, so he willed Blood Infant to return. Now that light has been shown on the matter, he could go all out. He'll get the Bodhi route and skip town. As for the Song and Dong clan, thanks for taking the fall. Zhuo Fan snickered secretly, looking at the Dong siblings without any remorse. They had elders to get them out of any situation. I owe you guys nothing after all. So, be grateful for helping me out, okay? The Dong siblings reciprocated his warm smile with another of their own. Though appearances could be deceiving, where even a smile hid countless dangers, in the dead of night, silence ruled. The street was empty, but there were some who were moving around a large building. The patrol. 3 words were gracefully placed on the building, Drifting Flowers Edifice. Zhuo Fan flashed in the darkness, wearing black clothes from head to toe. He made use of the patrol's changing shifts and snuck inside. Through a series of odd twists and turns, he arrived at a pond. Looking back, Zhuo Fan sighed and took the map out with a smile. With Qin Kai-ching's help, I wouldn't have known of all these arrays. There are freaking 10 of them. I just passed one and still have 9 to go. Zhuo Fan sighed and stepped back into the darkness. He was adept in arrays, but it would be very easy to get trapped in them without prior investigation. But knowing the map and the disciples' routes, he had it in the bag. Only, I guess people have this saying, attacks you can avoid day and night, but thieves are hard to counter. When I get back to the Luo clan, I will have to make proper arrangements so that this won't ever happen to me. Zhuofan had such an easy time with the arrays, he even indulged in flights of fancy. Soon, the 10 arrays were cleared. The objective was almost in sight. Treasure Pavilion, Bodhi Root, under the cover of the inky black night. Zhuofan advanced like a cat through the centuries and arrived at the inner courtyard. But for some reason he stopped, brows furrowed. Taking the map out again, Zhuofan flitted his gaze from the map to the layout again and again. Someone changed it. The inner courtyard had a 5th grade array, shifting defensive array. It affected every corner of the courtyard and messed with the layout. Going by the map's explanation, the Drifting Flowers edifice shifted once a month for protection. So much so that not even the disciples knew of the new layout. But Qin Kaiqing was an overseer and knew the basis behind the shift, pointing the crucial locations out on the map. Now that he was here, Zhuofan saw there had been another shift, with those locations were no longer valid. He was now forced to search everywhere for the treasure pavilion. Curses! Things only get worse. Zhuofan sighed as he stepped lightly, while also letting Blood Infant out to help move things along. Whoosh! Blood Infant flashed through empty rooms after empty rooms until feeling a sudden powerful force. Zhuofan squinted, profound heaven expert, and made Blood Infant vanish. In a sparse room with a bed, a table, and a chair, a yellow lamp burned faintly on the table. Zhuofan recognized the old man meditating on the bed as being Xie Tianyang's 8th elder, Jian Suifeng. The door creaked and Xie Tianyang entered covered in sweat, gasping for breath as he slumped in the chair. Jian Suifeng opened his eyes and watched Xie Tianyang, pleased. Tianyang, you've been working hard as of late. It won't be long before you surpass your elder brother. Humph, my dad always says elder brother is a genius that comes by once a millennium. Not even a radiant stage cultivator can beat him, so how can I compare? Xie Tianyang was filled with fighting spirit. I am content as long as I can surpass that punk. Jian Suifeng smiled. You mean, that freak Zhuofan? Yes. Xie Tianyang's eyes flashed with sorrow. 8th elder. My only regret in life is that I was powerless in Blue Expanse City, because I didn't train harder. I let Ninger down when she needed me most. I hope the next time will be me who will protect her, not Zhuofan. Jian Suifeng sighed. Tianyang, you are too talented and the Abode Lord won't let you marry a second-rate clan's daughter. I know that, just... Xie Tianyang chuckled in the end. If there's one good thing that damn punk taught me, it is that might makes right. There's nothing in this world you cannot do. You all kept saying how treacherous Yu Giki was, but didn't he find his end in Zhuofan's hands? With enough strength, I will be deciding my bride, and Dad can do nothing to stop me. Laughing, Xie Tianyang left the room. Tianyang, where are you going? Training. Xie Tianyang was firm in his decision, his eyes proud. Of the flowing space's 9 forms I only know 4. I will be practicing the 5th. What, you know the 4th? Jian Suifeng watched the leaving Xie Tianyang with pride. Watching Zhuofan's battle must have motivated him. If he keeps this up, it won't be long before he's in the profound heaven stage. Ha ha ha. Blood Infant slunk back out. Zhuofan shook his head. Didn't think Xie Tianyang took me as a rival. This is good. With his power, I can rest easy knowing he can protect Ninger. Zhuofan moved Blood Infant to another room. But it was just another empty room. From the map, Treasure Pavilion was always shifted close to the Edifice Lord's chambers. It wasn't near this empty one. But then, where can her room be? Sister Dandan. Give me a kiss, just one. Young Master Yen, please don't. AI, your fiancé, Lin Tianyu, is already ruined by that brat. He can't make you happy, so let me. He suddenly heard 2 voices and moved Blood Infant inside the room, hoping to eavesdrop on some clues. But Zhuofan was shocked when Blood Infant entered. I beat the crap out of this disciple, but he is now mostly recovered. Pill King Hall's #1 alchemist sure deserves his fame, healing his protege to such an extent in a mere 3 days. Only a 7th grade alchemist could do that. As the disciple recovered, so did his lust. He was now on the bed holding Xiao Dandan's hand without letting her go. His mind had to be in the gutter. Humph, perverted couple. None of you are worth a dime. I don't have time to waste on you. Zhuofan snorted inside. Yan Fu suddenly pulled Xiao Dandan into bed and loomed over her. Fair lady, stay with me tonight. No, young Master Yen. The ladies of Drifting Flowers Edifice give themselves to their husbands only on their wedding night. What Drifting Flowers Edifice? It will all belong to Peking Hall sooner or later anyway. Yan Fu's eyes became malevolent as he eyed Xiao Dandan with suspicion. Are you still pining for that impotent fiancé of yours? And no, Xiao Dandan cried. Then what are you waiting for? Let us enjoy ourselves. Yan Fu started to roam his hands around as Xiao Dandan's gave off powerless protests. Young Master Yen. Don't. I need to pay my respects to my master each evening. Pay respects. Wasn't her master Peony overseer? That meant following her would lead him closer to Treasure Pavilion. Zhuofan stopped in his tracks and his heart burst with rage when he saw Yan Fu about to take advantage of Xiao Dandan. God damn it. Get the F***CK down. Bastard. Don't ruin my plans. She still needs to visit her master. Blood Infant entered Yan Fu in a flash. Yan Fu just loosened his waistband but then felt a sharp pain in his stomach. With a waning face, he plopped on the floor. Xiao Dandan was still shivering even after he collapsed. She put him on the bed and covered him with the quilt, then left after wiping her tears. Perhaps because of the fear she was in, she did not question why Yan Fu had blanked out and left. Zhuofan snickered as he sent Blood Infant on her trail. Yan Fu was no one important. He didn't want to earn vicious Pill King's rage because of the brat. So, he only allowed the Blood Infant to suck up enough of Yan Fu's blood to knock him out. Following Xiao Dandan, Zhuofan soon arrived at a large building. The lamps were lit and the fragrance of women drifted for over 100 meters. Blood Infant followed Xiao Dandan, who rushed to the door where she knocked. Zhuofan was startled and sent Blood Infant inside. He found not only a woman but also a man. She was very bold and, despite her veil, her chest was covered by a thin cloth while leaving her back bare open. Her promiscuous eyes landed on the man. He was a middle-aged man, with a split mustache that stared hotly at the woman's chest. How is this a Seven Noble house? It'd be better changing its name to brothel. Why is it that everywhere I go, I end up seeing these things? Zhuofan shook his head and sighed. But he was still a man and couldn't help but sneak another peek. Elder Lin, do you love me? The woman giggled. Bobbing his head, the man was drooling. I love you with all my being, Peony Overseer. I, Lin Zetian, love you dearly and even die for you. I only hope that Overseer would allow me a glimpse of your delicate features. He reached for her veil, but Peony Overseer dodged with a giggle. Elder Lin, you must first make me yours before taking my veil. I will most certainly make you mine. Lin Zetian was overcome with lust, as if he never saw a woman in his life. Peony Overseer rolled her eyes. Then, do you agree to my marriage condition? Ah. Lin Zetian frowned and his face fell. Peony, don't make it difficult for me. All of 7 houses know how dreadful vicious Pill King is. Asking me to face him is the same as wanting my life. Humph, Lin Zetian. Where has all that love you proclaimed gone? Didn't you say you'd die for me? I am willing to die for you, but not a worthless death. All men are cheaters. Get lost. Peony Overseer's anger flared and roared, tears welling in her eyes. Lin Zetian shook his head, leaving slowly. When he got to the door, he sighed. Peony, I know Drifting Flowers Edifice's situation and what you're thinking, but Drifting Flowers Edifice is hopeless. No one is willing to offend the Pill King Hall for you. If you have no safe place to turn to, look for me in Merry Woods. Lin Zetian left slowly, leaving Peony Overseer in tears. Master! A delicate voice came from behind the Peony Overseer. She knew it was her disciple and hurried to wipe the tears away, before turning around. But Xiao Dandan's disorderly appearance had her furious. What happened? Was it Yen Fu who messed with you this time? Did he do anything to you? Chewing her lip, Xiao Dandan held in her tears as she furiously shook her head. Master, he didn't do anything yet. Sighing, Peony Overseer showed tenderness as she caressed Xiao Dandan's head. Dandan, I was wrong to blame you. Master, I am fine. But you bore such shame all because you cared for Drifting Flower's edifice. Don't say it. Peony Overseer interrupted her. Dandan, remember, the men of this world only know to hide their intention behind sweet words. They say they love you, that they die for you, but when push comes to shove, they will leave you. Never ever believe a man's sophistry. Xiao Dandan's eyes roamed around before muttering. Perhaps there is an exception. Dandan, what are you saying? Peony Overseers turned strict. All men of this world are heartless, with no exceptions. Lin Zetian is the same, his master is the same, and even that Yen Fu. Humph, they only see us as a piece of meat. They will never stick out their necks for any of us. Women can only rely on themselves. No man is worthy of our trust. But master, Xiao Dandan flushed. Didn't Zhuo Fan appear recently? I heard he ran amok in Blue Expanse City for one girl, killing Hell Valley's 7th elder. He was willing to defy Hell Valley for her. Isn't this love? Zhuo Fan. Peony Overseer gasped. I've never seen him and can't come to a decision of what kind of man he is, but rumors paint him as a bloodthirsty demon. His battle with Yugiki may have had nothing to do with the girl. It could be a grudge he held against the 7th elder. But aren't these all rumors spread by Hell Valley? This is clearly done deliberately to defame him. Xiao Dandan spoke softly. Peony Overseer raised an eyebrow. Girl, why are you bringing him up? You have never saw him either. The Peony Overseer started to put things together. You've been strange of late, fussing and complaining about Lin Tianyu while also going out to look for trouble. Was it all because you fancy Zhuo Fan? Zhuo Fan was stunned. You're saying this girl acted all spoiled and humiliated the Dong clan because of me? I don't remember having that much charm. Since when is my name enough to make a girl fall head over heels for me and ruin other clans' happiness? I guess being outstanding has its demerits. Zhuo Fan got his head in the clouds. Xiao Dandan was beet red, acting all bashful. Master, don't tease me. I was only hoping of finding such a man myself, one that was willing to stand up to the 7 houses for his girl. And that is why you found Lin Tianyu increasingly displeasing, right? Peony Overseer saw Xiao Dandan nod and sighed. Silly child. Even if such a man does exist, it doesn't mean you'll be fortunate enough to meet him. We, the women of Drifting Flower's edifice, only marry people form large clans to preserve our standing. You must accept this fate. Xiao Dandan resigned and nodded sadly. Sighing, Peony Overseer patted her shoulder. Dandan, I am tired. Please patrol around Treasure Pavilion in my stead. Yes, master. Xiao Dandan left with a bow. Zhuo Fan's eyes flashed in glee. He got what he wanted without even asking. It's like giving water to the thirsty. How convenient. He called Blood Infant back and slowly followed Xiao Dandan, to the blind eyes of the master and disciple. After 15 minutes of twists and turns, he saw before him a 50 meters tall pagoda. If one paid attention, he would sense a strange energy around it. An array. Zhuo Fan narrowed his eyes and withdrew. This array was controlled by those who lived here. If he forced his way in, he'd attract the experts around. But why isn't this array on the map? Is it to mislead me, or did the Iris Overseer not know? Zhuo Fan was trying to figure out the reason but hadn't much to go on. He threw the thought away in the end. He only planned to take the Bodhi route then bolt. Why would he give it to her anyway? So Zhuo Fan paid close attention to Xiao Dandan's gestures as she shouted, Open! The energy around the tower retreated. Xiao Dandan entered, followed closely by Zhuo Fan. The tower had 6 levels illuminated by night pearls. Xiao Dandan checked the treasures on each level: cultivation methods, spiritual weapons, and demonic treasures. On the 6th level, a wooden box laid on a pedestal in the middle of the room. Xiao Dandan opened it with care, revealing a dark green root emanating a fragrance, dazzling in the moonlight. Bam! Xiao Dandan closed it and smiled. All is in order. Then a black figure flashed and struck her neck, knocking her out. Seeing you're a fan of yours truly, I'll let you off. A black cloth fell, revealing Zhuo Fan's twisted smile. He opened the box and took the root. But the moment he touched it, he cried out, "Damn it! It's a fake!" Zhuo Fan was panicking. It looked so similar to the real thing that he didn't realize the difference until he touched it. The Bodhi root had vital essence, and even as a root it was still alive. But this thing had the same looks and vibe as the real thing, except it had no vitality in it. This was clearly a countermeasure against robbers. Squinting, Zhuo Fan was beginning to doubt if Qin Kaiqing was in on this. But what was the point of making him steal a fake? Is it to fool vicious Pill King? He put the root in the box and stashed it in his ring. Since it was fake, he might as well give it to Iris Overseer and see her reaction. Who dares encroach upon Drifting Flowers Edifice's treasure pavilion? A woman's voice came from behind him. He could feel her power and knew it to be a profound heaven expert. He made the logical decision to jump through the window and make a run for it. But was a profound heaven expert going to let him leave that easily? A thin cloth blocked his path. The woman's elegance and beauty were emphasized in the moonlight, akin to a fairy. Zhuo Fan couldn't see past her veil, but was stunned nonetheless. Curses! Drifting Flowers Edifice is filled with beauties. Too bad yours only came after items, not to steal girls. Zhuo Fan charged. The woman was perplexed, seeing a second layer of bone-tempering cultivator coming right at her. This was no different than a death wish. The woman snorted inside and struck with a cold palm. Zhuo Fan let out an odd smile just as it was about to hit him, vanishing with the mystifying phantom step. The next moment he was behind the woman, fleeing. She hadn't expected such skill from him, and that caught her off guard. Her delayed reaction allowed him to flee with a dozen meters advantage. But she was a profound heaven expert, and she managed to catch up. Her fair hand caught his shoulder as she turned. With a squeeze, Zhuo Fan halted on the spot. He got you. Zhuo Fan grinned. Instead of throwing her off, he grabbed her hand, not letting it go. At the same time, lightning cracked as his wings unfolded. The lightning wings were a 6th-grade demonic treasure and would send even this profound heaven expert to her doom. Zhuo Fan was using a dirty and savage trick, but this was what he excelled at. Feeling the danger, the woman released all her power. The cold Yuan Qi flung Zhuo Fan's hand away. He withdrew his wings and cried, "Sister Chu Chu!" The woman was shocked beyond belief. "Don't tell me you're—" Zhuo Fan didn't hope to have been found out so soon, but he chose to make use of the shock to disappear into the night. Chu Chu was left standing there, still baffled. Under the cover of night, Zhuo Fan moved like a cheetah through a groove 50 miles out of Drifting Flowers City. He stopped in a clearing and inspected the ice on his hand. He took a deep breath to calm down. He had not expected to meet Chu Chu so soon, and in the Drifting Flowers edifice no less. Much less that he would be injured by this familiar energy. Yet this encounter brought him some ease. Zhuo Fan cast a look back while sporting a strange smile. This was where his meeting with Iris Overseer would take place. It was also the escape route marked on the map. He would give her the Bodhi route here. What Iris Overseer didn't know was that he wasn't coming alone, bringing his tail along. A white immaculate figure floated on a branch not far behind Zhuo Fan under the cover of the darkness. A light breeze rustled the leaves and Zhuo Fan strained his ears. He knew Chu Chu was here. When was there a profound heaven expert that couldn't give chase to someone of his cultivation level? Well, of course, him not using the lightning wings may have had something to do with it. His plan was to find out Iris Overseer's true purpose and Chu Chu's true identity. Who knew if he might even find clues to the real Bodhi route? It all came to him in a flash of inspiration the moment he recognized Chu Chu. All that's left was for the two profound heaven experts to meet and reveal their secrets. Smiling, Shuafan sighed as he looked around. This is where we're supposed to meet, but it looks like I'm late. Since she doesn't want it, I'll just take it with me. PFF. Delicate laughter resounded, followed by a bluish figure trailing among the trees. Her soft eyes stared down at Shuafan in anger. Young Master Song, I never took you for an impatient man, that you can't even wait for 2 minutes. If you took that treasure away, the only thing that will happen is the destruction of the Song clan. I know that, but you should also know this item is a headache for us third-rate clans. The longer we have it, the more dangerous it will be. Ha ha ha, young Master Song is a wise man. Then please hand it over. Qin Kaiqing smiled as she stepped forward. Shuafan took the box out and held it in his hand, his eyes staring into her eyes, ready to grasp her every reaction. Overseer, you need to handle this carefully, lest it will come back to bite me. If it does, you'll have me to deal with. Hi. I didn't know that young Master Song is so bold and so careful. Qin Kaiqing giggled, but then her eyes flashed when she opened the box. Shuafan also noticed. Yes, this is Drifting Flowers Edifice Lord's treasure. Bodhi root. Iris Overseer nodded pleasantly. Young Master Song, you've done well. Shuafan lifted an eyebrow as he gave her a deep look. He was clear Qin Kaiqing knew this thing was a fake, but pretended otherwise. Her aim was obvious, for him to steal the fake and not the real Bodhi root. All to deceive vicious Pill King. Just as he thought, an aged voice cackled when Iris Overseer spoke. Vicious Pill King floated next to her. Who are you? Shuafan faked surprise and retreated a step. Snorting, Yen Song watched Shuafan in contempt. Foul punk. You fought my disciple. Did you forget already? But that is only normal since you were unconscious. You hurt me? Shuafan put on a pondering look, then shouted. Oh, I know. When I was trashing that bastard Yen Fu so hard, a damn old coot jumped me. You're that son of a bitch. Yen Song's eyes flashed and his beard trembled from rage. In the entire Tianyu Empire, who the hell would dare curse him? But that was nothing compared to saying he jumped a kid. He was the #1 alchemist in Pill King Hall, the vicious Pill King. Once word got out he sneak attacked a bone tempering junior, his face would be thrown in the mud. He rushed to amend this. Punk, that was just to teach you a lesson. Humph, shameless geezer. Admit you jumped me. You're so old, and yet you and your disciple colluded against me from the start. Humph, so this is how Pill King Hall acts. Strength does come in numbers. Shuafan mocked, as if grieved from the injustice of it all. Qin Kaiqing laughed, while Yen Song was turning purple. This punk is too ridiculous. When did my disciple and I collude against him? If this got out, he'd be the laughingstock of the empire. The 7 houses' disciples picking on other clans was a common occurrence. But if an elder joined too, and against a third-rate clan no less, it would be utter humiliation. Worse, there had yet to be anyone in the 7 houses who did this. Old Yen, ease your anger. This is his character, he is quick to anger those around him. Don't get angry. Qin Kaiqing advised Yen Song, but in the end, she had to hide her smile. Glaring at her, Yen Song's towering rage only grew. Humph, damnable punk, you're dead anyway. Talk all you want. Yen Song gnashed his teeth. His rage-filled eyes wiped the smile off Qin Kaiqing's face. Don't laugh and take it out. Qin Kaiqing presented the box and vicious Pill King opened it. His 2 eyes narrowed. Bam! Yen Song threw the box on the ground, crushing the Bodhi root inside to pieces. Qin Kaiqing cried in shock. Elder Yen, why? It's a fake. That is no Bodhi root. Yen Song stared coldly at her. Qin Kaiqing jerked, her face baffled. Fake? How? This Bodhi root has always been safeguarded in the treasure pavilion. She is about to come out of seclusion, and so it doesn't make sense. Unless... Qin Kaiqing cast her suspicious eyes on Shuafan, treading closer with killing intent. Young Master Song, I thought you knew when to retreat even if you are not the type of man that does so. I never took you for someone who would switch items. You doubt me? Shuafan put on a fearful face as he fled, ready to spread his wings. He now had what he wanted and uncovered her ploy. She, a woman of power, didn't do it herself and used him, a stubborn bone-tempering cultivator, so she could shift the blame on him. Regardless if Xianxia was duped by the fake Bodhi root or not, she would still shift the blame on him. Xianxia would then blame her for her poor choice in men and would not tell her to go for the Bodhi root again. The Bodhi root would be saved and she was free from Xianxia's coercion, and all at the low cost of a third-rate clan's kid. Wasn't this a win-win situation? Shuafan snorted inside as his fist tightened. Such a pity the one before her wasn't a mere bone-tempering cultivator, but one who killed Yu-Giki, the freak Shuafan. It wouldn't be long now. Chu-Chu would jump in and he would then get to kill this pair. What was the Drifting Flowers Edifice's first overseer? What was the vicious Pill King? They were but a woman and a spineless coot who dabbed in poison. Killing them isn't going to be easy, but it will not be hard either. Shuafan's eyes flashed with bloodthirst as he licked his lips in anticipation, as if he was a demon king prepared to engage in slaughter. But then, something happened. Qin Kai-Ching, who was closing in, stopped in her tracks and launched a blue palm to Xianxia's chest. Bam! Among the loud explosion, there were even sounds of bones cracking. Xianxia was flung like a ragdoll into the air as he spat blood. Why you dare betray me? Xianxia crawled to his feet and pointed at her with rage and rancor. Shuafan watched her in a daze, his fists relaxing. What? Didn't Iris Overseer want me to take the fall? Shuafan was baffled, finding his assessment wrong for the first time. He sighed. A woman's heart is like an ocean, unfathomably deep. His guess was the most beneficial to her. But her betrayal would not only make both sides suffer, but it may lead to them dying together. Humph? Qin Kai-Ching, don't forget, your life is in my hands. Do you want to die? Vicious Pill King wiped the blood from his mouth as ice crystals formed on his chest. Qin Kai-Ching lifted her head. Her mindset, Xianxia, get this straight. I am Drifting Flowers Edifice's first overseer, Iris Overseer Qin Kai-Ching. I won't have you ruin Drifting Flowers Edifice even if I have to pay for it with my life. Shuafan was stunned. Iris Overseer was usually calm and collected. The beautiful Overseer also did not use coarse language even against an opponent she hated. For some reason, he began to feel deep respect for her. Vicious Pill King watched the proud Iris Overseer with a critical eye, savagery dripping from his voice. Humph! A wench thinks she can kill me? You will see soon enough. Your heart has directly received my cold jade palm, and your meridians must be freezing right about now. You have no way of using rainbow cloud palm. Qin Kai-Ching's eyes flashed elated and prideful. Xianxia, you've long got this coming. I may die from your poison, but it will be without regrets. Qin Kai-Ching charged towards Xianxia, her palm glowing blue as she aimed for his chest. Xianxia took a deep breath and staggered as he had to spit out more blood. Just as Qin Kai-Ching said, his yuan cheese flow was hindered, and yet he found no reason to fear. His green beard trembled as he made an evil grin on his face. Qin Kai-Ching did not even manage to reach him before she started to tremble and vomit out black blood. The black blood was so potent that it ate through the ground when it landed. Iris Overseer swayed then fell. Qin Kai-Ching couldn't understand what was going on. Wench, don't you know who I am? You think you can attack me that easily? Xianxia snorted. Look at your hand. Qin Kai-Ching brought her trembling hand to her eyes and discovered it had turned from white to purple. Ha ha ha. I am Vicious Pill King. Every inch of me's covered in devastating poison. You think the rainbow cloud palm is the only one thing I use to go against another profound heaven expert like you? Xianxia laughed at the sky, his sharp eyes filled with murderous intent. Humph! No one would fear me if that was the case. Dumb broad, what a fool. I will kill you and get rid of future troubles. Despite being wounded, his palm had enough power to end a profound heaven expert's life. Qin Kai-Ching was in despair, chewing her lip in hatred and remorse. Shuafan watched it all with a critical gaze. He didn't join in because he knew there was only one person who could save the Iris Overseer. And sure enough, a white figure flew before the vicious Pill King and struck. Frowning, the vicious Pill King redirected his attack towards the white hand of the newcomer. Bam! With a loud explosion jarring to the ears, vicious Pill King stumbled 10 feet back and spat blood. His hand was encased in ice. The white figure landed next to Iris Overseer. Her manner was filled with power and demanding respect from any who dared look at her. Sister Chu Chu, why are you here? Shuafan still had to fake he knew she was hiding nearby. Were you always behind me? Humph. You stole from Drifting Flowers' edifice and think I could not catch up? Chu Chu glared at Shuafan. Shuafan was startled as he gave a pretending cry. What? Sister Chu Chu, you're from Drifting Flowers' edifice? Which overseer are you then? Shuafan looked anywhere else but at her, like a child who knew he did something wrong. He tried to prove his innocence as he pointed at Qin Kai Qing. Sister Chu Chu, it's not my fault. I was forced. It's her. She is your traitor. She is the one to blame, not me. Shaking her head, Chu Chu held her forehead in anger. You brat. You dare say this when you don't have the courage to take responsibility? You deserve to be punished. She then leaned over Qin Kai Qing to check her wounds. It's ruined. Qin Kai Qing lifted her heavy head with difficulty as tears streamed down. Forgive me. I betrayed Drifting Flowers' edifice. Bam. Vicious Pill King cracked the ice on his hand and glared at Chu Chu. Profound ranked martial art? Arcane moon art. Ha ha ha. Drifting Flowers' edifice lord. Chu Qingcheng. You finally show yourself. How is your wound, I wonder? Would you like me to ease your pain? What? Sister Chu Chu. Your Drifting Flowers' edifice lord. Chu Qingcheng. Shuafan watched her beautiful figure in stunned silence. He wasn't faking it this time. The scourge woman he met in the slums was actually Drifting Flowers' edifice lord? What was she doing there? Since he couldn't make heads or tails of it, he pushed this question aside. What upset Shuafan even more was that Chu Qingcheng was called the #1 beauty in the empire. And he did witness her visage once. Who could have those impeccable features if not Chu Qingcheng? He never questioned her identity, making him doubt if his brain had a screw loose to be this foolish. But when did I become so foolish? It was when I saw Chu Chu's face. Shuafan sighed. Even now he felt relaxed when he recalled that image. To think a woman could actually possess such charm. The him of before would never have imagined it possible. Ignoring both of their gazes, Chu Qingcheng watched Qin Saiching's wound and a bottle appeared in her hand. She opened it and the sweet smell had the two people's eyes flash with greed. Bodhi Jade Sap. Senior sister. I know how much you care for Drifting Flowers' edifice. Forgive me. I failed as a lord and made you suffer. Chu Qingcheng moved the blue veil a bit and let a drop fall on Qin Saiching's mouth. Qin Saiching's body began shining in a green hue, filled with endless vitality. Even the grass beneath her began to grow unchecked. The poison on her hand had also retreated and wasn't long before it recovered its white color. The greedy Yen Song and Shuafan gulped, their eyes fixed on the bottle. It was the second time he saw Bodhi Jade Sap's effect, and its endless vitality left him in awe all the same. Ah, new. Another drop ruined. Shuafan lamented, considering whether or not to steal the bottle. This thought was on Yen Song's mind too. He. Bodhi Jade Sap is a legendary cure. How mystical. Vicious Pill King licked his lips. Lord Chu, how about we make a deal? That hag is about to die and Drifting Flowers' edifice will collapse without you. Give me the Bodhi root and I will give you Rainbow Cloud Palm's antidote. It will ensure the survival of your Drifting Flowers' edifice. Humph, Bodhi root is the basis of Drifting Flowers' edifice. Without it, Pill King Hall would run amok and Drifting Flowers' edifice would lose its place among the 7 houses. Do you take me for a 3-year-old, Yen Song? Chu Qingcheng's eyes with bone-deep hatred. And grandmother's vengeance. Ha ha ha, those old hags were narrow-minded. Serve them right. Lord Chu, I advise against making the same mistake. Vicious Pill King laughed in mockery. Chu Qingcheng tightened her fists. Iris Overseer gasped a few times and got up weakly. her pale face glaring at Yen Song. Qingcheng. I wounded him and now he can't use profound ranked martial art. Together we can end this geezer. But senior sister, what of the poisoned overseers? Pain laced her gaze, but soon her focus recovered. Iris Overseer said, everything is for Drifting Flowers Edifice's future. Even the death of all overseers. Qingcheng, attack! Chu Qingcheng was still reticent as Qin Kaiqing shouted. Qingcheng, we will never get the chance to kill this old dog again. We won't get revenge for grandmother. Chu Qingcheng woke up and her eyes became increasingly colder. Song Yu, stand aside. Chu Qingcheng's bitter voice came out. Shuafan meekly got out of their way. He was now watching the bustle and waiting for the perfect moment to strike. None of them were on guard against the second-layer bone-tempering cultivator. Fight, fight, die all of you and let yours truly reap the rewards. Shuafan had a twisted grin. Squinting, Vicious Pill King watched the two's determination and his hand rested on the gourd at his waist. Lord Chu, think it through. Don't regret it later. Humph. I will regret it for all my life if I don't kill you now. Only. Chu Qingcheng snorted as she and Iris Overseer charged towards Yen Song. In this 2-against-1, Yen Song, who couldn't use profound ranked martial art, was at a disadvantage. But he wasn't panicking. His knuckles were white as he gripped against his gourd. Boom! A sudden purple lightning struck, stopping the two women. Vicious Pill King frowned as he turned his head towards the newcomer. Who's there? Chu Qingcheng and Qin Kaiqing shouted. Ha ha ha! Girls, did you already forget this old man after a few years? It was an old man in yellow, blind in one eye. A crow laid on his shoulder yet had eyes flickered with purple lightning. He was Veiled Dragon Pavilion's God-Eye Longjiu, and his spirit animal, soul-devouring crow. The pair behind him were in bone-tempering stage, Long Kuei and Long Jie. Shuafan was startled. He didn't think he'd meet familiar faces all the way over here. Uncle Jiu. Chu Qingcheng and Qin Kaiqing cried in joy. Vicious Pill King was frowning, despite his cold tone. Didn't expect you to get your eye back, God-Eye Longjiu. Longjiu laughed. Ha ha ha. It's all thanks to my little brother. I have regained my title and won't cower from the likes of you, Vicious Pill King. Vicious Pill King's face twitched but his heart cursed to high heavens. God-Eye Longjiu's recovery of his purple lightning gold eye was akin to meeting his archenemy. The rainbow cloud palm had always been ineffective against Longjiu. After losing his eye, Longjiu was downcast. So Yen Song didn't pay him any attention. But now he was back. Vicious Pill King squinted. His heart was in panic as his hand held the gourd tighter. Longjiu, are you going to join the ladies against me? The ladies in question turned their expecting gazes at Longjiu. Longjiu cast a furtive glance on Vicious Pill King's gourd then shook his head. Yen Song, don't misunderstand. I came here to mediate. We are all guests in Drifting Flowers Edifice and should act like one. Ha ha ha. I admire your reasoning, Elder Jiu. I will forego the ladies' unreasonable act today. But they might not do the same. Vicious Pill King rested easy knowing Longjiu was out of this fight. His smile now turned to the ladies. Chu Qingcheng gnashed her teeth and looked at Longjiu with hope. But the latter only shook his head. She could only give up. Humph, Yen Song. I'll let you off now, but don't you dare make trouble in Drifting Flower City. That depends on how Lord Chu receives guests. Vicious Pill King snickered and flew away. They all breathed easier seeing him leave. Even the ladies. They may have been shouting kill and attack, but against an opponent like Yen Song, they were extremely tense. Uncle Joe, why did you stop us? Did you forget grandmother's revenge? Qin Kaiqing complained, but Chu Qingcheng grabbed her shoulder. Senior sister, you misunderstood Uncle Joe. He saved us. Longjiu sighed, his voice dignified. Girls, I am the one who knows Vicious Pill King Yen Song the best. He is worse than you geeky. Fighting him would only end in you dying for nothing. But didn't I hurt him? Qin Kaiqing retorted. Longjiu spoke gravely. Qinger, did you notice his gourd? Qin Kaiqing shook her head. We have met countless times but never saw him carry one until now. He must be carrying it for some ulterior motive. Vicious Pill King is rampant and arrogant, but his heart is so spiteful that not even you geeky dared mess with him. You were at grave risk today. But Uncle Joe, is there no way we can deal with that old dog? Qin Kai Ching wasn't willing to give up. Long Joe smoothened his beard. Hard to say, unless my little brother was here. He is sure to have a way. Your little brother? Chu Qingcheng and Qin Kai Ching asked. Shuafan raised an eyebrow. He can't mean me, right? Long Kuei's mood was foul at Long Joe's words. Uncle Joe, why bring that brat again? He only killed you geeky and yet you brag about him on and on for the past few months. Many from Veiled Dragon Pavilion are starting to think you aren't just brothers. Little Kuei, are you jealous? Who in your generation could have accomplished the feat of killing that rotten bastard? Even taking him as my ancestor wouldn't be an exaggeration. What's more, we became brothers. Uncle Joe, are you talking about that rumored vile spawn? Zhuofan? Chu Qingqing raised an eyebrow. Long Joe nodded. Chu, you are an exceptional genius, rarest of rare. But my little brother is no weaker than you. Humph, what genius, he only knows violence. Killing wherever he goes. Long Kuei spoke in a sour tone. Long Jie shook his head. Little Kuei, you are wrong. Whether you want to or not, you have to admit that Zhuofan is better than us in every way. He may be a bit unhinged, true, but his talent matches the 7 houses' 6 dragons. And when it comes to killing, no one of our generations can compare. Little Jie got it right. Long Ju praised. But Long Kuei came before Chu Qingcheng. Not at all pleased. Humph. What are you talking about? There's no way that brat can compare with Sister Qingcheng. Yep, not right at all. Yours truly has always been keeping low. I've been in Drifting Flower City for days, and have I run amok even once? No. Shuofan was dissatisfied. Aren't I always low-key? I normally kill without stating my name. Yet it perplexed him how, even with that, his name was known in the entire Tianyu Empire as a demon spawn. The only one that I am known to have killed was Yugiki, which happened as though it was on a grand display, so of course everyone knew about me from that incident. But the rest should not be tied to my name. He thought of himself as a rational and calm person, but to others, his every move, every gesture, was filled with arrogance. Chu Qingcheng held Long Kuei's hand, then looked at Long Jiu in hope. Uncle Jiu, Zhuofan truly has the power to kill Vicious Pill King? Long Jiu shook his head. I am not sure, but from what I can guess, Vicious Pill King's ending would only come at the hands of my little brother Zhuofan. I'm starting to get curious about this matchless genius. Chu Qingcheng's eyes roamed around in thought. Next, Chu Qingcheng settled Long Jiu's party in the Drifting Flowers edifice. Zhuofan wanted to use the chance to bail, but before he could do anything, Chu Qingcheng grabbed him by the neck and dragged him back to Drifting Flowers edifice like a chicken. The moon hung above in the quiet night. Many guests were resting, except for a lamp still burning in a small room. 5 people were gathered: Chu Qingcheng, Peony Overseer, Iris Overseer, Xiao Dandan, and Zhuofan. In other words, Zhuofan was the only outsider here. I'm finished, kaput. Zhuofan lamented. 1 wrong move and 3 profound heaven experts would jump him. Peony Overseer was watching Zhuofan with suspicion. Why has the edifice lord brought a nobody to Drifting Flowers edifice? While Xiao Dandan's eyes rested on Zhuofan for a long time. Zhuofan humiliated her once, but for some odd reason, she didn't hold it against him. What are you looking at? Never seen a man before. Zhuofan was annoyed and snapped. Xiao Dandan shivered and stepped back. Impudent. Peony Overseer's fiery temper broke out as she cursed him. You rude brat. Where do you come from that allows you to speak like that in my Drifting Flowers edifice? Don't you know where you are? Who cares? Just don't let that crafty and arrogant lass have such a hot gaze for this handsome man. What hot gaze? Peony Overseer was startled. Pointing at Xiao Dandan, Zhuofan stuck out his chin and cursed. Look at her eyes. They are clearly undressing me. Can't you see me wearing clothes? If that's not a hot gaze, I don't know what is. The three ladies spat, finally knowing what hot gaze meant. Their faces turned red. Xiao Dandan was even more so, lowering her head in shame. This brat is too vulgar. What hot gaze? I only looked at you twice. But as Xiao Dandan was getting redder by the second, and was close to burning up, Chu Qingcheng glared. Song Yu, stop being rude. Yes, Sister Chu Chu. Zhuofan changed into an obedient child next to Chu Qingcheng. He knew her weakness, that she couldn't stand to reprimand him like this. At last I found you, Song Yu. You were the one who picked on my disciple. But Peony Overseer's temper flared once again at the name. Zhuofan was fearless now that Chu Qingcheng was there to hold his hand as he shouted. So what if did? Who told her to pick on my woman? Can't you see how rotten her morals are? Peony Overseer shivered. Of course she knew the truth. But she didn't think this brat was so pig-headed that he dared argue with her in the Drifting Flowers edifice. She knew she was wrong. She was willing to let the matter slide with just a small payback. However, she was humiliated instead. Damn rotten punk. See if I don't beat you to death. Peony Overseer was ready to strike, but the one to stop her wasn't Chu Qingcheng. She watched the hand, stunned. It belonged to none other than Xiao Dandan. She was pleading with her eyes, to let the rotten punk go. Peony Overseer was perplexed. My dear disciple, didn't he humiliate you twice? Why are you defending him? Don't tell me. Peony Overseer suddenly cried. You fancy him? This got all of them jumping, with even Zhuofan's eyelid twitching as he said in haste. Hey! Think what you like, but be careful of what you spout. You're Peony Overseer for crying out loud. You can't just go around spreading rumors and damaging my name. Do you even have a reputation? Why do you sound like you're the one losing out if my disciple likes you? Peony Overseer was furious. How could Xiao Dandan like a reckless and impudent brat like him? But now his words set her temper off. What's wrong about my disciple that you find unacceptable to you? In a fit of anger, Peony Overseer's rage shifted from her blind disciple to enforcing marriage on Zhuofan. By the looks of it, it may even come to fighting if Zhuofan kept refusing. Xiao Dandan was red as a tomato, but was also let down by Zhuofan's reaction. She cried, Master, that's not what I mean. Stop rambling. Then what do you mean? Peony Overseer looked with askance at her and resentful of her attitude. Looking up at Zhuofan, Xiao Dandan muttered, I only thought he is a rarity in this world, sticking out for that lady and standing against Drifting Flowers edifice. The world actually has another man willing to sacrifice himself for a woman. Him? A good man, Peony Overseer mocked. It is fine to be hot-blooded and reckless if he had Zhuofan's strength. But he is weak and still has the nerve to offend the 7 houses. He is just suicidal. If he had offended any other house besides Drifting Flowers edifice, he'd be lying cold on the ground by now. He was fortunate to meet Edifice Lord who saved him, or Yen Fu would have killed him. Yes. Last time it was Qingcheng who saved young Master Song. Iris Overseer raised an eyebrow. Chu Qingcheng nodded. That was pure coincidence. Once I got back, I would mention it to Peony Overseer and to rein in her disciple, not to stir up trouble. Drifting Flower City is the only place where women have the last say in things. I don't want for women to fight against each other here. Yes, I will be sure to rein her in. Peony Overseer rushed to make a bow to Chu Qingcheng and pulled Xiao Dandan to do the same. Chu Qingcheng dismissed it. It's all in the past. We have gathered here tonight for one purpose, the theft of the treasure pavilion. Chu Qingcheng turned to Iris Overseer and Zhuofan. You too. Explain what happened. Zhuofan was indifferent in his retelling, yet he didn't miss a detail. I am the victim here. Go punish her. Peony Overseer and Xiao Dandan cried in shock. Who'd have conceived it possible Iris Overseer was a traitor? Chu Qingcheng saw anger in their eyes and urged. Don't be anxious. Iris Overseer hasn't truly defected from Drifting Flowers edifice. She knew I carried the Bodhi root with me at all times yet still sent Song Yu to steal it. The two calmed down somewhat, but Peony Overseer still said, Senior sister, Why have you been staying silent? I'm dying to know your side of the story. Rolling her eyes, Iris Overseer sighed. To be honest, Yen's song struck me with the rainbow cloud palm when I was returning to Drifting Flowers City 3 months back. What, you're also poisoned? Peony Overseer was worried. That means close to half of our overseers are poisoned. Humph, half. Shaking her head, Iris Overseer had a hardened expression. Of the 15 overseers, that old dog got to 14, forcing them to obey his orders. The only one safe is you, Peony Overseer. What? The shock was understandable. It wasn't long before Vicious Pill King got his hands on the entire Drifting Flowers edifice. So that's why Yen Fu kept saying Drifting Flowers edifice is his. Xiao Dandan recoiled 2 steps and Peony Overseer found it hard to even swallow. Her despair was obvious. Iris Overseer also sighed out of frustration. He told me of this secret only to have better control over me. I decided then that I'd rather have him killed than seizing Drifting Flowers edifice. That is why I have been hiding my intention, so I can strike him when he told me to steal the Bodhi root. You didn't make me steal a fake to fool him, but to shift his anger on me and attack him from behind when his guard was down? Iris Overseer, what a great plan, Shuafan analyzed. Iris Overseer looked at him in shock. Young Master Song, I never knew you were so smart. Not at all like the stubborn oaf you appear to be. Just a wild guess. Ha, ha, ha. Shuafan scratched his head and faked clueless once again. What a blunder. The Song Yu he played was an impulsive and reckless man, not one capable of deep though. Putting together a sly mind and a strong body, what would you get? Shuafan. Luck was with him this time as they thought it was odd. However, they were not suspicious of his identity. An oaf of a brat who hit the nail on the head sometimes. Senior sister, sorry for being hard on you. Peony Overseer took Iris Overseer's hand as tears welled in her eyes. Qin Kai-Ching patted her hand and chuckled. These 2 women had sacrificed much for Drifting Flowers edifice and took all the responsibility on their shoulders. Senior Aunt, did you succeed in your attack on that old dog? Xiao Dandan asked. Shuafan sneered at this. Oh please, and here I thought I was one who disliked using his brains. But in fact, yours seems non-existent. If she succeeded, you'd be toasting right now. Why would you all be wailing and sobbing here at this point? Xiao Dandan blushed and glared at him. Shuafan's callous words broke the sisterly mood between Peony Overseer and Iris Overseer. Their tears just went and disappeared. Rotten punk, can't you read the mood? I should have known better than to expect delicacy from you. Peony Overseer flared again as she ranted. The others broke in a small smile while Shuafan rolled his eyes. Peony Overseer, don't mind him. Song Yu speaks before he thinks. Chu Qingqing glared at him, then acted like a big sister, trying to make amends for her little brother. Peony Overseer noticed this subtle difference quickly. With Edifice Lord protecting him, she no longer pursued it, and her face changed into worry. Edifice Lord, with how can senior sister put it? Drifting Flowers edifice is in imminent danger. What do we do now? Chu Qingcheng took a deep breath, her eyes flickering. We aren't nearly enough to deal with Pill King Hall. We need to find outside help. From the other houses? Iris Overseer shook her head. From the start, the 7 houses only cared about themselves. Even Uncle Joe, who is closest to us, was fearful of Vicious Pill King. Who would stick their necks out for us? Yes, no man can be trusted. Peony Overseer had only hatred from being abandoned in her chambers. Her eyes flickering with wisdom, Chu Qingcheng showed a smile. Others may not be trustworthy, but he will surely help us. Who? Was the unanimous question. Chu Qingcheng grinned. The strongest house. Their eyes shined as hope was rekindled. Those with Fan frowned and muttered. The Regent Estate. Among the 7 noble houses, everyone was arrogant. Everyone thought highly of themselves. But there was one house that was recognized as the strongest, the one who stood above them for the past 1,000 years, the Regent Estate. The Regent Estate's power was 3 levels higher than any house among them. No house alone could defeat it. Who'd have thought that the Regent Estate's men were also joining in the 100-pill meeting, though their numbers and strength were unknown. If the rumors were true about its power, he'd had better tread lightly. With such a strong crowd in Drifting Flower City, one wrong move would spell damnation. Sighing, Zhuofan clenched his fists. He needed to get the Bodhi Jade sap fast and leave even faster. From here on out, it was only going to get worse. Zhuofan's eyes drifted to Chu Qingxing's storage ring. She also noticed Zhuofan was worried and smiled. Songyu, stay in Drifting Flowers edifice. What? Zhuofan jerked, though his heart was leaping in joy. This would make it more convenient for him. Chu Qingxing walked before him and patted his shoulder with tender feelings. No need to worry. I know you fear vicious Pill King's revenge, but he won't dare kill anyone in Drifting Flowers edifice. She then left with the overseers after telling Xiao Dandan to prepare him a room. Zhuofan stood stunned, feeling somewhat warm and fuzzy inside. He had always been cooking up schemes on how to get that Bodhi Jade sap, maybe even killing someone if he had to. But Chu Qingxing's constant care for him left him hesitant. Should I steal the Bodhi Jade sap? The night passed and Zhuofan walked out of his room. He was welcomed by the warm sun, yet his eyes were cold as ever. After a thorough analysis, he came to the decision to strike. Tonight was his best chance to steal her Bodhi Jade sap. When Chu Qingxing was alone, the best case was if it all went smoothly. If not, it couldn't be helped. He wouldn't shirk from killing if it'd get him the medicine. He was the demonic emperor and not even a woman could stand in his way. Zhuofan took steps towards Chu Qingxing's room. From his gate, one could even see a certain growing resolve. But the closer he got, the stranger he felt. Why were there so few people in Drifting Flowers edifice? Not even the guests were around. Make way, make way! A rash and urgent yell came from a figure in red moving with great haste. It was none other than Xiao Dandan. Thinking for a moment, he flashed before her. Thump! Xiao Dandan seemed to have smacked into an iron wall and fell to the ground, bringing sharp pain to her butt and head. Who is so blind that dares block me? Xiao Dandan cursed, but she choked on her words when she saw Zhuofan. Eyeing her coldly, Zhuofan snorted. Did you say something about a blind man? Lowering her head and blushing a bit, Xiao Dandan went by him. Zhuofan was even more perplexed. She used to be so feisty? So, why did she suddenly change? He grabbed her arm. Xiao Dandan shuddered and her cheeks reddened even more. Zhuofan ignored her state and said, Where are you going? Why is Drifting Flowers edifice so quiet? Where is everyone? That's because they went to see young Master Huangpu. Zhuofan frowned then cried, Huangpu? A man from the Regent Estate? Why is he here so soon? The one who came is Regent Estate's second young master, Huangpu Qingyun. I heard he and Edifice Lord were childhood sweethearts. With him here, vicious Pill King will not dare to cause trouble. Zhuofan's heart shook. Son of a bitch. I just decided to attack and here comes an expert. And did he have to be Chu Qingxing's childhood sweetheart too? How the hell am I supposed to do anything with those two sticking like glue? Zhuofan gnashed his teeth and looked on murderously. Let's go. I want to see the oh-so-great young master Huangpu. Great? How can you be so rude to Regent Estate's young master? Xiao Dandan was going to advise him to be restrained, but Zhuofan pulled her along before she could say anything. Xiao Dandan looked at their hands but did not say a word, though it could be because her heart was skipping like a deer. Zhuofan's unbridled and rash attitude made her heart jump for the first time for a man. She was wishing for time to stop right now. However, with the two's cultivation, they soon arrived at the entrance of Drifting Flowers edifice. They looked on towards the crowd. Zhuofan let go of his hand, which made the young miss feel a sense of loss. Blast it! This damn Regent Estate is too impressive. They are like emperors. To have the other houses welcome them like this. The scene shocked him. From first to third-rate clans, all kneeled at the side of the main avenue, and those of powerful clans stood around the Drifting Flowers edifice's entrance in welcome. This was Drifting Flowers edifice's headquarters, yet the procession was even grander than the edifice lords. Was Regent Estate so strong that it could intimidate the other 6? It had to. With how arrogant and belittling the 7 houses were, they would never accept such a loss of face. His face turned grave. Shuafan's eyes were like a hawk, watching further ahead. In the middle of the street, a yellow sedan chair appeared before his eyes. This sedan chair was plain, with but 4 people lifting it. They were all profound heaven experts. Curses to high heaven. Profound heaven experts. The other 6 houses have them as elders and you freaking use them as porters. Shuafan's face twitched and his fist tightened. Though the 4 profound heaven cultivators just broke through, that was beside the point. What was important was that Regent Estate's power was incredible. The rumors didn't do them justice. They weren't just 3 levels stronger. The other 6 houses were swept by fear. When the sedan chair was nearby, they walked forward and bowed. Ha ha ha. I am but a young and uncultured junior. How could I trouble the 6 houses' elders to welcome me? Candid laughter came from the sedan, strong and resounding, reaching everyone's ears. The heavy power that it contained gave the impression of a mountain pressing on their hearts, robbing one of all power to resist. This was a true higher power, backed by soul pressure. Under the youth's kind words, all trembled, as they knew the words were backed by arrogance. He came out like this before the elders just to show off his power. They had to admit, however, that no one here could match against his soul pressure. Not even the elders of the houses. The strength of one's soul in the profound heaven stage was a sign of one's potential and power in the radiant stage. No one was pleased, but they had to give credit where it was due. Regent Estate would soon have another incredible expert. His power has been promised to be no less than Jade Flute Divine Sword, Fang Qiubai in the future. Everyone was putting on serious faces, with only Chu Qingcheng lifting her head. Pleased. He was someone she invited. The stronger he was, the more intimidating he was, the more capable he was to help Drifting Flowers edifice. Qing Yun. We haven't seen each other for 10 years, and yet you've become so strong. I may no longer be your match. Chu Qingcheng smiled. Ha ha ha. Qingcheng. Don't tease me. I would never dare hurt you. Laughing, the silk of the sedan chair rose and an elegant and handsome man in his 20s came out. The flicker in his eyes was far stronger than those possessed by the elders, and he also had a golden glow around him too. Second layer of profound heaven. A body cultivator. Shuafan squinted. Shuafan managed to kill Yu Giki so easily because that man was a mere schemer. He did not have an unyielding body to brave through any army. However, this profound heaven body cultivator was a headache to deal with. And that wasn't the least of it. Shuafan sighed and looked at Hell Valley's 5th elder. He noticed some time ago that this elder also had a version of the diamond body. Not even Shuafan could handle 2 body cultivators. Things are getting complicated. Shuafan clicked his tongue. Xiao Dandan thought he was worried about Drifting Flowers edifice and consoled him. I didn't take you for such a kind man, one to worry for our sake. But don't worry, with young Master Huangpu Qingyun, the vicious Pill King will have to obediently give up the antidote. Humph! Who the hell cares about you? He shook his head, but his eyes flashed when he gazed at Huangpu Qingyun. He isn't an easy man to deal with. For the first time in his life, a tremor ran through Huangpu Qingyun, and he turned his attention in Zhuofan's direction. Seeing him with Xiao Dandan, he squinted. Qingcheng. Since when does Drifting Flowers edifice welcomes men? Chu Qingcheng also looked at Zhuofan and spoke with amusement. He is a son-in-law of ours. Don't you know Drifting Flowers edifice had men marrying in? Raising an eyebrow, Huangpu Qingyun nodded. To marry into the Drifting Flowers edifice, he must be a man of greatness. I wonder when I will have that honor too. Huangpu Qingyun was beaming, but Chu Qingcheng rolled her eyes, with a hint of red on her cheeks. Huangpu Qingyun laughed harder at this, while the elders strained their expressions. Even for a second young master of Regent Estate, he is too freaking arrogant. He dares give us the cold shoulder to flirt with the edifice lord right in front of us. Humph! I would rather train right now. Xia Tianyang left, but Jian Suifeng pulled him back. Huangpu Qingyun then smiled at him, You must be Sword Marquis Abode's second young master. You have such manners. Xie Tianyang didn't care and Jian Suifeng had to make amends. Forgive him. The second young master, Tianyang, is but a haughty child that I have failed to educate. Please overlook this. It's all right. Young Master Xie must be an impulsive man. I would like to befriend many such people. Huangpu Qingyun walked to Xie Tianyang and rested his hand on his shoulder. Second young master. Jian Suifeng was panicking. Huangpu Qingyun gave a reassuring glance then smiled brightly at Xie Tianyang, although his tone was frosty. I like straightforward people like young Master Xie the most. I would have grown tired if all I saw were fawning types. Ha ha ha. The moment Huangpu Qingyun's hand touched Xie Tianyang's shoulder, he felt an overwhelming pain spread through his body. He could not move, only managing to gnash his teeth from pain and stand straight as an arrow. Pleased with the lesson, Huangpu Qingyun let go and laughed as he left with a group of fawners behind him. Jian Suifeng sighed. Tianyang, why do you act like this? I told you that Regent Estate's men are proficient in grasping the hearts of the people. Anyone who disobeys them suffers in the end. Eighth Elder. I now understand Ninger's feelings at that time. I never knew the Sword Marquis Abode would see this day. Sweat was dripping down Xie Tianyang's face. I will remember this, Huangpu Qingyun. The day will come when I will pay in kind. Jian Suifeng shook his head. For thousands of years, Regent Estate stood atop the 7 houses. Even if you are unwilling, all you can do is bear it. While this scene played out, none of them noticed Zhuofan standing in a corner, watching closely. His eyes were cold and his fists were clenched. Songyu, what's wrong? Your face is scary. Xiao Dandan asked. Zhuofan shook his head. Nothing. What will you do if your sisters are picked on? She watched him, amazed, hearing a mild tone from him for the first time. Depends on who it is. I will take some of my sisters to deal with normal people, or tell my master if it involves the 7 houses. Humph. What will be the point of that? Zhuofan squinted as he showed naked killing intent. I, on the other hand, will crush anyone to dust for picking on my brother. His icy tone left Xiao Dandan shivering. She looked as if she didn't recognize him. Drifting Flowers Edifice's guest hall was packed with delicacies and food for a feast. Huangpu Qingyun arrived with a crowd of retainers and sat in the seat of honor. It was the seat reserved for the leader. His action implied crass and open disrespect for Drifting Flowers Edifice. Could be even deemed as provocation. However, people found Huangpu Qingyun's act normal, treating him like an emperor. Chu Qingqing didn't mind at all. Now that he sat there, it wouldn't be long before he would help them. Elders, please take a seat. Don't be shy. Huangpu Qingyun acted as the host and gestured to the 4 profound heaven experts carrying his sedan. As they sat along with the guests, there seemed to be one table empty. Huangpu Qingyun asked the obvious. Why is there an empty table? Was the table count wrong and the servers left it as so? Clear of his intention, Vicious Pill King snickered evilly. Second young master, it belongs to Sword Marquis Abode. He must be running late with important matters. If it is irksome, second young master, we might as well remove it. Everyone watched him coldly. Vicious Pill King was simply adding insult to injury. Everyone in the hall saw Huangpu Qingyun attack Xie Tianyang from getting on his bad side. It was obvious that Xie Tianyang was now taking care of his wound and did not come. They all guessed that this second young master was still irritated and brought up this topic. It is fine if you don't want to irk the second young master, but as a man from the 7 houses, must you go so far to pour oil over the fire and present the chance to shame Sword Marquis Abode? And Huangpu Qingyun wasn't one to miss it. Elder Yen is right. The empty table is bothersome. Remove it from sight. Second young master, Sword Marquis Abode is one of the 7 houses. Even absent, their table should remain. Sir's conduct of disgracing them might earn Sword Marquis Abode's displeasure. Long Jiu stood up, no longer having the patience to sit by and watch. Vicious Pill King squinted. And? You think the Sword Marquis Abode would start a war over a table? This is not a matter of boldness. but the 7 houses' sanctity. The 7 noble houses shouldn't hold each other in such contempt. Humph, nice speech. Then let me ask you, Elder Gio, in whose domain again did my elders get killed? This time it was Hell Valley's 5th elder who laughed coldly. He, I have no problems with anyone if no one gives me problems. Hell Valley dug its own grave. You got yourself to blame for that. What did you say, you blind old dog? 5th elder snapped and slapped the table. Long Gio squinted, staring back without fear. The feast had become a ticking time bomb ready to explode. They would have long had trade blows if not for this place being Drifting Flowers edifice. People, please calm down. This is neither Veiled Dragon Pavilion nor Hell Valley. It is not a stage for you to settle your grudges. Lin Zetian wiped his sweat as he urged. If not for Drifting Flowers edifice, then for the 2nd younger master. Restrain yourselves. The 2 turned their attention to Huangpu Qingyun. He was smiling slightly, but his eyes were anything but pleased, as if to remind them this was his welcoming feast. You dare cause trouble at my feast? The 2 muttered and cupped their hands towards him before sitting back down. Huangpu Qingyun laughed. That's better. The 7 houses are one big happy family. There's no need to argue over a table. Moreover, this is Drifting Flowers edifice, and it is their decision if the table stays or not. Huangpu Qingyun turned his stare to Chu Qingcheng, who nodded. Sword Marquis's abode is Drifting Flowers edifice's guest, and should have a table. Frowning slightly, Huangpu Qingyun's eyes flashed with disappointment, but laughed nonetheless. All will be done as Qingcheng said. This is your domain after all. Thank you, Qingyun. Chu Qingcheng nodded curtly, not detecting Huangpu Qingyun's change in expression. Meanwhile, the vicious Pill King had an evil smile at her expense. Humph, dumb broad. You have no clue of the 2nd young master's intention. Drifting Flowers edifice deserves what's coming to it. Then the table will stay, he declared. But when Huangpu Qingyun saw 2 figures passing by, he smirked. However, it's only an empty table. The 2 outside. How about you come join me for a drink? Zhuo Fan and Xiao Dandan were about to go to their rooms when they heard his shout. Xiao Dandan was distraught over what to do and looked at Zhuo Fan since the guest hall was filled with elders. This was something the cherished disciple of Peony Overseer had never participated in. Then, she secretly laughed at her as she took a look at Zhuo Fan. If she, a Drifting Flowers edifice disciple, panicked, what about him? Who was a 3rd-rate clan's young master? Meanwhile, Zhuo Fan was completely opposite. He was cool as a cucumber, taking her hand as he walked with a steady gait. Does this man fear no one? Not her master, not her senior aunt, not even Regent Estate's 2nd young master, Huangpu Qingyun. In a blink, Xiao Dandan was charmed as she looked at Zhuo Fan. She didn't seem to wake up from her charmed state even when they were standing in the middle of the guest hall. Her love-struck gaze was there, open for all to see. 2 sudden killing glares landed on the 2. Xiao Dandan shuddered and found one to be from Mary Woods' Lin Tianyu seated next to Lin Zetian, the other from Yen Fu sitting next to Vicious Pill King. Their lips moved yet no words came out, but the word they mimicked was the same, slut. They would have long shouted curses if it were not for Huangpu Qingyun's presence. Sizing the couple up, Huangpu Qingyun laughed. What a perfect match. Could you introduce yourselves? I am Xiao Dandan from Peony Edifice. Greetings, 2nd young master. Xiao Dandan was tense in her greeting. Zhuo Fan raised an eyelid and stated, Sun Yu from the Song clan, a 3rd-rate clan of Nitrain City. 3rd-rate. Huangpu Qingyun raised an eyebrow. Such a rare occurrence for a 3rd-rate clan young master to become Drifting Flowers Edifice's son-in-law. People, please sit there. The hell? Son-in-law? When have I become Drifting Flowers Edifice's son-in-law? Zhuo Fan was in deep thought to only be jerked awake by Xiao Dandan, who had reddened cheeks. Chu Qingcheng stood at once. Qingyun, you can't. That is Sword Marquis's abode's table. It is not for juniors. Yes, 2nd young master. They do not qualify to sit there. Peony Overseer stood as well, paid her respect to Huangpu Qingyun, then berated the two. What are you two standing around for? Leave. Huangpu Qingyun waved his hand. His face became gloomy. Qingqing, I agreed to not take Sword Marquis Abode's table, but now, I can't even have two guests? You are slighting me. Chu Qingqing stammered. She watched Huangpu Qingyun's cold face and realized she no longer knew him. Zhuofan understood at once. If a third-rate clan young master and Drifting Flowers Edifice's disciple took that table, it would bring utter humiliation to Sword Marquis' abode. Huangpu Qingyun was doing it on purpose, differentiating between those who fawned over him and those who disregarded him. The problem revolved around a mere table, but it was an allusion to a question of obedience. Looks like Regent Estates people are a cut above the 6 houses, and so is their appetite. They want to unify the 7 houses. I need to move fast and secure some elders for the Luo clan. When the 7 houses unite, the Tianyu Empire will be plunged into chaos. Zhuofan didn't wait for their argument to finish, as he already sat at the table. The people were stunned. What gall the brat has. This will be a shame for Sword Marquis' abode. Kid, you better be careful where you sit, lest you invite death. Long Zhou warned him with a cold eye. Zhuofan watched him calmly. Grandpa Zhou, be careful to not have your clan ruined with what you say. The people were twitching. He doesn't have just gall, he's mad. He even threatened Veiled Dragon Pavilion's Long Zhou. Only Huangpu Qingyun watched Zhuofan with admiration besides shock. He could now see how a third-rate clan young master became Drifting Flowers Edifice's son-in-law. Long Zhou's eye shivered from emotion and shock. After a long time, he cupped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, young master, for reminding me. Only. Then sat quietly. This caused an even bigger shock. Not only was Huangpu Qingyun and his experts startled, even Long Jie and Long Kuei next to Long Zhou were perplexed. The Grand Elder Zhou of Veiled Dragon Pavilion was cowed by a nameless brat. How is this possible? But no one noticed Long Zhou was moved to tears. His soul-devouring crow was also flapping its wings in excitement. Watching the soul-devouring crow's jubilation, Zhuofan perked the corner of his mouth, knowing that Long Zhou recognized him. After all, he used to address Long Zhou with Grandpa Zhou the first time they met. Furthermore, unlike those that addressed him as Grandpa Zhou, Zhuofan's haughty tone made it undoubtedly clear to Long Zhou as to who he was. None of the people there understood what happened, their eyes darting from one to another in hesitation. A third-rate clan kid dared speak nonsense to a Veiled Dragon Pavilion's elder Odd. The elder in question not only did not rebuke but looked relaxed, odder. On top of that, there seemed to be some underlying meaning in it which was baffling to them. This cast many doubts upon the guests. But before they could pry, a sneer resounded. Humph! Drifting Flowers Edifice is so thoughtful to let some pipsqueak have a table. To everyone's shock, Xie Tianyang had been standing at the entrance, unbeknown to them. Meanwhile, Jian Suifeng's face had turned ashen. The exclusion of Sword Marquis' abode from the 7 houses feast was utter humiliation. Chu Qingchang cried, urging Zhuofan. Who told you to sit? Leave at once. Qingcheng, did you forget? It was I who invited them. Huangpu Qingyun smiled at her, but his deeper meaning pricked at Sword Marquis' abode. Isn't it a waste to have an empty table? I have welcomed the 2 disciples to make better use of it. It is not a place for a dog to sit in after all. Humph, since the second young master does not put Sword Marquis' abode in his eyes, we shall be taking our leave then. Farewell. Xie Tianyang waved his sleeve and left. This time, Jian Suifeng didn't stop him, going after him with a stern face. There was no compromise when it came to the matter of Sword Marquis' abode's dignity, even if it meant offending the other 6 houses. Chu Qingqing became anxious. It was Huangpu Qingyun who did this, but Drifting Flowers Edifice was the host. With Xie Tianyang returning humiliated, wouldn't Sword Marquis' abode put all the blame on Drifting Flowers Edifice? In this moment of crisis, Drifting Flowers Edifice should be making friends, not offending others left and right. Young Master Xie, please wait. This is the fault of our Drifting Flowers Edifice. Please forgive me. I will be arranging a table shortly to apologize. Chu Qingqing cried in panic. Xia Tianyang paused and turned. Chu Qingqing was willing to lower herself and apologize. This was enough for Sword Marquis's abode to keep their dignity. It wouldn't be proper to be obstinate. However, noticing Huangpu Qingyun's mocking grin, Xia Tianyang's anger flared and spoke coldly. Edifice Lord Chu, since you have the powerful Regent estate to lean on, you needn't degrade yourself. I am unfortunate to say that the small and meager Sword Marquis's abode cannot accept your apology. Xia Tianyang left this time for good. Chu Qingqing sighed. How could she not get his meaning? Drifting Flowers Edifice chose to rely on Regent estate in their hour of most desperate need. This in turn alienated the other houses. She didn't know if this was the right path, but she began to feel that Drifting Flowers Edifice was becoming more and more isolated. Even their longtime friend, Long Jiu, could only sigh at this. If she couldn't even preserve the dignity of her guests, what's to have them return a second time? Huangpu Qingyun was immensely pleased and showed it in his smile. His eyes drifted to Vicious Pill King, who nodded and showed a crafty glint. Shuafan took it all in and cried inside, damn it, this is Huangpu Qingyun's plan, to isolate Drifting Flowers Edifice. When Drifting Flowers Edifice was gone, the next to follow would be Sword Marquis's abode and Veiled Dragon Pavilion, who refused to acknowledge their might. And when the 7 houses were under one banner, the Luo clan would fall. Shuafan squinted his eyes as he yelled, Brother Xie, there are more seats here. If you do not mind, let's squeeze together and join the feast. Humph. An insignificant noisy brat dares call me brother? Are you freaking worthy of it? Sitting next to you would throw the 7 houses' honor down the drain. Xia Tianyang snorted inside as he clenched his teeth. This rotten Drifting Flowers Edifice has gone too far. Since when can a third-rate clan kid yell at me? Xia Tianyang didn't even turn around, so Shuafan scratched his nose as he shouted, Coward? Are you that scared of sitting next to me? The fierce tone rang in everyone's ears. Everyone was dazed, even Huangpu Qingyun. They were too out of it to even react. Blast it! This punk is a madman among lunatics. The nerve of this brat. He first threatened Elder Jiu, and now he was calling Sword Marquis's abode's young master a coward? Did he yearn for death that much? Elder Jiu didn't retaliate because of seniority. With his power, striking against a junior in front of everyone would be too shameful. While Xie Tianyang was a rash youth. You think he'd let you off after this public humiliation? The Drifting Flowers Edifice won't say anything even if you do end up dead. Iris Overseer held her forehead. Peony Overseer sighed. Chu Qingqing gnashed her teeth with tightened fists. She was itching to tear him to pieces. This rotten brat. Here he goes again, thinking with his brawn. Vicious Pill King's disciple and Mary Wood's disciple were enjoying the show with cold smiles. Edifice Lord Chu, this is too much even if you rely on Regent estate. Do you want to slight Sword Marquis's abode so much? Jian Suifeng snorted in anger as his body exudes power. Chu Qingqing rushed to diffuse the misunderstanding. Please calm down. 8th Elder. This is a misunderstanding. This child speaks without thinking. I will deal with this personally. Chu Qingqing glared at Shuafan and berated. Songyu? What are you waiting for? Apologize. A small smile played on Shuafan's lips as he looked at Xie Tianyang's back. Shivering, Xie Tianyang turned around jerkily, eyeing Shuafan with rage, but also shock. He then strode before Shuafan. Young Master Xie, please. He is but a child. Please don't lower yourself to his level. Chu Qingqing was nervous, yet Yuan Qi gathered in her palms. She would have no choice but to interfere if Xie Tianyang moved in for the kill. Xiao Dandan jumped in front of Shuafan as she nervously said, Young Master Xie. He is my fiancé, one of Drifting Flowers Edifice. His error will be dealt with by Drifting Flowers Edifice. Please don't let anger control you. Ignoring her, Xie Tianyang only calmly walked to Shuafan's table. However, outside of everyone's expectation, the two didn't jump at each other's throat. Xie Tianyang just landed his butt on the chair next to Shuafan and poured himself a drink before downing the glass. Then, stared at Zhuo Fan's face, not fully convinced as he laughed. Ha ha ha, good wine. Of course. Drifting Flowers Edifice's wine is made by the young and charming ladies. Since you're here, brother, let's have drinks all round. Zhuo Fan filled his cup and Xie Tianyang nodded, sitting there as if nothing happened. Everyone's eyes were bulging out of their sockets. Even Jian Suifeng was dumbstruck. Xie Tianyang's reckless temper flared even before the likes of Huangpu Qingyun from the Regent estate. Why was he casually drinking wine with a man who just cursed him? He didn't understand, the others even more so. Having the show cut short, the others were stunned. Chu Qingcheng was also dumbfounded, her hands relaxing. She couldn't understand what trick Zhuo Fan pulled to calm Sword Marquise, Abode's young master's anger. Xie Tianyang, didn't you say sitting at that table is beneath you? Huangpu Qingyun was disappointed as he spoke coldly. Laughing, Xie Tianyang waved off his reproach. I do, but not with a brother who I appreciate. Xie Tianyang and Zhuo Fan clinked glasses just like drinking buddies. Jian Suifeng awkwardly sat next to Xie Tianyang, not quite able to wrap his head around his young master. Tianyang you? Ha ha ha. Eighth elder. Sit. Sharing a table with this brother will not disgrace Sword Marquise' abode in the slightest. Xie Tianyang waved his hand, pulling Jian Suifeng to sit. Jian Suifeng watched Zhuo Fan, befuddled. Seeing peace restored, Chu Qingcheng relaxed also. Her pretty eyes landed on Zhuo Fan with gratitude. Zhuo Fan raised a glass in her honor and lifted an eyebrow. Chu Qingcheng glared at him, but they held no anger. It was the same as when a big sis smacked her little brother over the head. A love tap. Qingcheng. Huangpu Qingyun's eye grew cold, severely irked by Zhuo Fan's action of diffusing the conflict between Drifting Flowers Edifice and Sword Marquise' abode. However, Chu Qingcheng did not notice. So, she urged, Qingyun, it was hard to gather all the 7 houses before the 100-pill meeting, as you can see. So, don't be so hard on young Master Xie. Ha ha ha. How could I? I came because of you after all. His eyes flashing, Huangpu Qingyun spoke. Let's begin. Now that all houses are here, let us settle the matter between Drifting Flowers Edifice and Pill King Hall. Chu Qingcheng was happy. With Regent Estate standing here, that old dog will have to give up the antidote. What she didn't know, however, was that vicious Pill King was also anticipating this. Clap. At the sharp clap, everyone turned to Chu Qingcheng. She smiled and eyed the vicious Pill King. On this occasion, with all 7 houses gathered here, I would like everyone to bear witness to one matter of mine. She stared vicious Pill King down with a cold gaze. Yen Song, it is time to end our grudges today. Ha ha ha. What grudges do you speak of? I do not understand. Have I perhaps turned up uninvited? Vicious Pill King stroked his beard. Squinting, Chu Qingcheng continued. Yen Song, stop faking it. The elders of the 7 houses are here, and so is Regent Estate's second young master. You won't leave this place until you give up the Rainbow Cloud Palm's antidote. Iris Overseer and Peony Overseer stood up also, ready to strike at a moment's notice. The others kept silent, watching the events unfold. They knew of this grudge between them for a long time. This time, however, Drifting Flowers Edifice invited Regent Estate to mediate and press down on Pill King Hall. Vicious Pill King would have no choice but to comply in his presence. Yet, just when the second young master ought to speak, he remained unusually quiet. The people ignored Chu Qingcheng and Vicious Pill King, turning their gazes to Qingcheng, because they all knew he was the one who had the final say. Who was right and who was wrong, who failed and who won, all rested on this man's shoulders. Huangpu Qingyun smiled towards Vicious Pill King. Ha ha ha, Elder Yen, if you truly poison Drifting Flowers Edifice's disciples, there is no harm in providing the antidote and keep it cordial. Second young master is right. Snickering, Vicious Pill King cupped his hands at Huangpu Qingyun, but his sinister eyes stared right at Chu Qingcheng. I have indeed hurt your overseers, but I am unable to provide the antidote. Yen Song, the nerve of you. You won't even listen to the regent estate? Do I have to bother His Majesty for you to drop this matter? Chu Qingqing shouted. But Huangpu Qingyun lightly waved it off. His Highness is terribly occupied and has no time to mind us, 7 houses. Even after what happened in Windgaze City between Veiled Dragon Pavilion and Hell Valley, His Highness rebuked them both. Not only they, but even the other houses were given a warning. Windgaze City has now become a restricted area for us. When Huangpu Qingyun pointed this out, Long Jiu and Hell Valley's 5th elder started glaring at each other. Shuifan sneered inside, knowing where this was going. For the regent estate to unify the 7 houses, they must have all of the houses' affairs under their control. Wouldn't it become a mere figurehead as the leader of the 7 houses if the other houses turned to the emperor for mediation? Humph, they move quite quickly when it comes to grabbing power. So this is the true ambition of regent estate. Shuifan's eyes flashed coldly. Chu Qingqing took a deep breath to calm her anger. Qingyun, you are right, but this old dog, leave it to me. Huangpu Qingyun held his hand in interruption and spoke to Vicious Pill King. Elder Yen, taking your current stance is tantamount to slighting regent estate. Don't you see me sitting here? Ha ha ha, the second young master misunderstands. The truth is, I cannot provide the antidote. Vicious Pill King cupped his hands and smiled. But, shouldn't what a certain thief stole be returned first? What do you mean? Huangpu Qingyun raised an eyebrow, his voice awed. Grinning, Vicious Pill King looked at Chu Qingqing in askance, speaking with a sly smile. Edifice Lord Chu, I'm sure you haven't forgotten of that devil Chu Qingtun. Shivering, tears welled in Chu Qingqing as she clenched her fists. Bottomless rage and overflowing killing intent surged. The people were shocked having witnessed Chu Qingqing so out of control for the first time. Sneering, Vicious Pill King added, Drifting Flowers Edifice had once sent that devil, Chu Qingtian, to become my disciple. I found him smart and imparted some of my teachings. In the end, he stole Rainbow Cloud Palm's antidote formula. His strength was lacking when refining it and died, while also poisoning many overseers in the process. How can this be my fault? Yeah, he was my senior brother meant to inherit the master's legacy. But he was driven by delusions of grandeur and betrayed us despite our good relations. He got his just deserts when he thought too highly of himself. He was blind to believe he could refine the antidote, only to fail. Yen Fu was mocking them now. The only thing I admire about my senior brother is his talent in alchemy. As for his moral character, he was too arrogant, repaying gratitude with enmity and hurting Drifting Flowers Edifice. It can be said he was impudent. Shut up. Chu Qingqing's anger flared and her eyes reddened as she watched the evil pair. The others jerked in fright. Throwing a disdainful gaze at her, Vicious Pill King snorted. Second young master, if this happened in Regent Estate, would you give your spy the antidote? You're right. Huangpu Qingyun nodded. Everyone's eyes were on him in a split second. It was Drifting Flowers Edifice who asked for him, so what was he doing sticking up for Pill King Hall? Only Shuifan knew this was coming, calmly tasting the fine wine. Second young master, there is a reason behind this matter. At that time, Pill King Hall attacked our edifice lord. Iris Overseer hurried to explain, but Vicious Pill King cut her off. Humph, there are plenty of arguments among the 7 houses, but does this garner sending a spy to another house? Going by your words, won't that make Hell Valley filled with Veiled Dragon Pavilion's people? And Veiled Dragon Pavilion teeming with Hell Valley's spies as well. Elders began nodding at this. In the case of small arguments, they were resolved openly. Sending spies was too demeaning and shameful for the 7 houses' prestige. Iris Overseer was flustered while Chu Qingqing was almost lost in her rage. Her eyes bore hatred towards Yen Song, wanting to eat him alive. That's enough. Since I and the house's elders are here, I will be the judge and you witnesses in dissolving this grievance. Huangpu Qingyun's shout drowned the 2 sides' bickering. Everyone nodded. Huangpu Qingyun turned to the Vicious Pill King, to which Yen Song cupped his hands. I leave everything in the second young master's hands. Turning to Chu Qingcheng, she let out a ragged breath and nodded. Huangpu Qingyun came at her request and believed he would side with Drifting Flowers' edifice. Huangpu Qingyun's eyes flashed pleased. With both sides in agreement, then I will state my verdict. Do not object it, or it will mean a challenge to Regent Estate. Yes. Chu Qingcheng and Vicious Pill King nodded. Good. Elder Yen, you are to give the Rainbow Cloud Palm's antidote to the Drifting Flowers edifice. Huangpu Qingyun shouted and Chu Qingcheng was happy. But Huangpu Qingyun followed up on a cold tone. However, Drifting Flowers edifice was the first in the wrong. To be fair, Elder Yen may choose any one item from Drifting Flowers edifice as compensation. This caused a widespread shock. Everyone knew what Yen Song coveted the most. Drifting Flowers edifice refused to bargain this treasure with him, or they would have long have traded it. Huangpu Qingyun's verdict sounded fair, but it leaned towards Yen Song. In a blink, they all understood, flickering their eyes from one to another. Chu Qingcheng was even more shocked. She noticed Yen Song's cunning smile and came to realize it was a trap all along. They planned this from the start. Second young master's verdict is fair. I wholly agree. Vicious Pill King laughed. Then I won't be shy and choose Bodhi Root. Impossible. Chu Qingcheng snorted. The Drifting Flowers edifice's sacred treasure won't be yours. Qingcheng, you are the one who asked me to mediate. I have given my verdict and now you refuse? Are you mocking me? Huangpu Qingyun barked. Everyone knew Huangpu Qingyun didn't come to help Chu Qingcheng, but the Pill King Hall. With this excuse, Regent Estate drove itself between Pill King Hall and Drifting Flowers edifice. If Drifting Flowers edifice didn't hand over Bodhi Root, they would have to face not only Pill King Hall, but the dreaded and mighty Regent Estate, the strongest of the 7 houses. If Regent Estate moved, no other house dared to help Drifting Flowers edifice. Before Drifting Flowers edifice could drive out the vicious wolf, they brought in a tiger. There was no going back now. Chu Qingcheng glared at Huangpu Qingyun with tears in her eyes. She never thought possible the one she rested her last hope on, her childhood sweetheart, would ruthlessly betray her. Iris Overseer and Peony Overseer were enraged, glaring at him with bitter hatred. The one they hated the most was now Huangpu Qingyun, the betrayer. As if unable to look his former sweetheart in the eyes, Huangpu Qingyun turned his head and sighed. Qingcheng, don't be so obstinate. This is all for Drifting Flowers edifice's sake. Bullshit. What would be left of Drifting Flowers edifice if the Bodhi Root is gone? Peony Overseer's temper flared and cursed him. How will you call yourself Drifting Flowers edifice if everyone is dead? Huangpu Qingyun snorted. We agreed before, to not contest my verdict. Accept it or suffer the wrath of Regent Estate. Peony Overseer turned mute. Chu Qingcheng and Iris Overseer were falling in despair. However, a sneer echoed around. Young Master Huangpu, if my ears didn't fail me, you said you came to mediate and let the elders bear witness. Now that you have given your verdict, isn't it the elders' turn to judge its fairness? This shocked everyone. Turning to find the brazen man who dared contest Regent Estate, the people saw Zhuofan casually holding his glass as he nursed his wine. He didn't look afraid at all, having just contested against Huangpu Qingyun. Humph, you dare interrupt the matter between Drifting Flowers edifice and Pill King Hall? Huangpu Qingyun glared. Zhuofan shook his head and embraced Xiao Dandan. Lifting a taunting eyebrow at Huangpu Qingyun. I am now part of Drifting Flowers edifice and have the right to speak for it. What goddamn right do you have for spouting bullshit? Impudent. Huangpu Qingyun's fury resulted in unleashing his power, launching a sudden palm attack. Not even Zhuofan would dare take a palm backed by a second layer of profound heaven cultivator. However, he didn't look the slightest bit worried. He knew someone would save him. A white silk ribbon seized the palm. He turned to see the cold Chu Qingcheng staring back. Qingcheng, what's the meaning of this? Are you violating the agreement? Huangpu Qingyun squinted. Chu Qingcheng spat through gnashed teeth. Song Yu's words are correct. Second young master has given his verdict and now it is the elder's turn to judge its fairness. I am sure the great second young master is a man of his word. After muttering to himself, Huangpu Qingyun snorted in anger. Fine. Then let the elders decide. His power flashed and the white silk ribbon on his hand was torn to shreds as he returned to his seat. His cold eyes gleamed over the crowd. Tell me, is my verdict right or wrong? The hearts of everyone seized. They shook their heads, then glared at Zhuofan. Does a drifting flowers edifice's son-in-law have to go this far for them? Now you threw the ball in our court. Won't uttering a single word earn Regent Estate's rage? Mulling for a moment, Hell Valley's fifth elder stood up laughing. Ha ha ha, second young master's verdict was indeed fair. I have no objection. Fifth elder is wise. Second young master, I second him. Vicious Pill King smiled at Huangpu Qingyun. After seeing Peony Overseer's riveting gaze, then Huangpu Qingyun's, Marywood's Lin Zetian cupped his hands. I accept second young master's verdict wholly. Huangpu Qingyun nodded pleased and Peony Overseer was prepped to blow. No man is worthy. They speak sweet nothings and then abandon you in your hour of need. You damn two-faced. I will never forget this. Lin Zetian. Peony Overseer's eyes burned with towering flames of rage, her breath ragged in a desperate attempt to hold it in. Meanwhile, Lin Zetian simply avoided her gaze. As matters stand, 3 of the 7 houses approved of Huangpu Qingyun's verdict. Only one more was needed to set it in stone. Drifting Flowers Edifice was fully against it, but even they had no choice in the matter. Pushed against the wall, none of the elders desired to fall alongside Drifting Flowers Edifice and offend Regent Estate. Huangpu Qingyun had a pleased smile when he saw Chu Qingqing's sour face. He turned to Long Jiu. Next, Veiled Dragon Pavilion's Elder Jiu. State your stance. Taking a deep breath, Long Jiu thought it over. He saw Chu Qingqing's hopeful gaze and Huangpu Qingyun's towering arrogance. Sighing, he shook his head. Second young master, I also believe you are Chu Qingqing was ashen and Huangpu Qingyun was beaming from happiness. Then Zhuofan pursed his lips, casually saying, Grandpa Jiu, choose your words wisely. The hell? This punk is threatening Elder Jiu again. Zhuofan's tone was flat, but all knew its meaning. What shocked the people present was his balls to disrespect Long Jiu again and again. He may be a junior to Long Jiu, but doing it a second time was testing Veiled Dragon Pavilion's patience. If Long Jiu didn't strike, it would be an affront to their reputation. Long Jiu, you've been berated once again by a mere junior yet still do not retaliate. You have quite the mild temper, it seems. Hell Valley's fifth elder seized the chance to mock him. Long Kuei and Long Jie glared at Zhuofan. Though Long Jiu didn't care, all his focus was on what to say next. Looking at Zhuofan again, he noticed the deep determination his eyes hid. Long Jiu then gnashed his teeth. Fine then, I'll gamble. Second young master, I believe you are partial. Drifting Flowers Edifice may have been the first to be in the wrong. But taking their precious treasure from them is the same as cutting off their future. It is no different than destroying them. Long Jiu cupped his hand and shouted. Though his head was soaked in sweat, his words smacked Regent Estate in the face. His stance would have a great impact on the way Regent Estate would treat Veiled Dragon Pavilion in the future. But he had more faith in Zhuofan. He saw it with his own eyes in Windgaze City. Each of Zhuofan's decisions was always correct. Shock beyond belief. No one saw this coming. This wasn't just siding with Drifting Flowers Edifice, it was going against Regent Estate. Chu Qingqing and the other 2 overseers offered their thanks again and again. Long Jiu gave a bitter smile as he slumped in his chair. He had no idea if this would promise blessings or spell doom. Huangpu Qingyun disregarded Long Jiu and stared at Zhuofan. He made the Grand Elder Jiu change his decision. Just who the hell was he? Indeed, Huangpu Qingyun discovered Long Jiu had already made up his mind of forsaking Drifting Flowers Edifice. However, those few words from Zhuofan set Veiled Dragon Pavilion against Regent Estate. Who in God's name is he? He has greater sway than even me? In fact, he wasn't the only one who noticed. Everyone else there realized this but chose to abstain from revealing it. Yet their eyes never left Zhuofan. Chuckling inside, Zhuofan kept drinking with Xie Tianyang like best buds. What of Sword Marquis's abode? What is your opinion? Huangpu Qingyun turned his cold eyes to Jian Suifeng. Xie Tianyang, however, patted Jian Suifeng before he could rise and laughed. Eighth Elder, let me handle this. Tianyang, this concerns the future of Sword Marquis's abode. You must. I know. Xie Tianyang waved his warning off, sneering at Huangpu Qingyun with a slanted look, then toasted with Zhuofan again. Kid, I find you really familiar. Are you really a son-in-law to Drifting Flowers Edifice? Yep. Rolling his eyes, Zhuofan didn't know what he was going for and nodded. Then prove it by kissing your wife. Xie Tianyang laughed as he pointed at Xiao Dandan. She went beet red in a flash. Her heart raced, going a mile a minute, and stole glances at Zhuofan. The latter glared at Xie Tianyang and cursed softly. What are you playing at? Punk? Wanna fight? Xie Tianyang just stated, Hey now, I know you want my favor, so do what I say or I don't know which side to choose. What? This made everyone hold their breaths. Jian Suifeng was close to exploding. In this critical moment, when one word could decide the future of their house, he was playing around. Tianyang. Jian Suifeng shouted. Eighth Elder, believe me. I know what I'm doing. Xie Tianyang showed a reassuring glance. Jian Suifeng had never before seen him look so serious. He nodded in the end and chose to believe this disciple. He won't be damning the house over a game, right? Fine, Xie Tianyang. Zhuofan clenched his fists and was itching to wipe that grin off Xie Tianyang's face with his fists, but he chose to endure, glaring at him. I will obey your order. Zhuofan embraced Xiao Dandan and French kissed the girl in front of the whole crowd. Xiao Dandan's mind went blank. When he saw Xie Tianyang's ridiculously pleased grin, Zhuofan couldn't help but curse. Pervert! What are you happy about? If you want a woman, go find your own. Ha ha ha, I already have, you know? Once I tell her, she will hate you forever. Xie Tianyang laughed and slapped the table in joy. Everyone watched Sword Marquis's abode's young master in a daze. They didn't know what he was saying, but one thing was certain. The two knew each other. Meanwhile, only Zhuofan knew the she he was referring to was Xianxia. Shaking his head, Zhuofan sighed. Make your choice then. All right, brother. I choose you. Xie Tianyang could barely hold his glee as he turned to Huangpu Qingyun and taunted with his eyebrows. Second young master, I absolutely positively refute your so-called fairness. That is why Sword Marquis's abode believes your verdict is wrong. Huangpu Qingyun clenched his fists in rage. His eyes bored through Xie Tianyang. You have gall. Just you wait. Xie Tianyang lifted his head in confidence, ready to fight back. With this, the verdict was a tie. Chu Qingqing was overjoyed and expressed her thanks to Xie Tianyang. She then said to Huangpu Qingyun, since the second young master's verdict could not gain the seven houses' elders' approval, it is vetoed. Who said it is? Have you forgotten about us, the regent estate? Huangpu Qingyun snorted. I have never heard of giving a verdict and vote also. Regent estate's vote is invalid from the start. Zhuofan sneered. Gnashing his teeth, Huangpu Qingyun glared at him. If he had killed Zhuofan when he had the chance, Veiled Dragon Pavilion and Sword Marquis's abode would have abstained and Drifting Flowers edifice would have easily fallen. Damn punk! I will kill you myself. Huangpu Qingyun glared murderously at Zhuofan. Zhuofan noticed and smiled. If the second young master is unsatisfied with this conclusion, I have a proposition. Elder Yen gives the antidote and he is free to pick anything from Drifting Flowers edifice, besides Bodhi Root. No, only Bodhi Root matters to me. Vicious Pill King brushed his sleeve in anger. Zhuofan perked the corner of his mouth as if he was expecting this. That may not be off the table as you might think, just that you can't have it so easily. It will all depend on you. What are you getting at? Vicious Pill King asked. Simple. The 100-pill meeting is about to start and the prize shall be the Bodhi Root. The winner will have all rights to claim it. All right, let's see if anyone can contest my alchemy skill. Ha ha ha. Vicious Pill King cackled, thinking he had it in the bag. Huangpu Qingyun muttered for a while, then agreed, while Chu Qingcheng and the rest were filled with worry. Who could beat Vicious Pill King in alchemy? It seemed like a lifeline for Drifting Flowers' edifice, but it didn't seem to make much of a difference then before. With both sides coming to an accord, the intricate feast had reached its end. What people found strange was Pill King Hall and Regent Estate converting about conditions not with Drifting Flowers' edifice's lord, but Zhuo Fan, the Drifting Flowers' edifice's son-in-law. In a land where women ruled, their fate was ultimately in the hands of a man. This was one irony some people couldn't get enough of. But the real irony was that Zhuo Fan was a fake son-in-law, only known by the overseers. And this man was the one who spoke for the Drifting Flowers edifice. Peony Overseer and Iris Overseer exchanged a glance, their hearts bitter. As this was all said and done, any regret now would be wasted breath. Besides the fact the elders of the 7 houses were witnessing this, who'd be able to change it now that Pill King Hall and Regent Estate grasped such a huge advantage? They could only blame themselves for trusting Regent Estate. They gave Huangpu Qingyun so many of their treasures to bring him here, only to be closer to losing their very last and most important one. When the elders left, taking care of their affairs, Chu Qingcheng called for Huangpu Qingyun, the last man to leave. Wait! Chu Qingcheng's face was frosty, her eyes cold. Huangpu Qingyun paused but didn't turn around. Not far away, Vicious Pill King also paused and looked at the two. Why? Chu Qingcheng said. Huangpu Qingyun's lip moved but started with a sigh. Qingcheng, I have given you a chance, but you didn't take it. Chu Qingcheng frowned. In any case, this is all in your house's interest, and neither of us can change it. If only Drifting Flowers' edifice would have been more behaved, you'd have never come to witness today. Huangpu Qingyun's eyes flashed with regret and strode away with his 4 profound heaven experts. In Chu Qingcheng's moment of loss, Vicious Pill King crept over with a vicious smile. Edifice Lord, you've been wrong in your assumptions this time. The ones who want the Bodhi root isn't Pill King Hall, but Regent Estate. What? Chu Qingcheng was startled. That old bat didn't tell you? Regent Estate had long demanded the Bodhi root from her. Too bad she was so stubborn, not willing to budge an inch, so. Vicious Pill King squinted. Guess it's no harm in telling you the secret at this point. You think I alone am enough to harm that old bat? She had advised 3 generations of your edifice lords. After all, a truly awe-inspiring peak profound heaven expert. A bad feeling began to seize Chu Qingcheng's heart. Ha ha ha, you should have already guessed it. The one to have wounded her to such a state was an expert from Regent Estate. Foolish girl, you think your weak link with the second young master is enough to make Regent Estate help you? You brought the wolf in with open hands. Vicious Pill King's unrestrained laughter was filled with disdain as he took his leave. Chu Qingcheng shivered and collapsed. Her eyes empty and tears streamed down her cheeks. What have I done? Her empty eyes now held despair. Her lone figure in the grand guest hall struck a pitiful image. Meanwhile, Zhuo Fan and Xiao Dandan left the hall, and saw the Veiled Dragon Pavilion, with Sword Marquis's abode, waiting for them in a remote corner. With a grin, Zhuo Fan walked straight to them, with Xiao Dandan next to him, of course, eliciting a surprise from him. What are you coming with me for? Go play by yourself. Xiao Dandan pouted. You've done that in front of everyone and now you're so mean. What did I do? Wasn't it just a kiss? It's nothing great. I did it to get Sword Marquis's abode's vote and save your Drifting Flowers edifice. Zhuo Fan rolled his eyes and warned, Don't ever mention this again. There is nothing going on between us. Xiao Dandan was like an obedient child, though in her heart, she felt miserable. Yet noticing the 2 houses watching them closely, she couldn't help but grab Zhuo Fan's hand in worry. Song Yu, are they looking for trouble since you insulted them at the feast? It'd be best to leave as soon as possible. Zhuo Fan didn't explain and nod. Correct, but this is a man's job. Not for women. Also, the further you are from me, the better. Zhuofan wrested his hand from her grip without hesitation and walked forward. Xiao Dandan was sad but worried for his sake. She thought of something and quickly rushed off. Greetings, it's been a long time. Zhuofan sported a faint smile, putting on the thunder ring from his storage ring. Sparks traveled across it and Xie Tianyang's reacted in kind. He laughed. I knew it was you. You looked so different that I almost didn't recognize you. But calling me a coward made me realize the truth. Xie Tianyang was the first to call Zhuofan a coward, and now the roles were reversed. By the way, where's sister-in-law? Xie Tianyang's eyebrows danced on purpose. Zhuofan's mood turned sour as he waved a fist. Why did you do that anyway? Are you itching for a smackdown? Ha ha ha. It's a joke, a joke. You didn't lose out anyway. Xie Tianyang laughed as he withdrew, still somewhat afraid of Zhuofan. By the way, little brother, I wanted to ask, what was this all about? Long Zhou asked sternly. Don't you realize we all offended the Regent estate? Little brother? Wait, you're Zhuofan. Long Kuei cried out. Since Long Zhou only had one little brother, Zhuofan, it was easy to figure it out. Jian Suifeng and Long Jie were also in shock. Now they knew why Long Zhou and Xie Tianyang sold their face to a kid, to the point they openly defied Regent estate. Both were brothers to Zhuofan, holding undying gratitude towards each other. Yeah, brother, what was that all about? Xie Tianyang was also serious. I trust you since you have a good reason, but don't go ahead and sell me out again. We've been through life and death together. Zhuofan scratched his nose. You two are the ones I trust the most. I wouldn't have dragged you into this if I had no other choice. Just that you've already been pushed into harm's way, and it's best to plan ahead. The two asked at the same time, What do you mean? Can't you see it? Zhuofan's eyes flashed. Regent Estate intends to unify all 7 houses, and you two are on their kill list. Rather than wait to be killed, it's best to set a boundary and retaliate. What, unify the 7 houses? How do you know that? They all cried. Zhuofan slowly shook his head. It's just a guess for now. Huangpu Qingyun displayed his power the instant he saw Xie Tianyang refuse to comply. If we take this arrogant behavior of a disciple into account, then we can draw conclusions at the true schemes cooking in the heads of the Regent Estate's minds. On the surface, it looks nothing more than looking to make trouble for Sword Marquis's abode and humiliating it through you, when in fact he managed to achieve 2 things. Weakening Edifice Lord's position, instigating Drifting Flowers' edifice and Sword Marquis's abode against each other, and splitting the people into 3 camps. Those that obey, those that defy, and the opportunists. From how everyone reacted just now, it is safe to assume Hell Valley and Pilking Hall are in support of them. Meanwhile, Drifting Flowers' edifice, Sword Marquis's abode, and Veiled Dragon Pavilion, having reproached him many times, are obviously against them. As for Merry Woods, they are in the opportunist camp. They began to recount the feast in its entirety and came to the same conclusion. Now, they began to see why Huangpu Qingyun was so disgusted and rude over this trivial matter, even towards a house's young master. He wasn't just arrogant, but was devising a way to deal with the houses. They all broke out in cold sweat. If Zhuofan was right, the strongest of the 7 houses was going to declare war on them, to root them out and unite the 7 houses under one banner. This is all just a guess of yours. If it isn't true, then we became hostiles with Regent Estate for nothing. Long Kuei said sternly after a moment. Nodding, Zhuofan's eyes turned cold. Indeed, but don't you all agree it is better to become enemies than to wait for the moment when they come at you and catch you unprepared? It's easy to see the difference in danger. If it was me, I would destroy them all at the slightest sign of disobedience. Shivering, Long Zhou and Jian Suifeng exchanged a glance and admired him inside. So vicious and decisive, just like a true ruler. Fine, I know of that saying about guard against those that want to hurt you or whatever. I get the Regent Estate is coveting us. But Drifting Flowers' edifice's sorry state is a different matter. Brother, you made us favor Drifting Flowers' edifice and thus pushed forward Regent Estate's war to us. Xie Tianyang suddenly said. Jian Suifeng gave him a praising glance. This kid is finally thinking for his house. Zhuofan disapproved with a sneer. Drifting Flowers edifice is indeed the weakest of the 7, on the verge of collapse. This is why Regent Estate wants to start with them. Think about it. If they fall, who will Regent Estate turn to next? They all then realized shock. Though the Drifting Flowers edifice was the weakest amongst the 7 houses, they were still part of the 7 houses. If Drifting Flowers edifice was out of the picture, the next would be them Sword Marquis Abode and Veil Dragon Pavilion. Drifting Flowers edifice is your gate. Once this gate splits open, Regent Estate will be unstoppable in its march to swallow you all. In addition, Drifting Flowers edifice's existence presents us with Regent Estate's attack target. Take Drifting Flowers edifice out of the picture, and it will be anyone's guess who the next mark is. They all nodded, with some people's eyes flashing with resolve. Even Long Kuei, who always looked for chances to nitpick with him, had to agree. Long Kuei now understood how serious this matter was, which involved her house. Then what do you get out of this? Xia Tianyang said. I know you well enough, and there's no way you'd get involved without getting something. Least of all, volunteering to help Drifting Flowers edifice get over this predicament. Zhuofan's eyes flashed with confidence and said, Miss Long Kuei, do you remember our 10 years agreement? Rising Luo clan above the 7 houses in 10 years? Long Kuei muttered. Correct. Zhuofan continued with a smile. What I get from all of this is to slow down the Regent Estate's campaign and allow the Luo clan rise in 10 years. When I am done, we will see who will be the true number 1 house in the empire. What boasting! Jian Suifeng was the first to open his mouth in shock. 10 years to go beyond the 7 houses? There never was such a precedent in the entire Tianyu Empire, let alone rising enough to fight the strongest of the 7 houses, Regent Estate. Zhuofan's words were borderline fantasy. But from the looks of the rest, this arrogance was something they were used to. Given enough time, they got used to Zhuofan's egomaniac nature. So much so, they became numb to how many surprised he gave them to some extent. Besides, compared to those shocking and incredible things he did, boasting would hardly mean anything. In fact, he might actually pull it off. They were skeptical but also expectant, looking forward to seeing how far this little freak could go. Furthermore, their interests aligned for now. AI, to safeguard both of our houses. We have no choice but to work together and protect Drifting Flowers edifice. It would have been best if we talked about this yesterday. Now that the 2 houses are in agreement, with none of us having any legitimate reason to intervene in that contest anymore. Long Zhou shook his head. Xia Tianyang did the same, complaining, Punk, making that proposition was a bad move. Whining with alchemy is the same as just giving it to Vicious Pill King. You think I wanted to? How else could I have made them take a step back and give Drifting Flowers edifice a lifeline? Rolling his eyes, Zhuofan sneered. Moreover, you don't need to worry about this. All you have to do is to support Drifting Flowers edifice from time to time and prevent it from being swallowed. Does that mean you have a contingency in place? They all asked. Perking the corner of his mouth, Zhuofan spoke with confidence. It's just alchemy. I will face the Vicious Pill King myself. What? He is a 7th grade alchemist. How? This time they were panicking. A 7th grade alchemist was considered a peak in Tianyu Empire. Very few people had reached such a level. And Vicious Pill King was the number 1 alchemist in Pill King Hall. He was better than even an average 7th grade alchemist, possibly the best in the empire. Was Zhuofan, with his cultivation, at his age, capable of such a feat? Damn it all to hell. What is up with this freak? Alchemy. Arrays, he is a master of all. There's hardly anyone in his generation who is his match. How did all of heaven's favor get dumped on him? Xia Tianyang was close to raining curses. He knew Zhuofan's skill in alchemy was abnormal, but not to the extent he reached a 7th grade alchemist's level. Zhuofan sighed. Don't look at me like that. I am going to face him, but I too am not certain of success. Zhuofan knew alchemy needed 3 things: cultivation, skill, and flame. Cultivation allowed prolonged control over the flame. Skill referred to the secret refining skills of some clans. Without a good one, no amount of cultivation would help refine a good pill. And flame determined the degree of ingredient refinement. For high-grade ingredients, a common flame was unable to refine it. An alchemist had to look for a beast flame or a natural-born fire. The stronger the flame, the better the refinement. His cultivation left room to refine a fourth-grade pill at best. But with the secret and ancient refining skill from 9 Serenity's secret records, he could go a grade higher. Regarding flame, he had no clue how strong the azure flame was. But it was strong, no doubt about it. He was confident he should be able to refine a 7th-grade pill. And if you fail? Long Zhou saw Zhuofan silent and was beginning to worry. Zhuofan's eyes flashed with naked killing intent. Then it will come down to a fight. This is actually for the best. Taking the Bodhi route, the Regent estate will change their targets to me and Drifting Flowers edifice will gain some breathing room. But you will end up chased by the experts of 3 houses. Long Zhou's eyes trembled, worried for Zhuofan's safety. A smile leaked on Zhuofan's lips. Ha ha ha. And? We'll be enemies sooner or later. Messing up their plan earlier is for the best. With me getting their attention, you 3 houses will have no trouble making preparations. Zhuofan's words moved them. He was using his life to buy them time. They were now looking at him in gratitude and admiration. Who would dare brave such dangers when a single mistake would be paid for with his life? Damn, kid, you're truly bold. Even Jian Suifeng had to admire him. Xia Tianyang slapped his shoulder. He was silent, but his eyes spoke volumes. A burning gaze that seemed to want to melt him. It was a hero's appreciation of another. Young Master Xie, please do not hurt him. A charming voice was followed by the appearance of a figure in red. It was none other than Peony Overseer. Xiao Dandan ran back and pulled the baffled Zhuofan behind the Peony Overseer. Everyone, Song Yu is as stubborn as a mule and offended you before. Please, for my sake, don't take it out on him. Peony Overseer cupped her hands. They suddenly froze, then laughed. Peony Overseer thought they wanted to get revenge on Zhuofan and rushed over to save him. This made them exchange a glance. It was though they sent out a message through their gaze and all agreed to play along. Zhuofan was always so cocky that Long Zhou, a senior, looked for any chance to poke fun at him. Long Zhou coughed before he snorted in anger. How did Drifting Flowers edifice get such a rude disciple? I would have long slapped him silly if Peony Overseer hadn't shown up. Uncle Joe, please don't take it out on him. Peony Overseer nodded again and again. Long Zhou was stroking his beard, but his eyebrow danced in amusement at Zhuofan. Zhuofan's heart jumped and knew something was up. And sure enough, Long Zhou bypassed Peony Overseer and patted his shoulder like a teaching elder. Punk, you got away this time, but you better watch it in the future. Then Long Zhou slipped away, walking faster than normal. Afraid Zhuofan would settle the score. Zhuofan blinked, still out of it. Xia Tianyang, having learned by Long Zhou's example, slapped his shoulder with a proud smile as he blurted, Punk, better watch it next time. I won't go so easy again. I am cooler than you, stronger than you. To think you even dared call me brother hoping you can climb ranks. Ha ha ha. Xia Tianyang was carefree in his speech. If it were any given day, he'd never had the balls to speak to Zhuofan in such a way. Whose fault was it that Zhuofan took on Song Yu's face? Zhuofan clenched his fists and fire ebbed in his eyes. Curses! Since when did I have such goddamned brothers? You were the one acting all familiar with me before, and now you're messing with me? As Zhuofan glared at the 2's retreating figures, a charming voice spoke. Hey, what are you looking at? Can't take it. Zhuofan turned towards Long Kue. She struggled to hold her smile back as she berated. You're just a junior just like this lady. You better get your act together when you see Uncle Joe again. Don't be cheeky and learn some manners. Long Kue stuck out her chin, passing him by with an attitude to match. Worse, when she just passed him, Zhuofan noticed a wry smile on her face. Zhuofan was trembling now, close to spitting blood. Curses! Even this wench is joining in? You're lucky Drifting Flowers Edifices people are around. Or I'll be pulling your pants down and tanning your ass. I am a sworn brother with Long Jiu. I am a senior here. You're the cheeky one. Zhuofan felt bleak. Long Jia passed by him and he glared back as if to say, "What? You're also going to kick me around?" Long Jia just shrugged and walked. Jian Suifeng stroked his beard with a smile, walking after Xie Tianyang. If he didn't see it himself, he wouldn't have believed the freak Zhuofan that killed Yugiki would have a day like this, all sullen and downcast. Once all were gone, Xiao Dandan sighed and smiled. That was dangerous. Lucky I called my master in time to save you. Who told you to? Zhuofan glared impatiently and howled. How could they dare think to mess with me if not for you two showing up? Xiao Dandan lowered her head, feeling deeply wronged. Peony Overseer flared. Song Yu, don't think you can always rely on Edifice Lord and pick on my disciple. Humph. You think I care for your fate? I only came to save you because Dandan asked me to. Humph. Men are all the same, ungrateful. Dandan, let's go. He isn't worthy of you. Peony Overseer pulled Xiao Dandan away. Xiao Dandan looked back at him, but Zhuofan rolled his eyes. Zhuofan thought for a moment, then walked to the guest hall. It is time to lay the cards out for Chu Qingcheng. Exchanging Bodhi Jade Sap for the safety of Drifting Flowers Edifice is a good enough deal for them. The guest hall was quiet now that all the bustle was over. Only a bleak and desolate figure lay collapsed on the ground. Knowing to be Chu Qingcheng, Zhuofan walked to her. His words blunt. Edifice Lord, I need to speak with you. It's regarding Drifting Flowers Edifice's future. I am sure you'd be interested. Zhuofan seemed like a different person. Unlike the silly and naive Song Yu, he had a crafty smile and a deep gaze. Yet his words fell on deaf ears. Zhuofan looked down to find Chu Qingcheng's eyes dead. She didn't hear a word he said. Come on. You're a profound heaven expert and an edifice lord on top of that. Yet you can't take a hit? A man's betrayal was enough to bring you to this state. Zhuofan shook his head. No wonder men have been rulers since antiquity. A woman's heart is too fragile. Though, big sis, even if you want to give up, do that after you listen to my plan. At least give me the Bodhi Jade Sap while you're at it. Zhuofan sighed. If this had happened yesterday, he would have laughed, thinking it would be easy to take the Bodhi Jade Sap and just leave. But now, things have changed. If anything happened to Chu Qingcheng, the Drifting Flowers Edifice would collapse. Wouldn't that be to Regent Estate's satisfaction? For now, he couldn't steal the Bodhi Jade Sap and could only politely ask for it. Edifice Lord Chu, wake up. Listen to my plan to rescue Drifting Flowers Edifice. I promise you will like it. Zhuofan waved his hand in front of her. Chu Qingcheng was still unresponsive, her eyes blank, though the tears proved she was very much alive. Sighing, Zhuofan found himself out of options. After a person locked their heart to escape the cruel reality, the only one capable of saving them was themselves. Sister Chu Chu, why are you like this? Zhuofan sighed, not knowing what to do. Suddenly, Chu Qingcheng moved and the light came back in her eyes. What did you call me? Zhuofan was startled then happy. It seems his unintentional call brought this foolish lady back. He rushed to say, Sister Chu Chu, wake up! Zhuofan shook to her as he used bewitching whispers. His voice was amplified hundreds of times in her ear. Chu Qingcheng shivered and woke up, looking back at Zhuofan. Her eyes softened. So it's you? Thank you. It's nothing, as long as you're awake now. Nodding, Zhuofan laughed and sighed. By the way, I have something. No need to say it. Nothing matters at this point. Chu Qingcheng stood up as she had made her newfound resolve. Her eyes flashed. Drifting Flowers Edifice has entered such a crisis, and it's my responsibility to do everything to save it. This isn't your fault. And Drifting Flowers Edifice still has. Song Yu. Chu Qingcheng didn't seem to have heard him as she smiled warmly. I really need to thank you. I don't know how you got Veiled Dragon Pavilion and Sword Marquis Abode to help us, to give us one last chance. Without this chance, I know that we would have been stripped of all dignity. Actually, alright, you don't need to explain. I understand. She used a delicate hand to help Shuafan up and smiled. I know you want to comfort me, but there's no need. I realize it now. There is still time until the 100-pill meeting starts and hope you can help me with some things. She pulled Shuafan outside. The pitiful Shuafan tried many times to get a word in, but was always shut down before he could finish. His only choice was to let Chu Qingqing pull him. Big sis, can't you let me speak? I have a way to save Drifting Flower's edifice. Shuafan sighed. How does this woman speak so fast? I can't get a word in. The moment I open my mouth, she lets out 10 words. It is just for some Bodhi jade sap. Is it really necessary to cut me off every time? Shuafan shook his head and stopped talking. Regardless of how he worded it, Chu Qingqing had a way to shut him up each time, as if talking to a child. Shuafan was silent the whole trip, pulled along to a desolate cliff at the back of the edifice. And the cliff's wall had faint energy waves leaking from it, a barrier. Drifting Flower's edifice disciple Chu Qingqing, requesting an audience with Aunt Tao. Chu Qingqing bowed and shouted. An invisible ripple echoed and the barrier opened. An aged voice traveled from within. Chu Chu, you are the Lord now. You do not need to act this way for this old lady. Aunt Tao is the master of this place. I may be the Lord, but I dare not enter without permission. Chu Qingqing let out a rare smile and pulled Shuafan inside. The instant he got in, he sneezed. It was so cold that he could feel it even through his diamond body. A cold cave such as this had to contain an extreme treasure. Sure enough, a 10-meter square block of black-bluish ice laid in the middle of the cave. Any cultivator would greatly improve their speed of cultivation here. This place was a naturally formed treasure. Although a tad lacking compared with Bodhi root, it was still enough to make a radiant stage expert become greedy. On the ice lay an old woman in intricate robes. She seemed in her 50s, but the black and blue on her face pointed out that she was poisoned, and from the looks of it, it had to be consuming most of her body. Damn! This old woman is so poisoned and can't move, yet she can still release this barrier? Just what's her cultivation? I didn't think it possible Drifting Flower's edifice could have another expert. Shuafan spoke. Then a voice filled with contempt entered his ears. Humph, foolish child. That is a living corpse. Cannot hear, cannot speak, cannot move. How can it release the barrier? I am the one who did it. Frowning, Shuafan turned to see deeper inside the cave. There laid an old woman cross-legged. She wore black clothes, and with how dusky it was in here, Shuafan didn't notice her at first. Aunt Tao, he has very low cultivation and only a bit of physical strength. It is normal he didn't see you. Please don't blame him. Chu Qingqing smiled. Aunt Tao teased. Girl, I have never seen you protect a man before. Is he your... Did you show it to him? Chu Qingqing blushed and nodded. Shuafan was staring blankly, unable to make sense of anything. See what? Treasure. Song Yu, she is our top alchemist, Aunt Tao. Quickly bow. Chu Qingqing pushed him forward. Shuafan helplessly went, feeling more bizarre. Why suddenly bring me to your head alchemist? To teach her. In any case, teaching her depends on her aptitude. Shuafan did not wish to bow right now, but he had to show respect. But when he caught a glimpse of the old woman, he jumped in fright. She had white hair, but also a green and blue face from being poisoned. Not worse than the old woman on the ice. Rainbow cloud palm. One look was enough to recognize the cause. What? Did I scare you? Ha ha ha. Aunt Tao showed a frightening smile. Not all of Drifting Flower's edifice's people are beauties. Song Yu, don't be rude and apologize. Chu Qingqing urged. Yet Shuafan didn't react, only watching her face as he muttered. Wait. It's similar but not quite like the rainbow cloud palm. The old woman's face moved and showed surprise. Child, you seem quite knowledgeable of poisons. To be honest, this isn't because of rainbow cloud palm, but from when I failed to refine its antidote. Are you making pills or poison? Shuafan shouted. Ha ha ha. Well said. With a sad smile, Aunt Tao felt mournful. Whether it's poison or medicine, I am yet unsure. But in these 3 years of research, I have come to understand this is like a pill yet not a pill, a poison yet not a poison. Vicious Pill King. You are indeed so remarkable that I can't even compare. With a crazed laughter, Aunt Tao fixed her eyes on the stone wall. Shuafan followed her eyes and squinted. A human skin was sprawled on the wall, holding a record of Rainbow Cloud Palm's antidote formula. Even with Shuafan's extensive knowledge, he found it weird. How is this possible? Shuafan muttered, the 7 ingredients, each is a rare natural treasure. But the refining, is that of a poison or a pill? Being silent for a moment, Shuafan walked to the living dead on the ancient ice. He touched her hand and injected his yuan qi. As he expected, she was poisoned by Rainbow Cloud Palm. And just like Chu Qingcheng, she had the Bodhi Jade sap restraining the 7 poisons. With the help of this ancient ice, her life was preserved. Only that Chu Qingcheng's poison state was less grave, while this living dead was filled with it. Even with an antidote, her recovery was slim. If the ancient ice hadn't kept her in suspended animation, her life would have been over. Shuafan turned to the formula on the wall and felt something was off about it. It's real, but there's a trick to it. Shuafan's eyes flashed with a strange light.